Hello, fans of Risen Esports, new viewers, returning ones. We'd like to welcome everyone tonight to the grand finals of our Winter Team Builder Bombies division for the hottest match of the season. Tonight, the two best teams in Bombies are going to compete today to see who can burn the brightest and take the league championship in this epic best of 5 fearless match. This is the finals, baby. This is the final week, the final match, the final chance for these teams to prove they are the best in Bombies. And for the last time this season, for now, I'd like to introduce you to our casting teams. It's me, Kevin Dunk, your play-by-play, joined by the wonderful Arrow Steon on color, and we're backed up by the amazing Three Eyes on production. And today's teams are our fiercest competitors, and I'd like to welcome our finalists who are none other than Sneaky Calzones and the University of Memphis. Both of these teams are undefeated in their playoff runs, being absolutely on fire as they've been 2-0 for the past 3 weeks, but only one team tonight can emerge victorious as our champions. Before we kick off draft, I'd like to turn your attention once again to this matchup between Sneaky Calzones and the University of Memphis because, as fate would have it, these two teams battled in the very first week of Bombies nearly 2 months ago. While Sneaky Calzones took that first win on the fated February 3rd, 2026, that is the only series that University of Memphis have lost this entire season. So from week 1 to week 10, these teams get a fated rematch against their week 1 opponents, making this finals grudge match certainly one to wow the crowd. With that narrative as our connection throughout 10 weeks of amazing gameplay from all the teams in Bombies, especially the University of Memphis and Sneaky Calzones, I'm now going to pass it over to our awesome co-host Arrow to jump into the draft for game 1. To all our viewers of Risen Esports joining us tonight, thank you again, and get ready for the Bombies Division Grand Finals.
Ooh, thank you, Kevin, and what a wonderful introduction as always. And you hit it on the nose. I mean, these two teams haven't played each other since week number 1, and it's been 2 months. And it's been such a long time since these two teams have probably faced each other, even though they were in the same group. So I'm sure both of these teams are raring to go and ready to perform for themselves. I mean, especially for University of Memphis, they have their whole college behind them. Probably cheering for them, and hopefully they can rep their school pretty proudly. But for Sneaky Calzones, I mean, they've been pretty dominant all season long at 4-1 throughout the entire split. And then, like you said, Kevin, they've been perfect for most of this for all the entirety of playoffs, not dropping a single game. But I mean, same thing with University of Memphis. They haven't dropped a single games, and even last week they took down Dragoons, one of the highly rated teams of the season. So I mean, they're on a little bit of a tear right now. So they're looking to continue it into the playoffs here, and as we go into game number 1 of the draft for game number 1. I mean, I'm looking at these bans. I mean, Jace jungle, or this Jace ban is targeted at the jungler for Sneaky Calzones in Suave Rico here, and that's one of their most played junglers here. And Vayne's being hovered. This is one of their 80 their 80 carries most played picks this season specifically, and the other one being Lucian. So Kevin, you might get your Lucian game in one of these games here. So I'm looking forward to it. But something else we gotta have to mention is that University of Memphis, they are going to be without Lamb. They're one of their highest performing members throughout the entire playoffs. So it'll be Saf in the jungle, and then Little Fa from last week is going to be back in the mid lane here, and then they'll also get back Jeeves the Hunter, which is great. The one of the most dominant top laners that I've seen throughout my casting career is going to be back in the lineup, and then Nameless is going to be back in the lineup. Someone who hasn't been here since probably like week 2 or week 3. So it's been a while since they've had some of these guys, but I mean, they're looking forward to it. But oh no, I'm looking at this Lucian ban.
No.
We're not going to get Lucian today.
Unfortunate. That is my favorite champion, like you said, Arrow, but it's going to be banned out, likely because Sneaky Calzone's Cyclocust, just probably a monster on that, so getting banned out away from them. But yeah, I see the draft adaptation, like you said, Arrow. Lamb, unfortunately, could not make it to the grand finals, so Memphis is using Saf in the jungle, so the draft adaptation of not needing to permaban Kindred, Kindred and Viego every single game is working out for Sneaky, and they're going to our target ban Saf's Talon jungle. You and I were talking about this a little bit before the draft started. But yeah, it's interesting to know how these teams have to adjust their draft strategy. I said strategy because the Sneaky Calzones got a strategy.
Yeah,
But they'll have to
they're
adjust,
unique in that
though.
sense, right?
Yeah, they're adjusting because Saf is going to be taking over the jungle. So we're going to have to see
Yeah.
if the top side can run over the games just like they did in the past two series, right? Jeeves, we know, is such a monster. And I think
Hmm.
if Jeeves gets unlocked, it could be hell for Nova Tyrant. But we're seeing the first couple picks being locked in, being Ash for the University of Memphis, being their first pick, and Sneaky Calzones locking in the Seraphine, which is such a common pairing with that Ash,
Whoa.
taking that away from the bot lane, and Diana, which I believe Little Fa played in our last week's
Hmm.
best of three. So
Yeah.
multiple champions that University of Memphis love having taken away as a draft resource already. Sneaky Calzones are adapting. Arrow, happy to
Yeah.
hear what your thoughts are on this as
I
well.
mean, I love it because Seraphine is also you take away Seraphine so that Memphis don't get the faded Ash Seraphine combo in the bot lane. I mean, but they're gonna pair it up with this Taric, so potentially with this Taric. So we'll have to see how that goes. But the Diana takeaway here is pretty huge for the side of Sneaky Calzones because Little Fa game number one of last week's series was just popping off on this Diana. So I love to see the Diana band, to get Little Fa a little bit onto something else, maybe back on that RA back onto that Talia that we saw last week, but or sorry, sorry, there was a Talia that we saw last week, not the Ari, but I kind of like it. I mean, as this is a best of five and it's fearless, taking away people a player's champion pool early into the series is pretty valuable, especially if these players don't have a deep champion pool, and they might get exposed by the second or third game, or the third or fourth game, if the series does lead to get that deeper into the champ pool. But looks like Xin Zhao being picked up here for SAF is also a takeaway from Suave Rico. That is their most played champion this split. So their next most picked champion is Wukong. So a lot of I'm loving the draft adaptations here for both teams. I mean, it looks like they're just trying to take away some of each other's like best picks with that Xin Zhao, with that Diana, with that Seraphine, and the Ashe is just a solid champion all around. So we'll have to take a look at the bans here as we're going into it. But so far, looking at each comp, what do you think so far, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm really interested in how Memphis are actually building at their comp. I like that you called out that Xinjiao is one of Suave Rico's most played champions because it works so well into their comp, right? Tarek, Xinjiao, you have the Crescent Guard, you have the Cosmic Radiance. These abilities are such great anti-dive tools, and look at what Sneaky Calzones have drafted, right? They have Diana Wukong, which is like, that
For
is just the
sure.
epitome of like dive, 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 right? You
Yeah.
jump in with the Moonfall, jump in with that Cyclone. And
Hmm.
I mean, it's a great initiation combo, but Memphis just have great tools to counteract that. Yes, like you have the Ash that you can take down, but if that Cosmic Radiance goes off, you can't kill her. You're kind of stuck in the backline with none of your tools up available. I'm gonna have to
Right.
see, we're gonna have to keep a close eye, I think, on Yum's Tarek. Can they keep their finger on the R button
Hmm.
fast enough for when Diana
For
Wukong
sure.
engages? Because you do it too late, right? It doesn't do anything, and you get
Yeah.
exploded. You do it too early, they bait it out, and then
Something.
Sneaky Calzones just have that perfect opportunity to jump in. But so far, I'm really loving, like you said, the draft adaptations from both teams. They're both taking champions away, which is what you want to do in Fearless, right? Best of five, you take away their best champions if you can play them. And I'm
Yeah.
really liking how things are rounding out so far as Garen and Camille banned away from Jeeves the Hunter. We saw them have a tear on those two champions a couple weeks ago in, I think, quarters or semis. I believe those
Yeah.
quarters, yeah. And
Yeah.
then Shen and Jinx being banned away from Sneaky Calzones, and Aphelios being locked in here as the AD carry champion. Very strong hyper carry pick. Aphelios Seraphine, I am a bit scared, but it seems like Memphis do have a great game plan. So yeah, I'm excited to see what these next picks round out to be here, Arrow, as it's gonna be Mel locked in. Yeah, just more anti-peel. I'm not sure how, or sorry, anti-dive. Lots more peel, lots more deflection. How do you feel that these team comps are matching up here, Arrow?
I'm a little bit mixed feelings on this Mel personally. I mean, you have the Moonlight Vigil, you have the Seraphine ultimate that you can deflect, of course, but I think Mel is gonna struggle a little bit into this Diana. Assuming this Diana is in the mid lane, I think they're gonna struggle a little bit in this lane, and especially when you have when you have Diana Wukong on top of Mel pretty struggles a lot against dive, but I mean, there are a lot of good tools or a lot of good projectiles to deflect here. So I can see the value here. And, with Tarek, kind of providing some peel there. I mean, it can work, and I love this Aatrox pick because now with members of Sneaky Calzones trying to fight into you, Aatrox is going to pop off a little bit hard here, and I kind of like it. I also think it does.
Oh my
I
lord. That's
I
that's a
I do
pick.
think it does. I think it struggles into Kled though, because Kled does have a lot of like dashing around tools to avoid some of these sweet spots from the Aatrox queue. I am not a top laner, so I don't know I don't know the matchup too well, but I do know is that this is one of Nova's most played champions like of all time. They have 400k mastery of Kled,
Ooh.
and they have plenty of games this season. I mean, I was going to call out that this Shen ban was targeted at the top laner, but the other most pick was Kled. So, I mean, if you wanted more dive, I mean, you got it with the Kled. You have the team wide AOE. It's essentially a Sivir ultimate in a line, right? So it's gonna be pretty cool to see how Nova wants to pilot this champion into this 1v1. I mean, but they have a tall order with Jeeves on the other side. Jeeves known to be pretty solid in lane and running over most lane matchups. So I mean, I love both teams' compositions. They have very clear winning conditions, and for the side of University of Memphis, Shin Zhao does provide a lot of peel. Tarek with that ultimate does provide a lot of peel and can act as those frontliners for them, and then Aatrox of course as well. So they have Sneaky Calzones have a lot of things that they have to punch through to get to the Mel and to the Ash. But I mean, but they have the tools to get there. So I'm liking both sides so far.
I can't agree with you more here, Arrow. I love the Kled pick because it's just a bit of like, the kind of psycho picks that you want to do early and fearless,
For
You're not
sure,
saving it
yeah.
for a better time. This is the time, any other time it might get banned out by you if you have like 400 plus games on it. And like you said, Kled is a bit of a counter to Aatrox, the bear trap on a rope, inflicting the grievous wounds. It does mess with Aatrox's healing, right? And like you
For
said,
sure.
the dashing around can make it so that it's hard for Aatrox to hit the sweet spots. But I love that, Sneaky Calzones have seen I'm not assuming, but I'm gonna assume that they watched previous games of Memphis and just saw how Jeeves has taken over games when they got that R5 counter pick. So saving red side R5 for their top laner is exactly, I think, what you want to do to, they're playing draft so smart, not only with their champion picks, but with, where they're pick banning, right? So they have a
Right.
champion that they're very comfortable on their top laner, and it is in response to Jeeves, not being able, just having to have to blind pick that, right? And
For
I have
sure.
heard conflicting amounts of, counter pickness from Kled versus Aatrox. Some people say it's really good. Some people say it's like a fake counter because, yes, you have the anti-heal, but Aatrox just wallops you regardless
Mhm.
with the range. But the fact that Sneaky Calzones just essentially have a full dive comp, they have the death ball
Mhm.
with the Wukong, Diana, Kled, and they're backing up with a Seraphine. I think Seraphine gets so much value here if Memphis
Mhm.
can't take her out early, and they don't really have that much of a good engage, right? They're relying on the Ash Arrow. They're
Right.
maybe looking for a flank on the Zinjao, maybe a lucky stun or snare from Tarek or Mel, respectively. I think this might be not Exodia comp for Seraphine. Of course, there's other comps you want to play it with, but the fact that she has multiple frontline bruisers that she can play around, shoot the ulti through, she's likely only focused on keeping the Aphelios alive. I think there's a lot of value that Kutas can get on the Seraphine, which I'm stoked to see. But on
Yeah.
the other side, right? You have multiple anti-dive tools. You have Mel Reflect. You have the Ash
Yeah.
stopping anyone with the arrow. You have Tarek's ult. You can't damage them for 2.5 seconds. You have Zinjao knocking them away. And like you said, so good, so accurately, excuse me, in your good analysis here, Arrow, Aatrox just loves being in the middle of multiple melee champions, right?
Yeah.
Like, this
Yeah.
champion's just gonna giga heal off everyone being in melee. So I love that both teams like have very clear win conditions. Memphis a little bit more, reserved, having the counter engage tools. But Sneaky Calzone's like fully committing to the dive with the hyper carry, with the Seraphine to back everyone up. I'm so hyped up for this matchup in game one. As
Mhm.
even before the game starts, you can see these teams with such great game plans, such great decision making, and we haven't even jumped onto the rift yet.
I
So
know, right?
yeah, I'm excited here, Arrow. But now that we know that both team comps are rounded out, any thoughts here as we wait for the spectator delay?
No, I think you hit most of the points, Kevin. I mean, if I had to pick a composition to play out, I mean, As much as I don't like Mel in this composition, I am a Mel enthusiast. I
I
do
have seen
enjoy
you
playing.
steal things with the Mel in our Dorans league.
I
Shout out
do
to
enjoy
Dorans.
I do enjoy playing a good Mel game, but if I'm little fa on this Mel, I'm even if I have multiple members on me, I am just waiting for Seraphine to press R. And I'm waiting for
Absolutely, yeah.
Aphelios to press R. Like there's no way I'm not pressing W for anything else but those in a team fight, you know. So I in just one of my games, I vividly remember like I was pressing W on an Ornn ultimate, and I realized like, hey, this is not this like the most value that I get is from waiting and just pressing R on the Seraphine ult, and it's just like, okay, I gotta target the Seraphine ult. But now there's only one thing that they have to reflect, which is the Seraphine ultimate, right? And if they get hit by Moonlight Vigil, then that's a different problem, right? Um, but I mean, if I'm Little Fa, a lot of these team fights are going to be dictated about like if he can get the good reflect on the Seraphine ult and potentially turn a fight back onto sneaky calzones, because
Right.
like you were saying, Kevin, you have a bunch of melee champions that are be grouping up and trying to brawl you in a circle, but if they're all on top of each other and they get hit by a reflected Seraphine ultimate, all of a sudden now these champions that are diving onto you are going to be in exact like burst range and kill threat range. So it's going to be tough for cheeky calzones. I mean, for Kutas on the Seraphine, they have to be very particular about their Seraphine ult timings. Otherwise, the team fight that they might be in an advantageous position might be turned immediately on themselves. So we'll have to see. And as we go into spectator delay, I'm ready to go and get into this game.
Yeah, I'm hyped up. You and I are both hyped for our final cast of this season, Winter 2026 Bombies League. For all of us viewers, so all of our viewers and all of us on this side, very excited to bring you game one of the grand finals of Bombies Division. So we're going to jump to a quick break. So for everyone watching, just thank you again. And we'll be back soon with what will be an exciting start to this best of five Fearless series. See you soon. Risen Esports fans, we are back. It's Kevin Dunk, Arrow, and Three Eyes bringing you the Bombies Division Season 16 Winter Team Builder Grand Finals between the University of Memphis and Sneaky Calzones. Both teams already on the rip towards the rift. Great team comps, great decision making, and they just started the games as draft was crazy, but I'm sure the gameplay will be crazier. Arrow, this early game, I think they're gonna take it chill, but I mean, knowing these teams in Bombies, they like to fight early. But
For sure.
yeah, happy to hear your thoughts on what you think these two teams should do this game to achieve victory.
I mean, looking at Sneaky Calzones, they got that early ward onto Saf's Raptors there in the red sides on the blue side. Sorry, correct me. Um, And I mean, so right now it looks like both teams are going to be looking to path up the top. I mean, with Suavrico on this Wukong starting on their blue side and Saf starting with their red. I mean, they could go for a creative little 3 camp into bot lane here, but with that ward on Raptors, I mean, it would be on full vision for Sneaky Calzones to go. But something I do want to point out is that Jeeves does have exhaust on this Aatrox, and Nova does have ignite as well. So both top laners, Nova trying to be super aggressive with that ignite, and Jeeves, realizing what Nova wants to do and going for that exhaust early. So I kind of like the adaptation from the top laners here, both knowing each other and what they want to do. But in the mid lane here for Little Fa and Solsa, as we go to some setting changes here, but Little Fa on this Mel, I mean, with Diana, I mean, even though they are melee range, even though they are a melee champion, they have so many easy tools to close the gap onto somebody, onto a mage, onto a caster. I mean, I've done countless 1v1s against a Diana, and it's just really tough to keep your distance. So as long as Zulsa is within that kill threat range and is still dodging a few of these Mel abilities, they'll always have the threat of kill here, especially since they have the ignite here in the mid lane. So we'll have to see how well versed Zulsa is on this Diana pick. But ooh, big trades here up in the top lane. Jeeves is coming out on top so far, so looking good right now for Jeeves in the top lane. But I mean, as we're going back to bot, ooh, yeah, heavy trading here. It's rough here for the Ashe Taric lane against the double ranged right now.
Yeah, the double range is a big deal, but Nova Tyrant hit by the Umbral Chains, hit by Q1, taken very low, but the Rage Bar is almost available. Nameless, almost got hit by the Moonshot. Nova Tyrant is
my god,
single-digit HP outside of the Scarl. This is extremely dangerous for them. This is what I was talking about here, Arrow, is that it's not a real counter, right? Like, yes, you can get in his face, but Jeeves plays the spacing, abusing the range of the Darkened Blade, right? That's all you need to do against Nova Tyrant, but they see maybe... Yeah, Suavrico deciding to go for this gank. The top lane is very in favor of Jeeves. That means
Suave is now cut out.
There is priority. Yeah, Suavrico has to back off the scuttle or else they're going to die.
Nice.
So Jeeves getting that early top lane prio means they get to bully out Nova Tyrant, bully out the Wukong, and Suavrico might get double scuttled on. So a great start for the side of Memphis.
Yes, great start so far. I mean, even mid lane, Little Fa had prio in the mid lane, so the Mel was on the way. Solsa might be in trouble here.
Gank actually hit. Solsa hit by the wind becomes lightning, hit by the snare, hit by the knockup. They're taking so low, and the execute from the Searing Brilliance gets a Little Fa showing their brilliance in this game one. Solo
Zova might be in trouble here.
This top lane fight. Nova Tyrant taking solo, exhausted and
my
brought
goodness.
back to their death. The Infernal Chains is good, but now in the bot lane, Saf going for the scuttle, smites it away. Now getting jumped on by Suavrico, but now he's
now.
The double dazzle actually hits as Saf is just killing him with the spear. Suavrico is gonna have to flash out as well as Kutus runs away. Now Cyclocus getting run down. Flash forward from Nameless to flash away from Cyclocus, but he can't get away fast enough. And Memphis, what was a very chill start, just explode to life as they get 3 kills in the span of what I feel was like a minute. Both sides of the map, every laner just popping off to make the team fight work, and it's a 3-0 start up, 1.5k gold lead, and the game just started here, Arrow.
Wow, what a disaster here for Sneaky Calzones in the early game. I mean, Suavrico was first on the original top lane Scuttle Crab, but because they had no prio in either top or mid lane, they were forced to back off and back, so they run straight down the bot. But in the meantime, Saf goes in the mid lane, gets a kill onto Zulsa. Zulsa not respecting the damage and not opting not to flash it, so they die in that exchange. And then in the bot lane Scuttle, where Saf goes onto Suavrico, initially it was Suavrico and Kutaz on the roam there that got the initial pick onto Saf, but it was Little Fa roaming with Saf to get the huge dual root, and during that time, while they're buying the time, Yum leaves Nameless in the bot lane and roams up, and he lands a huge dazzle, like you were saying, Kevin, and then while that was happening, Cyclocus goes for a 1v1 against Nameless and dies. So it's just a huge big damage here, but yeah,
big damage, but like you said, Arrow, I mean,
it's a disaster.
Nameless, a huge disaster. Cyclocus was playing very far up, but they still went down because because Cyclo Ghost doesn't have PT, or say he
Oh
went
my
PTA,
god.
and just in the long fight, the lethal tempo eventually will outtrade. So Nameless, great initiative on that. They also had Barrier when Cyclo Ghost has cleanse, right? So that's another
Yeah.
combat summoner, another
Yeah.
skill that is in the favor of the Ashe and just runs down that early level of Philios, who has to
Mhm.
back with. We're both ADC mains. We know how bad this
Yeah.
feels. Backing with
Oh
just
yeah.
crit cloak and dagger.
Yeah,
So no
that looks
BS for
awful.
them. That's a rough back.
Yeah,
But
that is a terrible back, unfortunately. But
yeah.
I mean, they are still up, 14, well, like almost two whole waves. So a lot of this gold will still be somewhat even. But I mean, still feels bad moment here for Cycloclist, of course. But I mean, something I do want to point out is that no flash on this Aphelios, and Yum didn't expend their own flash in that previous exchange in bot lane. Oh gosh, this trade in top lane
Three
looks
almost
awful.
killed him. Cyclo Ghost
Just
now getting ganked, as it's going
another
to be a
4v4 down here.
4v4. This
Uh-oh.
is the psychotic tendencies I like to see in this game one. They're just straight up 4v4
Solsa
in
does have
it.
6.
Solsa does have a 6, does have the Moonfall, but no, the Wukong doesn't. Will Sap go for the steal.
Yum.
One for the dazzle, the stun.
Oh, they
It
steal
gets
it!
the steal. Now they hit level 6 for the Crescent Guard. Zolsa gets a huge pull back, though. Can they kill the Xinjiao in
Oh.
time? It's a double for Zolsa as they flash out. Now Suave Rico on top of Nameless. Little Faw trying to peel, but
Wait,
Suave
Suave is a
Rico
little-
is just alone
far.
here. Gets caught by the Solar Snare, and they can't do a damn thing as they get run down. The side of Cyclocust, and Kutus, they had no mana, they had no resources to keep fighting that, and it ends up the Wukong being a bit too aggressive, but now in the top side, maybe Jeeves bit off a bit more they can chew as they get ignited. Nova Tyrant getting those aggressive tendencies off, the ignite ticking, but not killing. Nova Tyrant gets the bear trap for the solo kill. Ulti not needed in that fight.
Nameless.
And now on the bot side, Kutus turns back around, gets some big damage on Nameless as Cyclo Ghost, able to heal off the wave. I mean, hey, this game is explosive in all the right ways as Sneaky Calzones bring it back. The gold lead now less than 1,000. Solsa jumping in, getting the electrocute. Ooh, big damage. That was a Mel that already backed and went to the lane, right? There's no TP available.
Yeah.
Solsa really pushing that 2-1 lead with the aggression. They bought the Dark Seal, baby. They're in it to win it.
Yeah, I think they'll probably get their back off, and I think this is a cannon wave, so I don't think Zulsa will be able to push in and punish Little Fa too hard, especially with one of the early season changes or the new season changes being the home guards now. So I think Little Fa, yes, they took a trade, but they were able to push the wave in. Yes, it is a cannon wave, so they're not going to lose too much off that initial trade, so they'll be okay. But yeah, in that dragon fight, it looked pretty good for Mem there. I mean, they all walked in together and got Staff stole away the dragon there, so they do earn themselves the first dragon. But I think Yum went a little too deep trying to catch out this Aphelios with no flash, like I pointed out earlier. But I mean, it's something else that I don't wanted to point out is that in that team fight, Cycloclist on the Aphelios had red-white guns. So the usual saying is red-white don't fight. So Cycloclist does pop off a little bit in that team fight, but it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think MM is still going to be happy. They are going to pick up the Void Grubs, and they're keeping up the pace of the game. But I mean, something that we haven't really talked about is in terms of both team comps, who outscales who. I mean, as the game gets later and later, I mean, which comp would you rather play out, Kevin? Because if I had to say, I mean. Oh, wait, top lane here.
There's Nova Tyrant taking this 1v1. He doesn't have
my
that
God.
The World Ender ends him as Jeeves just picks up a solo kill, but in the mid lane, Little Fa gets the shield from the rebuttal, but it doesn't reflect anymore, baby. It's a shutdown for Zulsa, popping the ignite to get the kill. Little Fa even flashed away from that, so what a great solo bolo on both sides. Sneaky Calzone's getting it for mid, and Jeeves, the hunter, the star player, one of the star players amongst many on Memphis, but now getting
I don't think you win this.
mid. Exhaust used as well as he's healing off the clone. Jeeves, does he have enough damage with that Deathbringer stance? He's actually healing a ton.
Wait, Nova still has her ultimate. They can ult in here.
Yeah, like you said, Kled has ulti, but they have to get in range. Suave Rico is waiting for their cooldowns, chunked out by another auto, but is going to survive. I think Jeeves knows that Kled has the ulti available.
Burn
Flash out from Cyclo
no
because they're getting ganked. Healed invested as well as the ward spots Jeeves, but he still gets hit by the ultimate, and I think he's likely dead here, killed by the aggressive tendencies. But in the bot lane, it's Cyclocus trying to turn it around, almost kills Yum, but can't do it with the Moonlight Vigil. Now Kutu's getting run down. Saf under turret tanking is going to trade their life, and they almost survive. But on the other side, the root, the double beat drop makes them drop as Kutus picks up a double there, rooting the Ashe under turret for the turret to warm up. Is this bombies, baby? Those turrets heat up quickly, and that was a great 2-for-1 in the bot lane, meaning, I mean, Kutu's picking up the kills isn't great, but I mean, hey, as support, Seraphine, you're happy to get that money.
Yeah, you'll take that. You'll take that trade most of the time. Unfortunately, Safi autos the tower and doesn't get the final damage to kill the Seraphine, so they both go down in that extended trade. But I mean, I think the damage is done. I mean, they got this. They burned both the flashes of Aphelios and Seraphine with Yum's dazzle, and they themselves again don't even flash. So Cyclocus and Kota's no flash while while the Shinzao was still coming in, so it was just an easy gank setup there for both for the side of Mem. But I mean, again, with bot lane having no flash, this is an easy regank opportunity here for Saf, and with flash still up for Yum, so they could still do the flash dazzle combo. But something else that I kind of want to point out in the mid lane, I think Littlefall is having a little bit of a harder time against this Diana now, with Diana having kill threat and the Storm Surge available for them. So I mean, we'll have to keep an eye out for Littlefall in the mid lane. They were doing pretty good in the early game, but right now with Diana having more items, more damage, it's looking a little rough here for Diana as they're invading and looking for a dive bot here, I think.
Yeah, maybe this is a 4-man play on bot because Xinjiao and Mel spotted out Yum, rooted up. Cycle goes hitting him, and the jump in, the flash away. Yum just barely alive as the Moonfall was invested. Cosmic Radiance countering the the dive here. Interesting. Maybe they were a bit scared of the flash forward from maybe something like
Jeeves
a
is
Wukong
here.
or the Mel. Yeah, Jeeves is here. He does have the Unleashed Teleport, and Nova Tyrant does not. So they're going to use that member advantage to get this second dragon, which is absolutely amazing for the side of Memphis that is on 2 dragons now at a very early point in the game. Yes, Jeeves will have to back, but I believe they have TP to make it to the turret, so I don't even think Nova Tyrant can get that much off of it. Maybe they don't have the TP, actually. So Nova Tyrant's going to get a lot of free time with this turret and chunk it down. But hey, 2 dragons for the side of Memphis. But Sneaky Calzones, with that free time, get the gold lead.
Yeah, that was a big commitment there for Jeeves to roam down and ensure that they get the second dragon of the game. I kind of like it though. I mean, Jeeves is still up a lot of CS, and they do have their completed Eclipse already here in the top lane. So I mean, I think that was a little bit of a easy sack for them, and to ensure that their team gets the dragon there, and they also had the just numbers advantage there. But Zulsa did pop their
wait,
Jeeves
top
is in
lane.
trouble here.
Swabrico in the mix as we see the charge go in. It hits Jeeves for max
Zulsa's
damage,
here
and
too.
Nova Tyrant's just ripping him apart. Swabrico turns it around and they kill him as the gank from the Diana comes through. But now on the bot side, Cyclocus trying to fight as Kutus gets killed, knocked up by Saf, and now Saf is tearing apart the Aphelios. The wind becomes lightning is good, and one more Chakram is just barely not going to do it, as it was so close for Cyclocus to get both kills, but he just could not do it. So on the bot side, 2 fall. On the top side, the Aatrox falls, but somehow they actually killed the Taric in that fight. Now Zaf looking aggressive, has the ulti, has the flash. Will they go for it? Flash, Moonfall whiffs, as Littlefall does pop the rebuttal, just a stunt on him. And bot lane tier 1 actually survives for the side of Sneaky Calzones, and the top lane tier 1 goes down for Memphis. So it's going to be Nova Tyrant and Swabrico taking a lot of gold from that first turret kill.
I think Jeeves got the first turret before they got 1v3 there. So Jeeves will still have most of that first turret gold, but still getting a turn at this point in the game, still pretty good for them. I mean, the gold lead, I mean, what once was like almost a 2k gold lead is now a 500 gold lead for the side of Sneaky Calzone. So they've very easily fought themselves back into this game, and they're looking pretty good. But I mean, that entire play, I mean, Cyclocus in that bot lane gank, had red white again, so they were able to take out Yum before Saf, ended up taking them down later. But so far, I mean, even though they are getting ganked and dying, I mean, they're still trading back kills in these plays. Jeeves did go down in the 1v3, dying for that first tower gold, but in the mid lane, Littlefall does get a few plates in the mid lane, but not enough to kind of justify the death of Jeeves in the top lane and the trade kill of bot. So right now, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job right now and just invading their topside red and taking space right now. But we'll have to see how this next dragon fight is going to play out, or this next herald fight in 10 seconds is going to play out. I mean, they're all sitting here ready for it.
Yep, the entire team of Sneaky Calzones is walking up. They do clear vision together, so no picks here. Excuse me. Zulsa doesn't have TP though.
Yeah.
And they're just going to go for that bot side turret, and they do secure it. Little Fought doesn't have TP either, so they're going to match. So it's going to be a 4v4 up here. But I think without the Diana, Sneaky is actually a lot less strong. As
they're going on
completely
whiffed.
whiffed. Nova Tyrant jumped on the Cosmic Radiance, invested as Wukong is just knocked up, stunned up, and I think killed as Suave Rico gets the Mikhails for the cleanse. Cosmic Radiance now gone as Nova Tyrant gets almost dragged back by the chains, and multiple ultimates used for both sides. I think literally everybody whiffed their ulti or used it, and both sides just don't give up a single thing. As now from the mid lane, Cyclocust is moving up. Can they take this fight with their very strong feeler? Suave Rico looking for it. Yum is in the bush though, stopping it. As
Nameless
is gonna blow up Nameless with the full combo. Storm Surge not even needed, I think, as the Moonfall is huge. The Cyclocust flashes forward with Suave Rico. So Yum gets a shield, but the Moonlight Vigil hits and just a little bit more.
Saf's in trouble now.
Gets the kill. Now Zolsa jumping on Saf, who doesn't have. He does have the ulti, but it doesn't go off fast enough, and the knockback doesn't happen as Zolsa was in melee range anyway, and they're gonna pick up another kill for their team. This Diana is creating all the placement now. Jeeves looking for Cyclocust. He types it out. The charge in, and Jeeves doesn't have the ultimate. He flashes away, but he's still gonna get caught. He tries to heal up a little bit more, but he can't do it. Golden Eclipse actually kills two, as it was Suave Rico diving a bit too far, and the mark was on the Seraphine. So in the end, it is just a 2-for-2. Little Fought gets out by the skin of their teeth. But I think so far, I can't even tell you where this play went. Most of the gold, I think, went to Sneaky, but Memphis hitting back hard as well.
I mean, the biggest winner out of all of this is Zolsa. They're now 7-1 on this Diana, almost 200 or almost 2,000 gold up on their lane opponent, and they're popping off right now. They just, they got the bot tower, roamed up to mid, got a kill onto Nameless on this Ashe, and then they're about to get another kill.
The dazzle hits, but the damage from Zolsa is just better. The stun means nothing because this Diana just rips through your entire team. Zolsa didn't even invest ulti for that kill, so they have it for this team fight. Tarek's not going to be up for about 16 seconds. They need to fight now if Sneaky Calzones want this. They don't have the charge. They do have the Cyclone. Kutus also has the Encore. This is going to be a big fight for both sides.
Oh man, yeah, Little Fought has a lot of work to do to poke out the members of Sneaky Calzones to kind of dissuade them, but all ultimates are available.
Jeeves is looking for Kutus, who gets locked up by the chains, barely gets out of range, and now Nova Tyrant looking, but the Q3 misses. Zolsa is in range. A huge encore into the Moonfall, kills two instantly, and now in the backline, it's not a world ender, it's your own world ended, as Suave Rico picks that one up, and now Nameless is the only one here, running away from the entire squad of Sneaky Calzones. What a beautiful combo. Cyclocust investing the cleanse and the onslaught to get closer. The volley just doesn't get the slow, and now Cyclocust runs them down with the help of Kutus as Nameless gets the stun, gets the berry, gets the Cosmic Radiance, but it's not enough as Cyclocust kills him. Kutus, nice kill secure as Cyclocust is going to run him down with the red, green, and the red, white. Another Chakram to the face, gets the ace, and it's going to be the team fight. The dragon, the kills, all in favor of Sneaky Calzones. What a great play from Zolsa and Kutus.
That was an aggressive, aggressive space take there from Jeeves. They do earn themselves the space, but it was Suave Rico on this Wukong engaging with their ultimate. Wait,
Cyclocust might be dead here. He's trying to turn this. The turn is huge. The green-white DPS, but he gets hit with the solar snare. But there's no Radiant Barrage. That's Cyclocust trying to kite out, gets dragged back by the chains and gets knocked down by
the TP coming in here for Nova.
I think it's just a bit too late for Nova Tyrant. That's a long cooldown used. Arrow used as well, but I mean, that's a lot shorter than the empowered TP for top laners. So I think Cyclocust just got a bit too hypey, tried to stunt on him, and ends up dying in the process. But I love the confidence, my man.
Kutus is in deep in enemy territory right now, but I don't think Saf saw them, so they will back and get away with their life. But yeah, man, that Dragon team fight was huge there for the side of Sneaky Calzones. Seraphine lands a huge ultimate because, as Mel, you can't W while you're knocked up by Wukong, unfortunately. So they combo their ultimates together perfectly and get a huge teamfight win for themselves and get the third dragon of the game. It's going to be Mountain Soul this game. So they're going to get 4 if they do end up getting the dragon or the Mountain Dragon Soul. They will have 4 stacks of it, which is going to be huge for themselves. But it was a huge team fight win, and again, it's just it was Jeeves that built the space and got them with the positioning onto Dragon, which was huge for themselves. But unfortunately, they didn't have the the anti-dive tool in this Taric, because Taric died right before the Dragon, unfortunately, because Solsa popped them like a balloon. So their only anti-dive tool was this Mel, but unfortunately they get knocked up by the Wukong, and they end up going down in that team fight. So it was just an easy team fight win for Sneaky Calzones. And right now, I mean, the game looks so in control for Sneaky Calzones. I mean, they're playing this mid lane wave. They're getting position and getting warding for this Baron soon. So and they have plenty of Baron damage with this Aphelios, with this Diana.
The top side.
Yeah, little fought.
Rico getting rooted, taking a lot of damage from that Radiant volley. They're playing a 2-2-1 comp, but I don't think Nova Tyrant wins this 1v1, just trying to clear wave with the Titanic. Actually got Jeeves the Hunter pretty low, but Rift Herald is used on this mid-tier 1 here, Arrow. I'm not sure. Actually, Saf is driving it in. I think it's going to go down here, but he's in a pretty risky position. Will Saf go down too?
Oh, I mean, they have numbers.
Encore used, but so does the Arrow. The Mikhails is a bit late as Cycle Ghost is trying to run away, and they actually go down, but they get a huge amount of damage on Yum. Cosmic Radiance activated for that immunity, and now Swab Rico getting chased down by Saf. Bot lane now also fighting. Nova Tyrant losing the 1v1. And just across the map, it is
Zolsa's behind them. Zolsa's
losing, but now Zolsa, the superhero, can they turn this around? They jump on the Ashe. The flash away from the Taric as Saf looks for the escape. They're all scattered like flies, but now I think Zolsa's going to pick this one up. Yeah, the Ignite invested, the Moonfall blows him up, and it's another one given to the Diana, but the Diana can't be everywhere at once, and it's the top lane, the bot laners, both going down respectively for the side of Sneaky Calzone, and Zolsa only gets one back. That was 2 turrets and 2 kills for Memphis, and Sneaky Calzones literally only got that single kill.
Yeah, not bad here for Memphis there. Great play. I mean, it was a little bit of a questionable drive into the tower there for Saf, but it ends up netting them 2 kills, or I think at least it was like at least a kill onto Aphelios there. So yeah, I mean, it was an interesting play. I mean, like you correctly pointed out, Kevin, he's like, Zolsa on this Diana can't be everywhere, unfortunately. So they end up trying to salvage the play in mid lane. Everyone flashes away from the scary Diana, and rightfully so. So I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they get 2 towers. They do they do grab the gold lead back a little bit. It's still 3k gold at this point in the game, but I mean, ideally at the end of that play, Saf doesn't go down, and potentially they could threaten Baron with I think Suave Rico also went down in that play. So with no jungler on the side of Sneaky Calzones, potentially you could go play for a Baron there, but I mean, they probably don't want to group up for this giant Diana to pop them like a balloon. So at the end of the day, nothing, a few kills and some gold back into the pockets of Mem there, but yeah, great play. But like, look at this vision into the red side jungle of Mem. It's like they have full vision, and right now it looks like they're going for a Baron take for Mem.
Oh my god, this is Memphis with their macro. Call it macro Memphis. I mean, they're just rushing this going, and it's gonna go down. The Ashe still has damage. The Mel is good on it, so is the Aatrox. That's a second dragon for Baron trade. What a play from Memphis to take that.
Yeah, they'll take that trade every 9 times out of 10. If it was Soul Point, that maybe you would be a little more okay. But this is the payout of them committing so much to get those first 2 dragons of the game. This is so they have the time to trade objectives, because the second dragon of the game doesn't really matter, or the second dragon for Sneaky Calzones doesn't really matter. So getting the Baron in exchange for the second dragon doesn't mean too much for the side of Mem, and they'll take that trade, because now with this Baron they can opt to look for plays on they can look to pressure side lanes like they just did, and right now they're looking for the fight right now.
Suave Rico jumps in with the cycle, and the flash forward. Cycle goes, but
forward.
a huge cosmic radiance as it's going to be Cycle Ghost getting too aggressive and going down to the Mel. Suave Rico jumping back in, they can't get the kill, and they kill Zolsa, who doesn't even get a chance to hold the encore. Hits multiple members, but Suave Rico can't get in range, and goes down to the Radiant volley once again. What I thought was a great engage was just a bit too far as Suave Rico and Cycle Ghost get too hypey. They jump into the Taric ulti. They can't get a single kill off of that fight, and it's Memphis just running the town with them, and now they have Baron, and they're gonna wreck the base.
Oh man, I mean, I think that was a great play from Mem. They take the Baron, and then knowing that wait,
Kutu's under some threat here. Can they root up Jeep? They cannot fast enough, as they're gonna go
man,
down.
Is this the game? No way.
This is only one member. I think Cyclogos is gonna be back up fast enough, but Nova Tyrant trying to clear the waves and not doing much. But that's the tier 3 turrets for both top and mid getting shattered, and it's now a 3k gold lead in favor of Memphis. Sneaky Calzones, after, getting second Dragon, trading that for Baron, they lose the team fight everywhere as Zulsa was just not in range to follow up with their team, and that means
Yeah.
the entire team goes down.
Yeah, they kind of lost their minds after that play. Because what I was gonna say is that after the Baron, after Mem get the Baron, they take that and they take that top lane wave and go get their top lane tower. So I mean, at the extended trade is them getting a lot more gold into their pocket. And at the end of the day, I think they were only down maybe 2K or 1K or 1 to 2K gold. But Sneaky Calzones, they go to answer the top lane wave, and they try to get a little bit more and try and punish the missing members of Mem there. But just the three members of Nameless or just the three members of Little Fa, Yum, and Saf was enough to take down the 3v3 because also, like you said, Kevin, wasn't there. So wait, Jeeves might be in trouble
some
here.
danger. Crescent Strike hits,
Jeeves
the
is in
Q3
very big
misses,
trouble.
the dash used as well. Moonfall invested the Encore.
Oh no,
He gets
the
flashed
flash!
into the Ignite as well, as the flash away is not enough from Jeeves, as he just flashed into his own death, and it's going to be a great pick on the side lane from Zulsa, from Kutus, but that's 2 ultis down. Oh, sir, 3 as Suave Rico invested the Cyclone as well. Cycle Ghost is against 3 members by themselves. The Mel has the ulti to reflect the Infernum ult. Can they clear this wave fast enough? I think they can. It's just Xinjiao away as Kutus goes with a flash snare and it doesn't get anything. Now Yum, caught out of place, has to flash themselves.
Rico's here.
For support
Where's
flashing,
Saf?
trading flashes. Saf is, he's farming topside jungle, man. That's not his problem.
Okay.
It's gonna be Sneaky Calzones looking for a play on maybe the wrong target, but Yum getting a bit too scared as well, getting rid of their flash in the process.
They'll take the kill onto Aatrox. It kind of stuffed the momentum that Mem had there, unfortunately. So Jeeves, unfortunately, their flash not angled at the right way and still gets clipped by the Seraphine Encore there. So they do go down in the side lane. So I mean, a little more gold back into the pockets of Sneaky Calzones, and they do stuff the Baron play. I mean, at that point, I think the Baron was running out. So nothing too big loss there at the end of the play. So the next big objective will be this dragon. But yeah, I mean, like I do have to say, like 2 or 3 minutes ago, we were saying that Sneaky Calzones full control of the game, almost 5K gold up, and now I mean, look where we are, Kevin. I mean, the gold lead is completely flipped, and Mem's back in with that gold lead there, and they're looking pretty good. But right now, I mean, I think this next dragon is going to be pretty crucial because it's going to be soul point for either team if either team gets it. So we'll have to see what they want to do. Oh,
wait, Zulsa finds a pick on mid lane. Nameless almost getting picked. Just barely survives that Storm Surge with the barrier, but has to burn flash, has to burn barrier. Now Zulsa has no ulti, has no flash for this fight. Kled is on the top wave. He has the
Zulsa still has...
I mean, maybe they're going for this. The Encore hits 2 into the Cyclone. Do they have enough damage, though? Zulsa jumping in, but not doing enough. Cosmic Radiance invested as Jeeves is still healthy. Suave Rico flashed away. The Zon is invested from Zulsa. Can Cyclone get through the pump? I don't think he can, as now it's the TP from Nova, as it's going to be Suave Rico 1v1 again, losing it. Now Kutu's getting knocked up. The knock-up on a Cyclone, because it's a double for Jeeves as he's hunting him down. It's a triple. Is it going to be a quadra for this Aatrox? It is not, as it's going to be taken away by Littlefa, but that fight was massive for Memphis, and I think that means game 1's gonna go to them. What a crazy fight. They win the 4v5 because multiple ultis were just used on the wrong people. Zulsa, the best player, the best performing champion in this entire game, uses it on the lone Ashe, and that means the rest of the team gets to play. Memphis taking what was a pretty back and forth game 1, now in a commanding last team fight. Banger League of Legends for this game 1 here, era, as they're gonna shatter the Nexus and bring us to game 2.
Off the back of a take that was in trade for the second dragon for Sneaky Calzones, they take that Baron, they take that advantage and just snowball it into a victory for themselves. What a play there for Mem. It looked so bad for them at some point with Zulsa on this Diana just running around the map killing everybody and working together with their team. I mean, we saw a glimpse of how these team fights would play out with Wukong and the Seraphine working together to knock up the Mel to prevent the Mel from reflecting, and it was just like easy team fight win after team fight win. But at some point it just became members of Sneaky Calzones just weren't together at the right times, and their coordination was off. And it was that top lane play that kind of doomed themselves. Cyclocus flashing over the wall to like try and deal damage, but it was right as the Taric ultimate was coming in, so a lot of their damage gets negated, unfortunately, in that team fight. So, and with those losses, it just kind of snowballed out of control. And then especially in that last dragon fight, Zorsa on that Diana going in on the Ashe, and they do almost chunk them and almost kill them. And at that point, it kind of looks good. It's like, oh, okay, maybe we can take a fight because they're now down a member. But at that point in the game, the most important member, or like Mem being down their 80 carry isn't like that isn't their carry, unfortunately. It's Jeeves on this Aatrox and Littlefall on this Mel that are going to be the two biggest damage killers. So they try they try to engage onto, I think it was a Jeeves and Saf there in a short trade there, and they couldn't burst them. They couldn't burst either of them. And with Saf, finishing their death stance and having that Maw and Malmortius, they don't go down. And then as soon as they pop ultimate, a lot of that damage just gets negated as well. So they just didn't have the damage. And potentially Jeeves also exhausted the Diana as well, or exhausted somebody. So a lot of that burst damage that you wish you had to pop a member and win the team fight outright afterwards just wasn't there. So great play or great game here from them. They were down a lot of gold at some point in the game, and they fight back and take the game back out of the hands of Sneaky Calzones.
What a game one from Memphis. I mean, that's sneaky. I mean, you call them sneaky calzones, but that was a sneaky Baron here, Arrow.
It was a
I mean,
sneaky Baron.
that Baron heist turned the game around. They had so much momentum, and yes, you could, get second dragon, stop them from getting soul, but that's nothing compared to the huge gold influx. I think, like you said, it was like a 4 or 5k gold swing in the favor of Memphis after they took down multiple turrets, and they took, I think, a fight afterwards. And I get what Sneaky Calzones were trying to do, but I think you gotta pause the wombo combo to focus on something that matters, right?
Right.
For everybody who, I don't know if you still remember that post game screen there, Arrow, but Nameless's Ashe did the second least damage in the game next to
Yeah.
Taric, and
Mhm.
Zolska burned Flash, Ignite, and Ulti on this guy who's not contributing to the team fights in meaningful terms of damage, right? And Sneaky Calzones have the wombo combo comp, but if you wombo combo the wrong guy at the wrong time, it doesn't really work afterwards. And the Cosmic Radiance from Yum was timed so great in every team fight, I think, and Jeeves was just unleashed, just unkillable, right? So great plays from Memphis, great macro as well as micro. I think Zolska has a lot to be proud of on the Diana, but hey man, it's just one mistake in League of Legends that might make it count, right? And make it so that the game ends and not in your favor. So Sneaky Calzones showed a lot of what they can do, but they'll have to clean it up for game 2 if they want to run it back. So I'm hyped to see both teams play this well. Um, but you're gonna have to play a little bit better if you want to win.
For
So
sure.
with that, I think we have a note that we're gonna jump to a quick break as these teams get ready for game 2. Arrow, so happy to be here for this wonderful game 1, and I'm sure game 2 will bring us just as much excitement. For everyone still watching Risen Esports, thank you for joining us of game 1 of Grand Finals in Bombies. But we're gonna be back soon for game 2 draft. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back to all of our viewers. We are back from the break. It's Bommies Winter 2016. Oh, sorry, 2016, 2026. Man, that game sent me back 10
Oh
years
my
with
goodness.
how many fights there was. Season 16,
Oh man.
2026. Winter Team Builder. It's Kevin Dunk and Arrow backed up by Three Eyes on production to take you to the grand finals, baby. It's Memphis, the University of versus Calzones, Sneaky. What a game one here, Arrow, as both teams were firing, I think, on all cylinders. But I think
Yeah.
we're going to jump straight into the draft for game two as the teams have been waiting and they are getting ready. So, yeah, any final thoughts about game one before we jump into the draft for game two here, Arrow?
I mean, it was quite literally a back and forth game. So much fighting in that early game. I know you called it out in the beginning, where it's like it's in a span of 1 minute there was like what 3 or 4 kills. So, a lot there was a lot to like about that game. I mean, Saf looks pretty good in this jungle. They had that pretty pivotal double scuttle into like a kill in mid lane into a skirmish win in the bot lane. So I mean, so far so good. I mean, but for the shiny sneaky calzones, they fought and clawed their way back into that game, and then they found themselves ahead as well. So they found themselves almost 5K gold, and unfortunately, it was the Baron take and the Baron trade for the side of Mem that kind of just flipped the game on its head. And unfortunately for sneaky calzones, they just found themselves in the wrong spot at the wrong times, and it just ended up being a University of Memphis win for them. So. So far, I mean, I'm loving what I see. I mean, we're seeing kind of what we expected out of these players. Jeeves in this top lane is going to be, a huge pressure point for Sneaky Calzones, and I love that Nova on their Clud was, taking the fight to them. They were doing their best, and they did go down, but it felt like Jeeves would get a kill, and all of a sudden Nova would get a kill, and then Jeeves would get a kill, and Nova. It was just a constant back and forth. So I love what I saw in game number one, and I hope we get that in game number two.
Absolutely. I mean, for everyone watching, this is a draft, not a draft league, but like a
Kevin,
average rank team. But oh, that might mean
Kevin,
Lucian is open. That is
Veigar.
something to be hyped about here, Arrow. But I
Yes,
was just going to
yes.
say, shout outs to the side of Nova Tyrant. I called him Little Tyrant by accident once in that late game fight, but Nova Tyrant for putting up a great fight, right? Like this is
Yeah,
a team where it's like the average rank, right? And now from what I see, Nova Tyrant's a platinum player, and they're playing against a master, and they solo killed him a couple times, right? Like that's pretty
yep,
impressive. But like we said, you do have to play just as well in every game if you want that result. As University of Memphis are going to lock in this misfortune, maybe predicting that Sneaky Calzones are going to go for the Lucian. I'm not too
yeah,
sure,
potentially. I
but
mean, I know personally. I mean, I'm sure Kevin, you also know as well. But MF is pretty hard to play into as a Lucian.
yeah.
She does. I think she slightly outranges you, and then she has a quicker, or she has an easier time, poking with that Q and being able to trade back some of that damage. So
Hmm.
I kind of like this pickup here, and it's just draft adaptation again. They know they dropped the Lucian ban in favor of this Veigar ban, and now they have to play with the mindset that Sneaky Calzones are going to pick up this Lucian, but they are going to opt to take the Talia and Rakan here. This Talia can be a flex between jungle and I believe mid lane as well, but I would be pretty surprised if like, or no, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into the jungle here for Suave Rico. I mean, they do have a couple of games on it, but ooh man, like it's already looking pretty bad for this bot lane. I mean, MF Leona is one of the tougher bot lane duos, and especially since you blind picked Rakan. I know Leona is typically a counter pick for Rakan, so um, it's not looking too good in draft for this bot lane, but we'll see what they want to pair with this Rakan to kind of. Oh,
Okay, that is I mean the shoes on the other foot now as it's going to
or
be
wait,
I think this might be a counterpick Pantheon mid. I could see it,
or
but
yeah, I could
Memphis
see it too.
Memphis now have the Wombo combo in their hands, right? They have the solar
Yeah,
flare bullet time into the spin to win. I mean,
yeah,
it's something like I don't know if
yeah,
Memphis just feels so confident in their ability to win team fights, but I do like that they're aggressive with their champions, and now you have another player that you have to shut down, right? It's not just Jeeves anymore. It's also
yeah.
Little Foss. So great I mean, great picks from them just for, viewer entertainment, but I think great in the fact that they don't have to dig so deep in that fearless draft
For
later
sure,
because
yeah.
now they've, picked something crazy. But second round of bans, we're going to see a Camille, obviously, for Jeeves, who, did take over that game. Oh, no, Lucian banned, unfortunately. But
No.
yeah, like you said, it could be a flex of the Pantheon mid, top, or jungle, or maybe even
Yeah,
Talia mid
yeah.
or jungle. So
Right,
I'm
right.
interested to see what Sneaky Calzones do with this.
Yeah, I mean they have so many options that they can work with here, but I mean I do like Pantheon. I mean I think you correctly pointed it should be a counter to Katarina. This Katarina should have a tougher time doing their spin to win ideal things, but um but as you're saying, I mean, I think Talia would struggle into a Katarina matchup. I mean, yes, it is range versus melee, but as soon as Katarina, kind of gets most of their abilities and gets that shunpo, it's gonna be pretty hard for Talia to lock them down. I mean, it would be pretty lucky, seismic shove to interrupt Katarina and get them stunned. But if you have a Pantheon to stun them and to lock them in place first, then this Talia can do that seismic shove combo to kind of get the job done there. But I
Yeah.
like this Yasuo ban because Yasuo has been picked by Cyclocus in the bot lane here. But something I wanted to bring up in game number one, but I just didn't have the time to, is that I thought it was going to be a Yasuo kind of game with the Diana with the Wukong, but they opted to go with the Aphelios. But Kindred going to be picked up here, and
That
this throws
that's a
another
champion.
wrench into the flex pool game that we have going on here. So is that a Pantheon top then? Because
I
surely this
think
is not a
so.
Kindred 80 carry. Surely this is the I played this once or twice in my lifetime, and I did enjoy my time playing it. But I don't think it's. Oh my god,
Oh,
what
what
is
is
this
going
draft, Kevin?
on?
Kevin, what do we got? What is all of this going on with?
This is both teams trying to say, "Hey, I can outpick you on the crazy." Katarina Tryndamere is like my solo queue teams when
Oh
I'm in
man.
bronze. But
Oh
University of
man.
Memphis are a lot better than I am, so they must have something cooking here with this mid
Oh
and even
yeah.
jungle.
I
Yeah,
need
that
a.
must be a jungle Mordecai Tryndamere.
I gotta look at some OP. Oh my, what? Or no, Jungle Mordekaiser maybe as well. Oh man, I clearly I am not well versed with top lane matchups and the such, but there's a lot of flex picking going on around here because I think you're right. Kevin Tryndamere and Mord can be jungle top, so that it just depends on what the matchup is. But I imagine Pantheon if this. Oh wait, no. It is a Kindred 80 carry.
Oh
It
my god.
is a Kindred 80 carry. Oh my god. I would have never thought this would never see the light of day, but
Are we sure? Maybe is it Talia AP carry bot and
oh
Kindred
maybe.
jungle?
Oh
I
man.
don't know what these teams are doing, but let's see here. We got a
Let me
message. It is
okay.
Kindred 80 carry. We do
It
have a
is Kindred
confirmation.
80 carry.
Holy
Oh
moly.
man. Panth mid, Kindred 80 carry, Talia jungle. Yes, but I mean, both of these teams are sorting out their picks right now, but Tryndamere jungle and Mordekaiser top. Okay. Wow. What a game number two draft, Kevin. We
Okay.
were talking about like, yeah, I hope game number two is just as exciting. Just from draft. This is so exciting. Look at all of it. Like, wow. I actually okay. Objectively speaking, this Malphite pick is very good because a lot of the damage from the side of University of Memphis is AD damage, except for Katarina and Mordekaiser. But I realistically Mordekaiser won't be ulting the Malphite. Um, I I'm not sure, but so Malphite can just stack a bunch of armor and be pretty effective into most members of University of Memphis, as Misfortune isn't one of those tank killing type of champions. But something else, another interaction that I do want to pick out is that Mordekaiser, when they if they ult Kindred while they are in their Lamb's Respite ultimate, the Lamb's Respite doesn't not go into the Death Realm. So if Kindred is low HP and they press their ultimate, when Mordekaiser ults them, they are dead. So
Oh my gosh, that's
there's a
attack.
lot to like here. But and the other interaction is that Pantheon E, I think, can block Mordekaiser ultimate. I think.
Really? Really?
I
Oh, I didn't know
believe
that.
it can. I believe it can. So I could be wrong, but I believe that it blocks it. But if I am wrong, then we'll find out in the game. But man, there's so much to like about these. But I mean, it's crazy compositions all around right now.
Yeah, crazy indeed. both teams are just coming out swinging, and I don't know what
Yeah,
type of swinging they're doing because this is not
it's
boxing, this is not kickboxing,
no.
it's not karate. This is like two drunk guys fighting on the street
Yeah,
type
this is street
fighting.
fights right here. A bar fight for sure,
This
right?
this is a bar fight. Like they're picking
Yeah.
such unmeta picks, right? These are champions that don't really have a lot of matchup knowledge. I do think this does work in the favor of Memphis because the Mordekaiser top against the Malphite top is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Like Nova
Yeah.
Tyrant, already wasn't doing great in the early laning. They did well to kind of run it back and get some kills, but they weren't in control. And now Mordekaiser gets to bonk on the Malphite, who's gonna likely have to try to build MR.
Yeah, that's
But on
true.
the side
Yeah.
of Sneaky Calzones, like the Kindred AD carry, I've never seen this ever being played in a league. I
Uh-huh.
don't know how it works, but it might be better. And Pantheon just has like a guaranteed stun to cancel the Katarina, cancel the Misfortune. They
Yeah.
can block so much damage. And Talia, I think, does a lot of work here against the
Oh man.
Leona and Tryndamere engage if that's were to happen. So both teams I think have like specific counters to each other, but I'm not sure how each one works as a whole. Like the team fights, Memphis doesn't really have an engage outside of Leona, right? So if
Right.
Yub's not there, nothing's gonna happen. Versus Sneaky Calzones, they have like four champions, they can just like click a button and run at you.
Yeah, I mean, they might not need a team fight. They might just play the 1-3-1 and just spread you across the map. I mean, Tryndamere, Mordekaiser are two of the premier like split push champions, of course, right? So they have like Mordekaiser can easily make a 1v3 into a 1v1 and easily into a 1v2 as well, right? After the fact, right? But there's a lot. I mean, you are right. If they want to snap engage for a team fight, they have a Leona ultimate that can be flashed easily or blocked or whatever, right? And it's going to be hard for them to start team fights, but for them, if they can spread you around the map and just wait in bushes and wait for you to walk into them, then they don't need to have the big engage button, right? But versus on the side of Sneaky Calzones, you have the Malphite ultimate, you have the Pantheon ultimate, you have the Talia wall, so you can slowly start a team fight, or as in the Malphite sense, they can just snap engage, start a team fight with the Rakan as well on top of them, but. I mean, I as much as I love Kindred and as much as I think they could be an AD carry in the bot lane, I don't think Kindred against a MF Leona is going to have a very good time. I mean, eventually they'll outrange you with, a few stacks, but since they are stuck in the bot lane, they're not going to be getting, the passive Kindred stacks from the camps. And so getting to those 4 stacks to get that extra range and then, every 3 stacks afterwards is going to be really tough unless, they're killing the bot lane on repeat, which, that could be what they think from game after seeing what game number 1 had in store, where they were constantly fighting, constantly getting kills and everything. Getting trading your life for a mark might be worth it for them in favor of their late game scaling, but I just feel like this Kindred's going to have a rough time in the early game and might not get the chance to scale into the later game.
I mean, it's a champion, all right. I mean, multiple champions on Cyclocus's OP.GG. He could have picked things like he could have picked Kaisa, could have picked
Sure,
Ezreal,
sure,
could have picked Vayne, could have
sure.
picked Caitlyn, could have
Yeah,
picked Xayah.
yeah.
But he
Could
says,
have picked
"Screw it to
Corki.
all of that. I'm
Yeah,
going Kindred AD carry."
yeah,
And that's kind of the confidence I want to see in the grand finals, right? Like,
yeah,
hey, game one, you had a pretty standard wombo combo to win, and you can't
yeah.
win. Let's do something crazier than University of Memphis locking in Katarina
Right.
on P3, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think Sneaky Calzones have a lot of tools to start fights and like chain CC someone, especially like one of these fed carries like the Mordekaiser, the Katarina, and the Tryndamere, and just take him out of the fight. But
Yeah.
I think if Memphis get even a bit of a snowball on either one of these champions, it is going to be hell for Sneaky Calzones. Because, like you said,
Yeah.
the side laning pressure, you can't kill Tryndamere before he at least trades 1 for 1 minimum, right?
Yeah. Or just
When you
gets
gank
out
him,
flat
or he
out,
just
right?
gets out, yeah. And then Mordekaiser guarantees that he can lock someone down and takes that 1v1. Like you said, turns the 1v2 into a 1v1 into I'm turning around into this a 1v3 and I'm just gonna kill all of you guys.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
So
it's like a team comp of I can influence the map and I have great snap engage against if you give us 1 kill, I will take over the game. So
right,
I'm
for
I'm
sure.
so excited to see how this matchup goes. Arrow, I think we're heading into the spectator delay, but any final thoughts before we jump to a break?
I mean, no, I mean, I'm excited to see what this Mordekaiser Tryndamere Katarina can do. I mean, we haven't seen Katarina. I don't think we've seen it all season, so I'm pretty excited to see what Little Fog can do on this Katarina.
I'm excited to. Little Fa doing the Death Lotus, is going to be fun. So, for all of our viewers still watching, I think we're going to jump to a quick break just so that we can get our bearings in the spectator. Yeah, well, get back here soon because we're going to have a game with a Katarina mid and a Kindred AD carry, and it's going to be a banger. So, for all of you still watching, we will be back very soon. Here we go, Risen Esports. We are back after a short break. Thanks to the wonderful production of Three Eyes. It's Kevin Dunk and Arrow here as your co-hosts, co-casters, co-streamers, or whatever the heck, because this game's going to be crazy. We got Little Fa on University of Memphis with the Katarina mid, and we got Cyclokist on Sneaky Calzones with the 80 carry Kindred. These champions are just a bit out of whack, and I love it here for our game 2 of the grand finals of the Bombies. This is Winter Season 16, baby, and these teams got some crazy picks in their hands.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought this Leona skin, I thought that was Rel for a second. I was like, wait, what the heck? There's Rel in this game, and it's just that I don't even know what skin that it might be, like the Battle Princess Leona skin. But something else that I have to point out is that Saf on this Tryndamere has exhaust, no flash on the Tryndamere. So, and then on the flip side, Cyclocus. Oh, we're going to W in here. Okay, cool. But Cyclocus on this Kindred also has exhaust. So, both teams kind of you're anticipating some of these like late or mid or like just these skirmishes to exhaust each other. So, I like what I like both like I kind of I like it as a summoner spell. I mean, you know that people are gonna be jumping on you, so or you're gonna be jumping on somebody, and you just have the ability to reduce their damage and also slow them, make it easier for you to stick to them in later portions of the game. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, both junglers again starting in the bot side will be pathing up the top, so we'll have to keep our eyes out again for top lane prio, mid lane prio, and see who will be able to roam first to these scuttle skirmishes if they so desire. But honestly, no surprises here in the mid lane that Panther. Oh man,
Okay,
dashing
early
in
level
bot lane
2.
here.
With
Okay.
the grand entrance. I don't think Cyclocus can even
Yep.
get in range to fire back because they're not level 2 yet.
Yeah,
But in the top side, Nova Tyrant just taking a beating from this Mordekaiser.
Yeah, this is going about exactly how I expected in the bot lane, but like huge trade there. I mean, so in my limited time where I played Kindred bot lane, I actually really liked taking W first, and then if you can get position on the wave and be ahead, and you pop your W. A lot of players don't expect the wolf damage coming out of at level 1, and you can easily chunk them, and if they don't want to take that damage, then they're forced to push you're essentially forcing them off the wave because of the giant range of wolf, right? So I mean, maybe Cyclocus knows more than I do, but in my short time where I did play some Kindred AD carry, I always started W in level 1 and then push them off the wave. But in this situation, I mean, Cyclocus is farming pretty well, even after getting pushed in. But as I was saying earlier, Tryndamere does finish their trade, and they're going to be on the scuttle first. But it doesn't even look like Suavrico is going to be there in time, so this might just be an easy double scuttle for the side of Saf on the Tryndamere here.
Yeah, I think that Suavrico knows that top lane is getting pushed. Oh, flash away from the grand entrance. The stun back on Kutus, who jumps out with the Battle Dance. Cyclocust, sorry, actually doing a lot in these short trades.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I guess the Wolf's Frenzy does do a lot of damage, but Suavrico likely just didn't want to fight over Scuttle, knowing his top lane was pushed in so far, but Sav is going to go straight for that Scuttle.
I mean, bot lane has Prio here.
Bot lane is moving.
Yeah, I kind of like that from Zulsa. I mean, they weren't interacting with Saf there, but they were like, hey, if you keep walking this way, we're going to go on you. And Celia, who backed after their camp in the top lane, was immediately running from top. So it was just a good play there from Saf, from Zulsa to kind of put pressure on Saf and essentially tell them, hey, if you keep going, we're going to fight you. And they wanted to take that fight. Wait,
fight indeed, but Zulsa's fighting Little Fight. Pops the ignite. Suavrico is here for the gank, but I don't think they can get the knockback with the shove. So it's going to be a flash ignite invested just for Little Faw's flash. So Zulska down a summoner, but I think they're pretty happy with that as they almost got the kill on the Katarina.
Yeah, not too bad there in the mid lane. I mean, Little Fog kind of going in there. Maybe they just didn't know that Suave was there, but they do get out with their life, have to burn the flash. But they are down almost a wave and a half here in the mid lane, so they're going to be they're looking to try and keep themselves in the game as they yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. I'm losing my mind right now because
no worries. I just saw Cyclo goes jump in a melee range of Yum, and he's just daring him to get a Zenith blade off. What is going on?
I mean, maybe they have the exhaust, so but on the same side, Yum also has exhaust. So it's just I think this MF with this first strike doesn't have the sustained damage. Unfortunately, they have like the quick burst trades and everything, but I think even in those situations with the Rakan and everything, I think Kindred does out-sustain some of these trades because with Rakan landing their Q, getting the heal, and then their passive little like fleet footwork proc from their, I think is it their W or their Q?
I think it's the E passive,
or the E, right? Or something like that. Yeah, but it's just like having that passive sustained damage is going to help them in the long run. So maybe that was what they were going for here with Kindred. Look in the mid lane here.
Okay, no, the gank doesn't succeed. Nova Tyrant now 6. Jeeves is just bullying this guy. I mean, it's a 30 farm difference at this point.
Yeah,
Nova Tyrant's just forced under his turret. But I mean, great job from Suavrico and Zulska to kind of push advantage in other places, and now they're scrapping over this dragon. Premier is on it. Saf is looking for it, but the bottom lane moves up for Cyclocust and Kutas. Maybe we can get the camera to move over. I don't care about these top laners. I care about what's happening here in the jungle. Spinning Splash out as it's going to be 4 members moving here.
It doesn't look like it's going to be in.
Is not sending their misfortune. I think this is going to be secure. Secure for Sneaky Calzones.
They're looking.
Rico, gets the smite, and now the Death Lotus does big damage on Cyclo because they get the stun. Zulska doing damage, but he gets exhausted.
Malphite's TPing.
Going down the TP invested as well by the Malphite, but I think it's too late as Zulska's taking low. The resets are going everywhere for the side of this Katarina as they pop up for a triple kill, and they don't even go down. It's going to be a cross map ace as Little Fuzz Katarina just puts them in the blender. Saf picking up 2 kills there as well, and what I thought maybe could be a fight for Sneaky Calzones after the dragon just is complete disaster. It's a 5-0 at 6 minutes in.
Wow, what a team fight there for Mem. It looked like they were going to give the dragon, but they stayed in range. Wait, mid lane here.
Can he get the stun? He gets it. Execute with the Comet Spear. Nice collapse on that overstay, but still, I mean, that's a little bit back for a lot lost in that dragon. And Jeeves is just getting free time with this the entire time.
Yeah, Jeeves might be the biggest winner in the top at the end of all of this, but wait, mid lane here. It's also, I think there's nothing to be had there. But something I was going to say is like, yes, Zulsa on this Pantheon was level 6 in that team fight, but in that situation where they're first on the dragon, level 6 Pantheon doesn't really do much other than give passive armor penetration, so they couldn't pop their ultimate to do any damage, and in the meantime, Littlefall just goes off in the backline. Yes, they get exhausted with the initial the Death Lotus there, but I think they Shunpo out, and they they escaped most of the damage there. So, and in the later stages of the team fight, it was just Saf just ripping through members, and Pantheon did put their wall up, but because Saf was behind them, they were still taking damage. So overall, great team fight. And unfortunately, Nova, you TPing in for nothing, and by the time you get there, your teammates are dead. And in the meantime, Jeeves was just farming in the top lane. So that earlier 30 CS lead has now ballooned to almost a 50 CS lead in the top lane, and multiple plates already down. So man, what an early game here for Mem, and it's looking like how it was in game number 1. I mean, less explosive, except for that they had it was just as explosive as game number 1, just later in the later portion of the game, of course, yeah. Right? So, but so far looking pretty good for Mem, and they're in full control of this game.
Yeah, full control indeed. Jeeves, I think their individual gold lead is probably like an entire like 1.5k at this point. They're double the farm. They collected, I think, 3 plates up top. They're going to proxy the wave. It is rough for them. And Little Fa, yes, he can't really contest mid, but now maybe this is a gank. Kuta's popping the quickness, but Jeeves has the ultimate to lock him in if he wants. Getting some good damage. Zolska getting ganked now in a 3-man as the support's not here to save him, as Zolska doesn't have the flash available yet either. Seeing that on Little Fa, can they turn around for a kill? They do with the Comet Spear. And on the top side, it's actually a kill traded back for the side of Nova Tyrant, and it was Jeeves diving a bit too far, so a kill to even up the gold just a bit. The gold lead jumps to just about 2.5k, and Zolska turning around that 1v3 was huge for them, as it's, I think that was not a shutdown on Little Fa, but still, that's a lot of time wasted for the jungler, and it gives more free time for Suave Rico to farm and maybe look for this gank.
Yeah, I think Zolska got the shutdown
looking
earlier.
For seismic shove, hits only the Leo. Okay, I thought he was gonna hit Nameless with that, so I got too excited.
All good. But Zolska getting a kill there in that situation was pretty good. I mean, they probably were gonna die because I think Nameless was roaming up to finish them off there. So good for Zolska to kind of turn around the play and get something back in return. But yeah, in the top lane, it's not looking too good. I mean, yes, Kuta's on this recon was there, but like we said in draft, Kevin, it's as soon as for Mordekaiser, any 1v2 can quickly become a 1v1, and then it just proceeded into another 1v1 if you win in that death realm fight. But a little trading here in the bot lane, but nothing to come out of it. But Saf did get the Void Grubs in the top lane there, and they're invading easily here. So it's Saf is also having an easier time in this game, as they had 2 kills, and they also have the completed Yuntal Wild Arrows. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is a crazy first item for this Tryndamere. Those 2 kills plus the farm is insane.
Oh,
as Cyclo gets too close, gets hit with the bullet time, and the Solar Flare barely pops the Lamb's Respite in time. The knockup hits Nameless.
Oh, the exhaust
used as well. Can Cyclocust fight this out? I don't know if they can. The quickness invested, but now the Grand Star falls. Zolska executes Nameless, and Cyclocust gets the Triumph feeling just a little bit more. Knock him out of the Zenith Blade. It's a double kill for Zolska. Barely somehow Cyclocust gets out of that. No flash needed. Only the exhaust. What a crazy fight. Saved by the Pantheon roam, but now talking about roams, look on the top side, Nova Tyrant is going to get run down by 3 members. Can they clear the wave fast enough? I don't know. They're getting dragged back. There's multiple members here. Little Fa looking for the dive. Saf is here with the ultimate. I don't think Nova Tyrant's getting out of this one as they go down to the combo. They don't even ulti to try. So it's going to be the top side collapsing from the side of Memphis as they pick up another kill. But on the other side of the map, Zolska gets plates and secures a double kill for the bot side. And this might be Dragon as well for the side of Sneaky. This is a pretty good cross-map trade.
They're going to collapse on Zolska here, but I think Zolska will have some team members here at Dragon, but nothing to be had here. But yeah, I think so. Yum's doing their best. They don't want him to walk out, but they're doing their best. So yeah, good trade here to get the second dragon of the game for themselves. So first dragon for the they got the that's right, they got the original dragon.
Oh wait,
Nameless
might be in trouble. Oh, but it's on the other side of Nameless. He gets flipped back.
Nice
he doesn't have flash to get out. The knockup hits as well. Can they get enough damage? Nameless goes down to the mounting dread. Investing the solar flare just a bit too late as he is stuck in a 1v3. But look at Little Fa. Do they have the stun for them? The Lamb's Respite not available. They try to kill Yum faster, but look at the damage. The Death Lotus not actually used yet. The flip back on the rock. The stun into the knockup. No, they can't even get a single kill. Little Fa invest the flash, invest the ignite, invest the ulti, and they just can't get a damn thing. Oh, what a great peel play from the side of Sneaky Calzones to keep their 80 carry alive. Quickness into the dash doesn't get it. Kutas, I mean, I can forgive you for that fumble after saving your 80 carry and keeping the Katarina away from it.
Yeah.
What an insane set of plays from this Rakan to keep their carry alive twice. in 2 different fights, and they shut down the Katarina. That's a lot of gold for Cyclokiss on this Kindred.
Yeah, this Rakon's putting in some heavy work here, but Kindred also, I mean, yeah, that's so. Oh, wait, I think Jeeves just won a kill.
Jeeves is just gonna look for this, I think. Oh my god, the huge bomb.
Oh, Staff is here.
And
Oh,
it's
gosh.
just gonna be Staff on the cleanup. Kukutos flashes away, but I think the Undying Rage is good enough. One more turret shot, but he spins away. Okay, Suave Rico's gonna pick that up. Good shutdown for the jungler, so it is a 2-for-1, but I mean, Kutos and Cyclokiss, we're probably not gonna get out of them that way, get out of that anyway, and Suave Rico gets a big shutdown for the gold.
Yeah, a little bit of the lane swap coming in here for Jeeves. I mean, they got the top lane tower. Their job in top lane is done. So I like that Jeeves came down here, but unfortunately for Cyclokiss and Hutaz, they do go down. Not really respecting that Jeeves can just walk at them, and then also Saf with that Undying Rage can just wait.
Wait, Nova Tyrant saw the recall get completed. Now Nova Tyrant just ults onto Nameless. Nameless has the flash, but doesn't want to use it. Nova Tyrant, no, wait, he flashed the wrong way. He flashed towards the base. He just gets solo killed by the 0, 1, and 3 Malphite. What was that? I was I think a bit of a misjudged call there, as it's going to be Nova Tyrant picking up a solo kill after the misfortune wastes the flash. The TP was used by Jeeves to get some plates, but I don't think he can secure the kill. He does lock Nova Tyrant.
He's in the death round. Wait, shit.
Up so much damage from the turret. Nova Tyrant.
Oh, Pantheon's here now.
More auto, and Zolska executes him with the Comet Spear. Huge shutdown on the Pantheon now. So both sides of the map are getting collapsed on by both sides, as it feels like a knockout blow for each side being attempted, as one team punches, the other one punches back. And this game, the gold has evened up quite a bit here, Arrow.
Yeah, Sneaky Calzones is punching back pretty well in this game. So I mean, what was once a huge overwhelming lead from that first dragon fight is now it's still a big lead, which is 1.4K, but it's Sneaky Calzones are keeping this game pretty close, and Zulsa on this Pantheon is everywhere. They're just they ult bot, they get 2 kills, and then they ult top, they get a return kill on Jeeves on this Mordekaiser, so they're doing pretty good. I mean, look at this gold lead in top lane. It's 3K, and Zaf is going on Zulsa, no flash.
Zaf is just going to run him down, gets ignited, but Zulsa goes down to the Tryndamere, and Zaf, I think, has the ultimate. They might be able to turn this on Nova Tyrant. He doesn't have ulti. He's just going to get run down. Can Nova Tyrant get away? He does with the move speed from the Seismic Shard, but man, Zulska overplayed their hand, and they get punished by Zaf, who is terrifying on this 2-item Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, your only hope there in that situation as Pantheon is to burst the Pantheon and blow them up before they can ult. But at this point in the game with just the clips, they don't have the damage. So in an extended trade, Saf on this Tryndamere will have the damage to just rip through you. So they have 50% crit already, and then with that Tryndamere passive, it can be easily tune up all the way up to 100% crit. So. Saf is going to be, the main carry here for these portions of the game, but this Nova Tyrant on this bed.
This gank could work. Lane gank, the ulti invested, the stun invested. Do they have enough damage? Zulska dragged into the death realm. Oh wait, no, I think he is dragged into the death realm. It's hard to tell on this skin, but he's taking a lot of damage from Jeeves, but I think he can get out. Gets dragged back. One more. Oh, the shield was so huge from the Eclipse, keeps Zulska alive, and the top side of Memphis try to collapse, but they can't do it fast enough, as Saf has to back off on the side of Memphis here, and Yama as well. So Nova Tyrant baiting in the Mordekaiser just enough for him to get the ulti, and then Zulska just survives the 1v1 by the skin of his teeth, gets the shield from Eclipse, and lives that. So great bait from Sneaky Calzones. Maybe can secure them the dragon here, as it spawns in about half a minute.
Yeah, great bait, but still the damage is done. It's oh wait, hold on, Lilfa might be in trouble here.
Okay, just barely gets out of that field of rocks before the grand entrance knockup finishes. They're fighting over vision here, but like you said, this might be the fight that works out bad, because I mean, Katarina has Death Lotus and Pantheon just has 20% armor pen.
Yeah, we'll see if Zulsa wants to be a little more creative with this team fight as opposed to staying. Oh, but they might just be
getting run down again. Stun, nice chunk with the Eclipse. Now Zaf trying to run them down. Suave Rico here though. Exhaust invested as they have the chain CC. Can they kill the Tryndamere? Solar Flare invested as well. Nova Tyrant trying to frontline as Yum jumps in. A huge double up does big damage to Suave Rico, and this Tryndamere is forced very low. The back maybe will complete from Zulska. No, he gets exhausted. I think he's going to die here. There's no turret protecting him, and he's going to go down. Just a very greedy recall means I think they have to seed the dragon. He's back up in 30 seconds. A huge blast cone. Jeeves runs it in. Death Realm invested the quickness. Gets the charm onto MF, but Little Fa's in position as there's so many circles around. Kutas trying to jump in, but a huge Death Lotus doesn't get any kills, as it's going to go down to Suave Rico, killing Little Fa. Nova Tyrant on the backside tries to trade one back and can't, as Saf cuts him down. Suave Rico now the only damage damage dealer here. Kutaz trying to peel for their their jungler as Jeeves running towards
just
the
running at him.
The
Oh,
flash
what?
knockup hits, but can the shield go off? It does not. Unstoppable,
Well,
not invested as
Suave
Rico's just turning it around with the damage. A triple kill from Suave Rico thanks to Kutaz peeling, and now Saf just solos the dragon. He runs down the Rakan as Saf is going to run down maybe the Talia as well. He does not have Undying range, and it's just going to be from downtown. The Grand Skyfall from the Pantheon who respawn, securing it. What a crazy fight, Arrow. Both sides just running into the jungle. Both sides losing members, but in the end, it is Suave Rico coming out alive and on top.
Wow, what a team fight there. I mean, it was a huge mess. I mean, it looked like Saf had gone too deep onto Zulsa, but they were able to get their Undying Rage to survive the initial fight. But Zulsa backing in that bush and that situation with member. Wait.
Cyclocus getting jumped off by the Death Lotus. Now popping the Lamb's Rest, but he's training back very heavily. He does have so much damage with the crit. Cyclocus getting popped by Nameless, though. Suave Rico not in time to save their AD carry, and Cyclocus not choosing to flash away means they go down. A kill picked up for Nameless on this misfortune.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so there's just so many chaotic plays going on, but I think that I guess that's just the nature of these team compositions with this Katarina. Again.
I might have to stop you here as Zulska's getting run down by Saf. Pops the Empowered Aegis Assault for the move speed, but Saf can run him down. The stun is good.
So fast.
I think what happened was that the Mocking Shout didn't go through because Zulska was technically facing them, so no slow means no kill. Good escape from the Pantheon, but now can they take this fight? Jeeves dodges the seismic shove.
It's gonna be a 1v1.
Locked in a 1v1. Jeeves still has the death round, taking a lot of pokes from the Talia. Suave Rico has to space this out. And it's going to be, I think, just Pantheon walking away, but now Zulska jumping on a little fa, pops the Ignite. There's fights everywhere. I can't keep casting this as Zulska takes Little Foss so low.
Jeeves is help TPing in to help.
Oh my god, now the Jeeves TP. Can Pantheon escape? I think he saw it, so he's gonna leave. Holy moly.
Okay, teams, please give us a break. There's too much action. Jeeves, please calm down. Please calm down. Please.
It's only game 2.
It's only game 2. so much action going around right now. Oh my god, there's more action.
Oh my god, okay. The Weaver's Wall forces the flash. I think that was the flash out of Nameless to get over that. So good use of that ulti. Kutaz getting very aggressive to look for the knockup, but doesn't get it. Solar Flare to dissuade the push, but they still get the turret regardless. Sneaky pick up that tier 1 turret in the mid lane to open up the map just a little bit. The fights are going crazy, and Saf maybe looking for another one. Gets the smite steal, jumping on Suave Rico, taken low by the Kindred, but Suave Rico gets run down. Cyclocus has to turn this as they have him on vision. Can they get the knockup? The flash forward doesn't get anything. It was just the slow from the bullet, the Make It Rain. And Saf just gets 1 kill and walks out.
You know, I just kind of realized, Kevin, isn't Kindred versus Tryndamere, isn't this like that cinematic from last year or something like that? You know, with
it is, and they
I just kind of realized that. Sorry, going back to the game, but we're on Baron here. And Suave Rico is still down, so no jungler for the side of Sneaky. Yeah, Pantheon can ult in from this range.
Nova Tyrant is here trying to frontline the Rift Herald spawn. I think that's just a beta. Cyclocus gets Zenith Blade. They don't have ulti. Oh, they do have ulti. They barely pop it. Grand Starfall in. The Pantheon makes it to the fight, but Little Foss tearing up the backline. The bullet time invested. Cyclocus goes down to the MF. Zulska in a 1v2, and the Death Blossom kills Nova Tyrant. Can Zulska turn this fight around? I don't think they can. And it's just the blender goes Sneaky Calzones as they get eviscerated by the top side trio of Memphis. And now it's just Suave Rico. I don't think they can 1v5, but they're gonna look for the steal maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a miracle play here for Suave Rico. I mean, maybe they have one more miracle in their bag, but it looks like they're gonna get pushed out here from Jeeves and Little Fuss. So it will be. Nameless.
Okay.
Yum, please. Oh my. Okay. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for Nameless. No Baron for you, but I mean, the damage is still done. Baron at 21 minutes into the game. I mean, their Jeeves is just going to go right back to this top lane and go back to, doing their thing and, with the help of Saf here. But I think they're going to get this camp and, go back to and regroup with their team. But, I mean, so far, I mean, looking pretty good for Mem. 500 gold or 5,000 gold up for themselves, and for the side of Sneaky Calzones. They're just trying to take these skirmishes and try to take these fights, but it's just not working out in their favor. Unfortunately, I think members are too far behind, or they're not there at the moment that they snap engage, and it's also really hard to. I don't think this play works out though because
a lot of damage. Can they kill him here? The knockup misses, and the Death Realm gets used on Kutaz, and he's gonna go burn. down to the passive, and now Cyclo just can't even get in range as it's the bullet time that rips through
Zulsa's dead.
Zulska, and they
Oh,
try to
man.
take the fight without their Malphite, and that means they're going to be hitting the rocks at the bottom of their graves.
Oh,
Because
man.
what is that? They invest everything on Jeeves and they can't get a single kill. Suave Rico flashed. Cyclocus didn't have the ultis. Zolska ran in and just died, and they didn't have the Malphite for the CC. This might be the push to end here, Arrow.
This might just be the game, and like we've said it since this Mordekaiser was picked. It's any ick onto this Mordekaiser can quickly become a 1v1 with that Death Realm. So in that situation, Rakan or Kuta is on this. Rakan does get a huge pick onto Jeeves, but they just quickly get sent to the Death Realm and instantly killed. And even though but by the time that Mordekaiser does reappear, members of Mem are there to save their top laner, and it's just an easy team fight win from there on. So I mean, it won't be the end of the game at that moment, but I think we got a quick look at the Kindred there, but they just got to 4 stacks, so they're not nowhere near where they need to be to try and carry this game from a late game position. They need so much time and so many more kills, and it's so hard for them to get these passive stacks. Like this Trinimir is going to get this last stack from from Kindred here, so it's not so these passive stacks aren't coming in for them, and they aren't getting kills, unfortunately. So this Kindred is so far behind, even though they have an IE and an Essence Reaver. Their DPS is just not there, and it's just it's too easy for members of Mem to just get onto Kindred and stick.
Yeah, I think Cyclocus doesn't really have the effective attack speed to like proc the Mounting Dread and execute anyone. And at this point, I think they might be too far behind to do anything. It's a 9k gold lead. Saf is on 3 items. The IE complete. That is 100% crit for sure.
Yeah.
If you pop the, if you even get a half stack, I think of Trinimir passive. So it is extremely dangerous. And we talked about this before, right? Even before the game started, Arrow, you and I were mentioning any one of these members of the Katarina, Trinimir, Mordekaiser pop off, it could be GG. And I think it's looking close to that because Saf and Jeeves, I think, are both unkillable and killing everyone on the side of Sneaky Calzones.
Yeah, we said any one of them, and all 3 of them decided to pop off. So it's looking pretty rough here for Sneaky Calzones. I mean, yes, they have tools to lock down someone who is popping up, but they have 3 people that are popping off. So
Zolska,
no,
I think
you're gonna have to pop your ult or something.
They pop the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, they are.
Can they get out? Okay, they do.
Okay.
They survived the gank and not much else because Sneaky Calzones can't even get a single objective bounty anywhere else on that.
Yeah, so the Baron is down, and then Dragon did go over to the side of Mem there after a lot of their plays. So no Dragon available for themselves right now. Jeeves, you're playing with fire right now, buddy.
Yeah, they're walking in. They look for the quickness. Can they get it on him? Can they chain CC him fast enough? No, the Death Realm was popped, so Kutaz is locked in. Cyclocus.
Everybody's here now.
They execute on them. Jeeves pops out of it as Kutaz barely lives, but they went the wrong way. It's Cyclocus and Suave Rico not securing the kill. They're running away from the rest of Memphis, and this might be more, as it's going to be a great Weaver's Wall, but it's just Saf jumping over it. Nova Tyrant running to frontline, but it is going to be a 4v5. They get decent damage on Saf, but he can just heal it up with the Bloodlust.
They're slow chasing. I mean, they can. They don't have
so bad. Suave Rico's going to have to flash this, and he doesn't have it. He gets jumped on. He gets dragged in, and now the Lamb's Respite only delays the inevitable, as it's going to be 4 members of Sneaky Calzones getting ripped apart near this dragon pit. They look for something, and they get nothing, as Zolska's the only person alive on this team now trying to counteract a 1v5 push. I don't see it happening here, Arrow.
No, I mean, Sneaky Calzones, they might have cooked in draft, but they're getting hella cooked right now in this game. So this might be game number 2, and the quick 2-0 up on this series right now, unless Zulsa and Kutas can pull something out of the bag.
I don't know if he can. He jumps in for the stun. I don't think he has enough damage. They're just running through him to get to the base. A great knockup doesn't matter as the Death Blossom steals their fate. Zolska delaying the death just a little longer, but it delays nothing but a game 3 for the side of Memphis. It's 2-0, baby, for the Tigers, and Sneaky Calzone's gonna have to rethink that one, go back to the drawing board, because they are on match point in the grand finals.
Yeah, 10-2 and 10 on this Trinimir. Saf absolutely popping off, taking that dragon fight and taking that lead and just extending it to themselves. I mean, even even though they didn't do the most amount of damage, it just felt like they were ripping through so many members of Sneaky Calzones, and they could not die with that undying rage. So even like even though Lamb isn't here, the memory of Lamb is fully alive with Saf right now, and they're popping off. I mean, even Jeeves the Hunter, they didn't have him last week, and they had to weather the storm with Saf in that top lane, and they did perfectly fine there. But now that they have their star top laner back, I mean, Jeeves is just running over this top lane matchup. Unfortunately, Nova not having the best of games, and I mean, they were kind of doomed from draft, unfortunately. And Malphite is that top lane is a tank that can just survive lane, but it's just so tough. And at some point they were down 100 CS. I don't think they ended up that way, but being down 100 CS at like 15 minutes into the game is not what you want to see out of your top laner. And they did hit a few good Malphite ultimates, but it just like at that point in the game, I think when they TP'd into bot lane, they hit a good Malphite ultimate, but it, like by that time their teammates were already dead. So there's nothing that Malphite can do in those situations to carry from there. So unfortunately for Sneaky Calzones, like you're saying, Kevin, they're gonna have to figure something else. They're gonna have to keep cooking or cook something else to find a way to win, because Mem right now are cooking them super hard in game.
I mean, hey, if you overcook the calzone, I'm pretty sure it turns into charcoal, much like everything else there, Arrow, because the Kindred AD carry, I just don't think it really had any meaningful value to the team. Like, sure, you bullied out Nameless and Yum from a bit of CS, but in the late game, what did it really do? It stopped Katarina for killing you for another 2 seconds before you just die in the end. And I would have liked to see Sneaky Calzones maybe pick a little bit more for the top side. Like Nova Tyrant is already going to be disadvantaged, just in like the skill matchup. Like get them a pick that they can actually fight on. Suave Rico had some great plays on Talia. So same with Zolska, but
Yeah,
that's not enough to stop Saf late game Trinimir just run at you. And
yeah,
it's hard because I get that you want to play for the team comp, but sometimes what you need to do is play for the individual so you can get there. And Kindred, I think, end of the game, like we said, 4 stacks, not really meaning much there. Pantheon starts to fall off at that 2 to 3 item mark, right? You're really strong early, you
hmm
kind of taper off mid, and then late game you're weak until you're mega late game until you get like 6 items and have
yeah,
30% armor pen and can one shot people.
yeah,
So yeah, I think Sneaky Calzone's just gonna have to rethink that one. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board because they're on the verge of losing the finals in a clean sweep. Memphis, I'm sure, feeling great.
yeah.
I can see from production noting that we're ready to jump to a break. But one last thing, Arrow. I know you said that Saf they had to weather Memphis had to weather the storm with Saf on top lane, but they stopped someone on
Yeah.
Irelia, if I remember correctly. They
Yeah.
walked on someone in the last week. I don't think they were having a bad time at all, but now they're
No,
firing
no.
firing on full cylinders with Saf in the role.
Yeah.
Little Fawn Nameless are subs, but hey, the team's working just as damn good with them. And
Yeah.
Jeeves just being the hunter, just completely running every game they're in.
Yeah, for sure. And well, yes, they had to. Yes, they didn't. They don't have their jungler like we were saying. But with they replaced their star jungler with their star top laner in this week. So they're just playing through. It's still the same identity that we've seen from this team throughout playoffs, where they are playing through this jungle, this top side, and this mid laner. So um, you can swap out their bot lane for with anybody, and as long as Nameless and Yum in this bot lane aren't going to be feeding their asses off, I think it's just so much. It's so hard to weather the pressure that this top lane, this top half of the map from University of Memphis, like just the pressure that they exert is just insane. So for them for the Sneaky Calzones, they have to find a way to find to shut it down and fight from an even positioning.
Yep, yeah, and with that, we're gonna jump to a quick break. I mean, the Memphis. I learned today that their esports team is called the Tigers. That's why I called them out as the Nexus exploded.
Nice.
But the Tigers are looking for the kill shot, man. I mean, I don't think Tigers can use guns, but they're looking for the kill here. As Sneaky Calzone, like you said, they gotta bring it back to the oven, man. They gotta cook something
Yep.
different. They gotta
Yep.
cook something like a draft that can win them game 3, or else they're gonna get clean swept out of the grand finals. But for all of our fans watching, we hope you enjoyed that game 3 just as much as Arrow and I had watching and casting. But we'll be back very soon just for a quick break. And yeah, we'll be back to bring you more League of Legends madness. What is up, fans of the Risen Esports? Maybe you're not a fan, maybe you're a hate watcher, but it doesn't matter as we just love having you in our viewing audience. It's Kevin Dunk, Aerostion, and the one and only Three Eyes on production, bringing you the grand finals. Very grand so far of Balmies, baby. It's Sneaky Calzones down 2 games to the University of Memphis, looking strong as it's going to be a side swap. Sneaky Calzones opting to go blue side now. University of Memphis having to go red, but maybe the sides change, but I'm not sure if the outcome will because Memphis are looking on fire tonight here, Arrow. Sneaking Calzone's going to have to put that calzone back in the oven, cook something up for game 3 draft to maybe take a win here and not get swept, but yeah, both teams are looking, they're firing, but I think Memphis is just firing a bit hotter. Engine is going, but we're going to jump straight into draft here.
Yeah, Memphis is carrying their momentum from this playoff run into this final and hopefully into this game 3 win. But Sneaky Calzones are going to swap sides. They opt to go to blue side, and Memphis will be on the red side here. So Sneaky Calzones will pick up this Ari for Zulsa in the mid lane. So this is one of the first 2 games, Zulsa, when I was, scouting them, they have, the Ari, they have the Aurora, but then first 2 games, they're playing the Diana and the Pantheon. So a little bit, different from than what, I had seen from most of their games. I mean, they had, a few Diana games and all of that, right? But the Pantheon was new for them, I think, for this season. So, but Ari is one of their most played champions this split. So they're the Sneaky Kazans are going back to comfort, going back to what's gotten them most of their wins this split. So and University of Memphis will answer with the Sivir here in the bot lane. So another late game scaling champion here for actually not another. I mean it just is a late game scaling champion for Sivir, and it's gonna be blind picked here, and they do again opt to ban the Vigar and not ban the Lucian. So potentially a Lucian pickup here for Sneaky Calzones for
Oh,
you, Kevin, and
okay, that one's for me. I mean,
that
that
one
is
is for
mostly for
you.
Psych Locust, though, hey?
Okay. Oh, and it's going to be paired with this Yumi. So, I like that University of Memphis. They picked the Sivir. They picked the Nami away from Shiki Calzones, knowing that they were with the idea that they potentially would pick up this Lucian. So, Nami is very strong right now in this meta. So, Kiana being okay. Kiana locked in here. So, um, could be mid jungle flex here, but I don't know if Little Fa has a lot of games of Kiana. I'll have to check.
Yeah, that's interesting pick. I'm gonna do a quick little look. It looks like it's just Saf, I think, that plays it because I don't see it in
Okay.
Little Fob. Oh no, Little Fob had 1 game on it recently,
All right,
so
so
it's
maybe
possible.
they have a few games to, as a little bit of a flex between the two. So we'll have to see. But I kind of I like this adaptation. I mean, I like that they are picking. I think we saw it in game number 2 with Sneaky Calzones where they had a bunch of flex picks in their first few picks there, and having that in on the red side where you're not gonna have um a lot of presence there. I mean, it's a little more powerful to have flex picks on blue side, but it ends up working. It should end up working out for themselves if they do end up picking something here um on R4. But I mean, a lot of the bans are the same for both teams except for this Jarvan. I think this Jarvan ban is new. Um, as in game number 1 they did ban the Jinx instead, and they banned Lucian Yasuo in game number 2. But yeah, I'm liking the draft so far for both sides. I mean, how is Lucian with Yumi? Because me personally, I don't not a fan of Yumi just because. Oh, oh,
Okay,
I like this. I like this hover. I like this hover. I really like it. Oh,
okay,
okay.
Fiddlesticks, interesting.
Okay, so we know that that we know that Little Fa and Staff have games of Kiana, but Fiddlesticks would, in theory, go in the jungle. But what do you think of a potential top lane Fiddlesticks? I've seen it. I've seen it a handful of times myself.
I love the idea, Arrow, but I'm pretty sure Memphis want to just put the game 3 in the bag by getting
Yeah,
Jeeves like R5 red side counter pick.
yeah, for sure, for
Um,
sure. Oh,
but Sneaky Calzones, they're pulling out some interesting stuff. You were asking me about the Lucian Yumi.
yeah,
I do think Lucian works a little bit better with just like a more aggressive support. I think something like a Lucian Karma would have been good, like Lucian with an engaged support, because right now Sneaky Calzones are solely relying on the Ahri to start fights. and I think an engage would have been great to go in and like an enchanter and just try to full burst the Nami
Mhm.
before she can get, before she can walk up and or before Sivir can get really
Sure,
online.
sure, sure, sure.
Yeah, and I thought, there's still a lot of engage supports available. Sneaky Calzone's gonna round out their comp with the Ornn, a great, blind pick. Hopefully Nova Tyrant can just like play to stabilize and not lose too hard to Jeeves. But I mean, knowing Jeeves, they're gonna block in something nasty. Yeah,
Y
there it is. That's the
Yeah,
set.
there it is. Yeah.
That is the
So
set early game
Ooh.
powerhouse, but maybe it's the Wyvern. I don't know what the hell's going on
Oh,
here.
oh, a little call out here for Lamb here. Ah.
Okay, okay, yeah. Flash in the Viego to shout out Lamb, who was their jungler that took them here. And it's looking like, yeah, okay, they're just playing around with their food. They're gonna
Yeah.
lock in the set, so G's on a very strong early game champion, like we've seen in previous games, either very strong early game or just having the counter pick. And now it's Sneaky Calzone's looking to make something happen. I like the Nefiri that is guaranteed dive for something against the Fiddlesticks and the Sivir. There's not a lot of hard CC to stop things like the Kiana and Fiddlesticks though, so I do worry a bit for Sneaky Calzones. It's gonna be, I think, up to Cyclokist and Kutos to just really, really force that bot lane because they've been the winning
Yeah.
lane so far in the series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of pressure on this bot lane for Sneaky Calzones to perform because on the flip side, I mean, I know Zulsa has been performing pretty well in this mid lane, and they should. I mean, they should have an easier time against in a melee versus range in a range versus melee matchup here, and with Kiana being a little bit weaker in the levels 1 through 3, but as soon as they get 6, they have a lot of skirmishing power. But there's a lot of barrier to execution here for this style of Cheeky Calzones. Yes, they don't have a lot of tools to kind of like soak up some of the engage of University of Memphis, like with this Nami ult and Kiana Wall and Physics Ultimate and set and everything. But they have a lot of tools to dodge out of these tools that Memphis has. So if they play fights perfectly where Lucian dashes out of specific CCs and Ari can ult away and then Nefiri can unstoppable or go invulnerable and then Ornn can W or whatever, then maybe they have a chance. But it's just like it's so dependent on you being perfect with your mechanics and everything, right? So versus the University of Memphis, you just press R and you kind of just like go at them and you work together. It's the ease of execution for the University of Memphis side is so much easier. And then with this Fiddlesticks, the vision game is going to be so crucial. And with how Saf has been playing in the jungle in the last few games, it's I feel like they're gonna be just fine with this Fiddlesticks pick.
Yeah, I do like it. The one thing I do worry about is that Fiddlesticks does clear well, but isn't really great at taking early game fights.
No,
So
that's
I
true.
could see a scenario where Suave Rico and Saf meet up in the jungle, and they love to fight each over those scuttle crabs, excuse me.
Hmm.
And I'm just not sure if the Fiddlesticks is that champion that brawls early because I see Fiddlesticks as more of like a setup engage champion.
Sure, sure.
And now it's gonna be
Yeah,
just
pre six.
a little bit different. Yeah, pre-6 is not a great brawler against something like the Neferi that does have like that huge burst of damage with the Darkened Daggers. Like,
Hmm.
will Saf have the same level of control in the early game like they did before? It's hard to say, right? But
Sure.
it's I wouldn't say it's a great game for Lucian, to be honest. Like, these are a lot of champions that can hit you if you
Yeah,
get too close to them. The guaranteed Fiddlesticks fear is so annoying.
for sure.
But if you play it well, right, you can kind of dip and weave against the
Yeah.
Kiana, get around the Nami bubbles, dash away from the waves. A Psycho Kiss is just gonna have to push their advantage in the bot lane. But with that, this is potential. This is match point, right? This is potential final
Hmm.
game for both of these teams and all of their players in the season. And with that, I think we're gonna jump to a break as both teams are gonna load onto the Rift. We're gonna have a quick spectator delay. I'm excited here, Arrow. I'm sure the rest of our audience is. But for everyone still watching, thank you for joining us. Possibly end of the season game for the side of Memphis. Possible comeback, start of a 3-game comeback maybe for Sneaky Galzones if they pick it up here. But we're gonna have to see that all after this break. So for everyone still watching, thank you, and we'll be back soon. Risen Esports fans, viewers, and everybody in between. We are back. It's Kevin Dunk, Arrow, Steon, and Three Eyes bringing you Game 3 of the Grand Finals for the Winter Team Builder Bommies Division. Season 16. I think that's all of the words in our title, baby, as we're going to jump into this third and possibly final game here, Arrow, between the University of Memphis and Sneaky Calzones. It is Memphis at a 2-0 lead in the series, looking to close it out for a clean sweep 3-0. Can they do it? Or will Sneaky Calzones start a miraculous comeback? We'll have to see here as they're already looking on Saf. Good damage with the Foxfire. Yeah, good ward early on the Fiddlesticks. Track the pathing. Great aggression, I think, is exactly what you need from Sneaky Calzones. Like that game 1 where they were actually pretty close to winning versus that game 2 where they kind of got bullied.
Yeah, I mean, something else that we have to note there is that like both junglers starting on the top side of the map, so they're going to be pathing down to bot lane here. So, and the other thing that I want to note is that Exhaust here in the mid lane for Zulsa, and then Ignite still in the top lane for Nova on this orange. So, and then it's for Saf. They still have the Exhaust on this Fiddlestick, so we'll have to see how that will play out. But Jeeves does have to be a little more careful. Oh wait, I mean. They do have to be careful with this Ignite, but I mean, they're still set. I think they're going to be just fine with most of these early trades here. But yeah, let's talk about this bot lane matchup, Kevin. I mean, you're the Lucian enthusiast, so tell me how this bot lane matchup kind of goes with this lane.
It should be Lucian favored as we see early trade dash forward with the
Oh.
Hornet plays. Yum has to flash up with the flash follow into the first blood. I don't think that's a caster curse arrow. That's a caster boon. But now I got to switch. Already a Suave Rico's going for a level 2 gank on Jeeves, who was very pushed up. They get the Darkened Daggers first hit, but not the second. I don't think Nova Tyrant has the knockup to keep going. That means the Nefir does waste time there. Oh, Cyclocust looking for more poke on the Sivir. And on the mid lane, Little Fa hits the level 3 spike and gets a big chunk onto Zulska.
Wow.
What a charm. Okay, good charm back to trade back. Little Fa doesn't have the bonus damage from the Terraform, and Zulska's trying to kite him out, and they're under a turret now. They ignite. I think this might be a kill. Zulska just needs a couple more autos. They have the flash. They flash forward for the auto, and that's another kill for the side of the Sneaky Calzones, baby, as it's going to be Arrow blessing them with the caster. Caster blessing instead of a caster curse, because, wow, yeah, Cyclocust just running at them as soon as he hits level 2. That is what you want to see. As soon as you get that dash on Lucian and you have a support that'll back you up, you go for the plays.
Yeah, Yum not respecting that level 2 advantage there from Cyclocus and Kuta. So great play from them to recognize immediately when they hit level 2. Like you're saying, Kevin, punish. I mean, and with Yuumi, your support will always be on top of you. So no matter where you go, you're going to be going with them. So great play there. And then in mid lane, unfortunately, Little Fall dashing a little too far over. I mean, I like the aggression, but then they dash just under tower range, take one tower shot, and it's just an easy pickup there from Zulsa, especially with that exhaust. So flash follow, get the auto, get the kill. So Little Fall, unfortunately, not doing pretty well here in the early game, but they will have that mid lane prio, and they're going to get that. I think they're going to get the scuttle here for Saf here. But Suave Rico with that early level 2 gank up the top lane was not.
They're taking a lot of damage as well from this Bountiful Harvest, and they have to jump out with that Call of the Pack. But a big charm does huge damage to Little Fall, who takes the second Darkened Daggers. Can Zulsa get more? Saf's trying to block the charm for them. Big damage on a Little Fa. Maybe they can force out the next Scuttle Crab if Suave Rico goes top. We're going to have to see Zulska trying to get push on this mid wave.
Something else that I kind of have to... I'm not really sure if it's how it works, but if Fiddlesticks and Nefiri, if they start fighting each other 1v1 and Fiddlesticks pops their W, does the W go onto the dogs, therefore getting more healing for the Fiddlesticks?
That's a good question, but I'm going to have to stop you there because the Yum takes half their HP in a trade. Cyclocust firing back with the bullets. Ardent Blade and the Piercing Light is so much damage early. And yeah, I think maybe Saf gets a little bit of bonus healing, but I know the healing is reduced for minions, so it's a good question here.
Yeah,
Let's jump on again.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on that, but oh, good dodging here in the mid lane from Little Fa. Little Fa, I mean, yes, they lost that early kill, but I mean they still have the confidence in themselves to take these trades under tower, and I mean they are suffering a little bit, but this is kind of what they have to do in order to get themselves back into the game. Otherwise, this lane kind of gets run over for themselves. But something else that I kind of have to note is that Little Fa does go for the Doran's Blade instead of the Doran's Shield, so they won't be getting some of that passive healing from themselves. After some of these trades that Zulsa goes for, but so far, I mean, yes, a little bit of a few early kills, and the gold lead is around gosh, math I can't do math.
Sorry,
600, yes.
which character are you talking about?
Yeah, so no, I'm just talking about the gold lead in general. So it's
Oh
600,
yeah,
600 gold in
That's
favor.
like a
Yeah,
couple hundred gold.
yes, it's only a couple hundred gold in favor of sneaky kill zones here, but I mean, I mean, right now what I'm looking at is like there's kind of a huge like oh
Oh,
wait,
Little Fog getting too close to the
again.
turret again, but they pop the
No.
ignite. Oh, into the nice edge of Ixtal for the fadeaway kill. Zolska was not expecting that much damage, but the execute from the bonus damage of the edge of Ixtal gets the kill. But now Squadrico looking to maybe turn around, gets the call of the pack for the move
Oh,
speed,
gets
but
rooted,
Squadrico
though.
gets rooted
Oh,
up. Flash forward for the
flash.
second Dark and Daggers, and
No,
the
it doesn't
dogs chase him down. The little
Nice.
minions of the Nefiri chase down Little Fa for the kill. Unfortunately, Zolska doesn't get this assist, but that is a good kill onto the Nefiri, getting them a lot more gold, which they really need. That's an assassin champion.
Yeah, Nefiri will really take that because right now they're actually so far behind on their clear. They're like 10 CS down, and which means like yeah, I see the Raptors and their Krugs up, so they're almost a few camps down right now, and they will try to get this dragon here for themselves. And with this bot lane prior, they should have it. But
Zolska has ulti. Can they keep going on to Saf? They're gonna pop it. The exhaust is used. Saf has exhaust, but he gets charmed out of the Battle Harvest. It's gonna be Zolska having to pack away with that last Spirit Rush charge because he saw the Kiana, and they know that Suavrico's on this dragon. Can they support him enough? This is a slow take. Nafir's not that fast early. Zolska sticking around could be dangerous. The Little Fa has the ultimate to secure the kill if they hit it at the right angle.
Yeah, I think they're fine here. So easy dragon take for here for Suavrico. But I got baited by the fiddlesticks. Oh no,
the real one. That's the Crow Storm.
That's
It's just gonna be Zolska saw them, I think, on the ward, and they're just gonna go down. But the calling on the bot side, Cycloke is doing big damage as Yum tries to tank with a flash forward, is followed by a flash to nowhere. Yum still dies to the double shot of the Lucian, as it's going to be another kill for this bot lane. They're playing so aggressive, so well. Great plays from them to secure that. And I think what was a 1v2 essentially. Yum goes down even through the flash, through the heal. It is Cyclocus looking to put game 3 on their back.
Yeah, it was the level 2 advantage that got them the kill in that 1v1 in that 2v2 early, and now it's the level 6 advantage that gets them the kill here for themselves on this Lucian. So Cyclocus, this is why they banned the Lucian in game number 1, and they for some reason.
Oh wait, Showstopper is used. Nova Tyrant, I think, is in a lot of danger. They have the flash, they have the ignite, they pop the Forge God, they have the second charge, they miss it, though.
They're not there.
They flashed a bit too off, and now they're trying to get damage with the Brittle Blocks, but they're just going to get knocked under the turret with the Kiana ulti. The knockup is not enough as Little Fa just jumps out of there with enough health. It is the supreme display of talent executing Nova Tyrant as they don't even get a single kill back, and it's going to be just Solska trying to trade back in the mid lane for those plates.
Yeah, great dive there from the side.
Oh, wait, this is an engage. This is going to be the Hound's Pursuit used on Jeeves. He does have the Haymaker. It's going to have to be dodged here by Suavrico. He does get out of it with the Call of the Pack to barely survive. But, yeah, that set is terrifyingly strong after fully stacking the Grit. And I just feel like this is a repeat of game 2. Nova Tyrant's down so much farm and is getting, like, dived by 3 people. Like, how do you play the game at this point? Yes, you're an Ornn. You can scale, but it might be too little too late by then.
Ooh, nice bubble.
Gets hit by the bubble, and top lane, maybe Nova Tyrant gets the solo kill because Jeeves stayed too long. It's Ignite activated. Is Nova Tyrant enough to get this kill? He misses the pillar, but it doesn't matter as it's going to be a solo kill back for this Ornn. Much needed against Jeeves the Hunter's set. Oh, Little Fa looking aggressive, though.
Oh my god. Oh, but the Ignite's going to take.
Zolska's going to get killed even after popping the Spirit Rush. That is so much burst damage. But now, final chapter used on the Yuumi.
Yuumi's taking. Yuumi's taking.
Piercing Light gets the kill. Yes, they trade the Yuumi, but they get the kill back on the Nami. So still, that's another kill to Cyclokiss, who's on a full item, looking extremely strong, but they sacrifice the Yuumi for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right, Kevin.
Oh, wait, Crowstorm on the top lane. I gotta stop you there as it's another 3-man play against this very sad Ornn. Little Fa is gonna donate it over, I think, to Saf, maybe Jeeves. They're just walking away from it, but I think they're gonna give it to Saf.
Okay.
I think they're trying to hold it for Jeeves to get further ahead, but it's not going to be fast enough. So just taken by Saf. Suavrico trying to claw back some farm, but it's still 25 CS in the jungle, and Nova Tyrant is having a terrible time in the top side.
Yeah, Nova Tyrant not having a good game, unfortunately, and G's just popping off on themselves. But unfortunately for Cyclocus, I mean, Cyclocus is playing so well, but I mean,
calling into the bottom lane. Look at Nameless just getting under to zero by the Yuumi Lucian.
And diving. Okay.
Jumping under turret is a bit too aggressive, but Suavrico is here for the dive. They need to do this quickly.
They need to get the wave in.
If not, they're losing a lot on the map. It's a 4-man for just this Nami. This might be too many members. Yes, Yum is going to die, but Zolska's losing a lot.
Oh,
The
we're
Hound's
going in
Pursuit queue,
early.
Yum trying to run out, trying to get the awkward position, and it's just
Nice.
going to be a nice use of the Call to Pack to escape. It's Nova Tyrant suffering, I think, more than Yum and Nameless combined, though.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what Suave Rico has to do at this point. They have to overload the bot side of the map and get their Lucian so far ahead to where this top side of the map for the side of Mem aren't going to be able to carry. But
Oh,
unfortunately,
nice flash charm into the
nice
exhaust
charm.
under turret. Little Fa is exhausted and taking a lot of turret damage, but Zolska jumps into the face of the Fiddlesticks, and it's just tragedy as Little Fa blows him up with the supreme display of talent. They saw the angle. They wanted to go for it, but Fiddlesticks was there on the top side the whole time.
No, they wanted it, but it was just a bait the entire time from Little Fa. They knew that their jungler was around. So and for the side of Zolsa, you got to know that the top side of your map is so dangerous. I mean, you knew that. You kind of have to guess that Fiddlesticks can be around, unfortunately, in that situation. So unfortunately for Zolsa, they get baited, they get popped, and then we're looking for a play here.
But Forge God hits. Nova Tyrant doesn't have
Neferi's on the way.
He's taken low. Has the Haymaker, and this is, I think, Suave Rico going to be able to pick up this kill. Showstopper is used. Can Jeeves get the kill back? They cannot. Nova Tyrant lives on single-digit HP, and now they're collapsing onto Saf, who's in the jungle here. And they don't even see him, actually. Saf's just sitting there.
Oh no, those are the
those are the effigies.
Yeah,
okay, no,
the
Saf's
effigies,
farming on the top.
No, don't worry.
That's my bad.
I got baited earlier too, so don't worry, you're fine.
Oh wait, another kill likely for Cyclocust as the heal is invested, and Yum can't do a damn thing as the final chapter gets enough damage as well for Cyclocust to get their 7th kill of the game. This is exactly the type of Lucian gameplay I want to see here, Arrow, as it's just absolute domination from Cyclocust and Kutus on the Lucian Yuumi. They're gonna farm plates too. This is a super fed Lucian that gives them prio to get this dragon. Second drag for the side of Sneaky Calzones. All of the gold leads on the Lucian, and all of the gold, I think, for the other members is in favor of Memphis.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be it's a tale of two sides of the map right now. In the top lane, yes, Jeeves is going down, but they're up 2 levels. They have like a 60 CS lead in the top lane, so it's kind of rough. But on the flip side, Cyclocust is just popping off on this Lucian has equal.
That's 60 CS, man.
That is also 60 CS, and they are also up 2 levels. So it's just a tale of two sides of the map with with Lucian being so strong, and then but it's still the entire top side of the map of Mem that's really strong as well. So with Little Fa in the mid lane, up a level, even in CS, and then Saf on this Fiddlesticks is up so many camps, and they're up a whole level right now, and potentially another level with the rest of this clear, because I think Suave Rico is just running around the map trying to plug holes, but they're just losing out so much on EXP and gold.
Yeah, they can't even walk in their own jungle. Yes, it is Nameless and Yum being forced out, but look at everywhere else. Like you said, Saf is able to take mid lane prio as his top side. His mid and jungle just counter jungle for him.
Yeah.
And Saf just able to run it down. Suave Rico maybe looking for a play. Hound's Pursuit very early. The awkward prison misses the exhaust used. Can they charm him out of the... Oh no, it's a super display of talent into the double. Ixtal's Edge means it's a freebie for the side of Kiana, who is so dangerous. First item is just
hunting right now.
Oh, yeah, there's just nothing you can do. The Kiana just one-shots you from full HP.
Little Fa, you gotta be careful.
This is likely a huge shutdown for Cyclocust, who gets that one on the Kiana. A huge amount of gold over to this Lucian means that the gold is slightly, it's actually evened out. What a big shutdown. Cyclocust is legitimately the only hope of Sneaky Calzone's entire season right now for this Lucian.
Yeah, Cyclocust is gonna have to put in some hella work to get Sneaky Calzones over the finish line here to look for the start of their their reverse sweep here. But right now, I mean, the members of Sneaky Calzones on the top side are just kind of just bleeding out so slowly and dying so much. But so for the side of Sneaky Calzones, you guys got to shore up some of these holes, because at some point it's going to get super hard for Cyclocust to carry this type of game, and they have some of the tools with this Yuumi. I would have loved to see this Yuumi go for a McHale's to take away the fear, take away maybe the potential stun from Kiana or something, but they opt to go for the Ardent Sensor, opt for the more damage for this Lucian. So we'll have to see if Cyclocust can pop off in these team fights, or are they just gonna get singled out and the game's over for them.
Yeah, that Kiana is dangerous as we see Zolska
Uh-oh.
looking for Little Fob, misses the charm, and it's going to be Suave Rico trying to back up their mid laner, but can't get a single pick. Now
Okay,
Little
they're getting
Fob jumping
collapsed on
onto
right
the
now.
Fury, has the intangible at the right time
Oh.
and doesn't do it. The exhaust use, damage is good, but it's not good enough as Little Fob's only taking a half HP, gets the healing from Yum. And
Yeah.
the side lane plays just don't work in the favor
Yeah,
of Sneaky Calzones. It's just Zolska trying their best. Suave Rico, like you said, patching up holes and not doing much
Yeah.
other than that. But now maybe this can be a play. Cyclokiss with the Yuumi is here. A big charm at the right
Yeah.
time means that the Haymaker is not usable. Great shutdown for the side of Cyclokiss, who looks for Yuumi. Or sorry, not Yuumi, Yum on the Nami and jumps forward. Has the Art in place, but Saf is in the corner here. Pops the Crow Storm. Oh my
Nice
god.
try.
Great presence of mind from Cyclokiss to dodge that out of that.
Nice.
Means that's a wasted cooldown for Saf. That is a pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, so for the side of Sneaky Calzones, I don't know why are you making plays without your strongest member? Like you're trying to make a play with your 1 in 5 Ari. I mean, at the end of the day, you do get the kill onto G's, who stuck around a little bit too long and didn't realize Lucian was there. But I mean, you have to be playing around where this Lucian is. You know, your Lucian was in base at that point, so like you can't be making plays without your Lucian.
Here. Look at the damage. The fear is good though, and the Terrify cancels out the exhaust slow. Can Cyclokiss get more? I don't think they can. But now Little Fall walking into Nova Tyrant. I think Nova Tyrant actually wins this 1v1. Searing Charge misses as Little Fall just dashes through them with that audacity. Now Call the Forge God use. This is going to be a big fight here. Only hits one member. Tidal Wave hits nothing. Nova Tyrant actually gets caught on the back end of that, but there's no ulti, a huge ultimate in the back line. But the Cyclokiss just jumps out as Zolska looks for the reset. Oh my god, it's a whip on the Serena's talent, and Cyclokiss is still alive. Suave Rico gets out. The charm is huge as Zolska gets the kill on Saf. Cyclokiss about half HP, but now Little Foz gets the shutdown here, but no, they can't. Just barely. Look at the Yuumi healing. The charm was just enough to keep their carry alive, and it's going to be Rift Herald going over. Nova Tyrant flashing in and get the kill on Jeeves, and in some miracle fashion, it's Sneaky Calzones winning the team fight 3-0.
The team split their call. Split their call there. Half of the members went to go finish the Herald there, but then it was Little Fall almost blowing up Cyclokiss, but because his teammates were on the Herald, they don't get enough damage. And Cyclokiss survives with the Yuumi healing, with the Yuumi shielding, and it's just a huge team fight win for the side of Sneaky Calzones. This is exactly what you wanted, to fight around this Lucian, about to fight around this giant, this laser of a champion right now that's doing so much damage with this IE finish, and they have their Last Whisper going in for that Lord for the anti-heal item eventually. So this Lucian's so far ahead, but playing around this Lucian is exactly what you want to do in this situation when you're losing so much on the other side of the map. So they find a huge team fight with this Ornn ultimate, and even though Jeeves the Hunter does ult in the Ornn into the members of Sneaky Calzones, they don't get the huge stun, they don't get the huge haymaker, and Cyclokiss able to dash out and flash away from the Supreme Slayer Silent, so they survive the team fight, and they're able to dash around the fight and kill everybody. So great play here from the side of Sneaky Calzones. Their gold lead is still only 300 gold-ish, and they have to find more plays around this Lucian.
Turret, Zolska getting decent damage. Jeeves has the haymaker shield though, and they're gonna pop it, but they're not gonna get the damage. Zolska's looking for the 1v1. They know Jeeves doesn't have their big haymaker. Can Zolska get in for the damage though? They missed the charm. I don't think it's gonna be enough, but it does stop the Herald push for now.
Yeah, and I think that was just a wasted Herald, unfortunately, for Jeeves there. So, even though Jeeves is up so much CS into their own lane apartment, they're playing.
Go in some danger here. They're looking for the Kiana, but they don't
Saf is
see
here.
a huge Crow Storm on the back line as the Call Forward God is used, but it's a bit too late as Nova Tyrant can't even get the pop off, and it's just melted by the Fiddlesticks as Cyclokiss just mows down the Nami again with the culling. But on the top side, yes, you get one kill back, but it's the support for your entire top and jungle.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating the same thing. Why are we making plays away from where your Lucian is? You have to be playing around your Lucian if you want to have a chance in this game. So Suave Rico trying to play with their Ornn that has 94 CS at 19 minutes in the game is just gonna die instantly.
Zolska doesn't have the flash or the Spirit Rush. They're just gonna get run down, I think, by the Stride Breaker. As Jeeves not in range for the haymaker just yet. Zolska trying to poke with that Orb of Deception. Is Jeeves gonna keep going? Yes, because Cyclokiss actually is here. Sees Nameless and it's gonna catch them out with that piercing light and kills them with 3 autos. Great play from Cyclokiss, dashing over the wall very aggressively in enemy territory. But I think they're safe. Oh man, Cyclokiss is feeling himself. Thanks to Kutas being the bodyguard that you need.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody on the side of of Mem that can handle Lucian right now. It's only Kiana maybe with a potential burst, but with Yuumi always on top of him, and with that barrier and exhaust from Yuumi as well, they're not going to get burst out without they themselves blowing you up first. So I mean, so again, I mean, so as I was saying in the previous fight, like Suave Rico, you need to play around where your Lucian is. You can't be going into the side lanes and trying to play with this Ahri and this Ornn, because you're just gonna end up losing out and dying in those situations. So wherever your Lucian is, you need to be shadowing them, and they're making a play here onto
Yeah, I think
Nova
this is Nova
again.
Tyrant likely dead because Yum is here supporting Jeeves the Hunter, who did get those 2 fully completed items. Nova Tyrant just going to get slowly beat down by the fists. I mean,
Oh boy.
yeah, the Bell's Breath
bubble.
not doing anything, and Jeeves flashed the emote on him. But yeah, rough game for Nova Tyrant, getting a couple kills and not doing good enough, I think, in this matchup. If I'm Nova Tyrant right now, I'm buying Knight's Vow for my Lucian and then just playing frontline for them. There's nothing you can really do into this combo at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what you got to do. I mean, you have to put all your eggs into the Lucian basket to win this game, because even though yes, this Lucian is 11 kills and they're up, the gold lead is still even. Like they're actually down gold right now, so the gold lead is still even. I mean, overall as a general team, them have they have a better like gold spread, but if they can't single out this Lucian,
Culling
like,
is
right,
just
okay, yeah.
That's funny damage from the culling there.
Yeah.
But no, please, Arrow, continue. That wasn't even worth shoutcasting for.
Yeah, it's like for like so. I'm having gripes with both teams right now. Like for the side of Suave Rico, like why are you playing around your solo lanes when your AD carry is the main character of this game? And then for the side of Mem, like why are we walking into areas where we know Lucian is just gonna be roaming around? Like it's a little baffling because it's so clear what the win condition is for both sides, and neither team are playing for it, and it's just Cyclocus just quite literally playing solo queue and trying to win every team fight on their own.
They're literally trying to 2v9, or sorry, 2v8 with Cyclocus and Kutus. They have to be careful though. Jeeves does have the flash. Oh, it's the flash into the face breaker. Call the Forge God for the peel, though. They're doing big damage to the set, who does not have the haymaker. And it's going to be Saf going down to the bullets as well. I think flash over the tidal wave means it's a double for Cyclocus. The flash forward. Oh my god, that awkward cancels the Hound's Pursuit. What a great bubble from Yum to cancel that engage. But I think that's Cloud Soul for the side of Sneaky Calzones off of Cyclocus's frontlining, and Nova Tyrant's peel. What a great duo from that. Saf, oh my god, the 2 autos into the culling doesn't kill Yum, but look at the damage on Nameless as Cyclocus is a massive shield. It's almost enough to kill 2, but it's just barely avoided. Cyclocus is a giga monster. I don't even know how to say it. Like, with the Yuumi, he's pretty much Thanos, but taking a lot of damage from the turret. I think they have to back. They got the Drag Soul. They got the kills. It's perfect for them to back off now. They're at the gold lead here, Arrow.
Yeah, this is the Lucian game that you always wanted to watch, Kevin. So I do have to call out I do have to shout out Kutos. That was a perfect Mikhail's there on the set stun.
Yeah, that was great.
It was like almost frame perfect. So it just looked like Lucian just dashed out perfectly. So what a play there from Kutos to save their AD carry and get back and prevent the snap engage there from Jeeves. But again, no, it's the same thing. The Jeeves, you're flashing onto the Lucian, but your teammates aren't there. So there's like it just looked like you die on your own, and it's unfortunate. Like they don't get the play, they lose a soul at that point, and now this game. Yeah, what was once an even gold lead is now 200 or 2,000 gold in favor of Sneaky Calzones. But just a few minutes ago we were talking about like, oh, the gold lead's still even, and then the spread of gold is still much more even around on Mem's side. Now it's just like, now Lucian is quite literally just smacking you with his wallet, and and they're gonna get the Baron off of this.
If you need, yeah, this might be Baron. Yeah, Saf's on the bottom lane. They saw them after Zolska ran into them, right? It was an attempted play on Zolska's Ahri, and now this is the blue trinket. It's a bit too late. The tidal wave is used. Suave Rico dodges it. Cyclo Ghost doesn't dodge it, but it doesn't matter as the Baron is secure. The TV comes in from Jeeves, but the Cloud Soul, so much speed. The Supreme of Dance display of talent almost one-shots him, but Zolska gets the charm for the kill. Called the Forge God hits 4, and the Fiddlesticks can't do a damn thing with the Crow Storm. The Haymaker is dodged, and now it's just going to be Sneaky Calzones running over the fight as Zolska gets the reset for the dash in on Yum, and it's going to be a 5-0 after Baron. Sneaky Calzones off the back of Kutus and Cyclokiss win the team fight without a single casualty, and they're running it to the base for game 4.
Yeah, this might be the game here, and like we were talking about how we needed Sneaky Calzones to cook more in their drafts to get another game, and they do. They get their Lucian, and they get, you know, it's just Cyclocus carrying his entire team on his back and getting the game number 3. This might be the start of the reverse sweep.
Yeah, they have to end soon, though. There's only a couple seconds left. I think they're just going to get this Nexus turret and leave.
Oh, okay.
Good choice to not overgreed that, but Nova Tyrant got bullied the entire game, but says, screw it, I'm hitting the nicest Ornn ulti in this series. I mean, the only Ornn ulti that really matters this series, but I mean, damn, a 4-man knockup actually stopped Saf's engage with the Crow Storm, and it means Cyclokiss gets free time, and if that Lucian gets free time to hit, he is winning you the game. So great plays from everyone there, I think, on Sneaky Calzones, not just Cyclokiss and Kutus. So great job. I mean, it's hard sometimes, right, to find a good play when you're down in this series so bad, but the great Ornn ulti lines up for Cyclokiss to knock him down.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of what we wanted to see from Nova Tyrant. I mean, yes, in game number 2, they did lose lane, but they bent and then they broke, unfortunately, at some point in the game, and they weren't able to recover. But in this game, you know, yes, they got bullied in lane. Yes, they're still down a lot of CS, but they bent, but they didn't break. So in this sense, Jeeves the Hunter, they got a huge lead with the CS, a huge lead with the top lane tower, but with a little bit of help, they weren't able to get a huge amount of a lead to where it became a problem for Cyclokiss to survive.
Cyclokiss jumping forward. Littlefa has to respect it. The rapid fire, I think, since Lucian has 100% crit right now, the rapid fire auto with the Essence Reaver and the Yuumi damage would kill him.
Here.
But Staff looking for a play top as it's going to be dragged back in with the face breaker. Nova Tyrant just trying to stall as the rest of his team goes for the bot lane. They have the Baron buff. Nova Tyrant gets killed by the Reap, but they get a turn on the bot side. I think if they back up this Lucian, this could be a good push. But they're playing very carefully. Oh, Culling is just going to force the Nami flash.
Yeah.
But that is a big ultimate used. Can they get this turret before Jeeves the Hunter gets in with that with that recall? They do walk out. They do want this turret, though. The double cannon minions are pressuring. Saf doesn't hit the
Jeeves has flash.
Look at the movement from Cyclocoast.
Yeah, he's moving around so much with this with his empowered W and everything. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
oh my god, he's flashing forward.
Cyclokiss gets the execute after there was no Haymaker shield, and now Hound's pursuit onto Saf. They get the kill. Littlefa used the ultimate, but it's not on the right target, and that target is Cyclokiss as he gets a triple kill. It is going to be the Lucian Yuumi carrying the damn hell out of Sneaky Calzones to take us to game 4. It will not be a sweep, and it is going to be game 4, baby, off of this Bombies League. Lucian Yuumi, that is the game you want to see, baby. Arrow, we're taking it to another game.
Yeah, we're going to game number 4, and this could be the start of the reverse sweep for Sneaky Calzones. Both teams finally dropping a game in this playoffs. It looked like Mem were on the golden path from the start to now, but unfortunately their bot lane just absolutely getting run over. Look at the damage from Lucian this game. Almost 40k damage in a 27-minute game is insane. So great game here from Cyclokiss. I mean, that's the first step down. I mean, you got to take it one game at a time, and right now you got to imagine that you're back to game number 1. But unfortunately, with Fearless, this Lucian is never coming back. So
Unfortunate, man.
For Mem, you're breathing a sigh of relief, and you're like, yes, we don't have to deal with this anymore. But with how Cyclokiss has been playing those last 3 games, it's just been he's been running over this bot lane and just never was able to get the big lead he needed, or they needed to carry the game. And finally with this Lucian and this Yuumi combo here, they run over the Sivir, they run over this Nami, and they just absolutely carry the rest of the game. So great game here for Sneaky Calzones. I'm still frustrated that you guys didn't play around your Lucian more, but you got the win, and that's all that really matters at this point.
The win is all that matters here, Arrow, as I haven't seen a Lucian game that clean since I played it. I'm just joking. That was a beautiful display. I mean, that was what you need. As Cyclokiss, you have to play aggressive on the Lucian or you don't do anything. And Kutus being on him just gave him the confidence to run up. I mean, even in those late game fights where you're the only damage carry, he was so confident in walking towards the Fiddlesticks set Kiana.
Yeah.
And I love that the support AD duo is just they're like, I have confidence. I have the Mikhails. If you jump on me, I'm getting cleansed and
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you all. So that
Yeah.
I'd be sneaky calzones. They might not have another game like that in them, but they're gonna need something like that for game
Yeah.
4 if they want to take us to Silver Scrapes here, Arrow. But with that, we have a note from production and from the players. We're gonna jump to a quick break for us to get some rest and for the players to get ready for draft of game 4. Not a clean sweep, potential reverse sweep. It's gonna be cinema, I think, in game 4 regardless. So for everyone watching, we hope that you enjoy this extended edition, first game 4 of the season, because that's really the max. 3 games is really the max we can
Yeah.
go to in best of threes. But first game 4, possibly game 5 for everyone still watching. You'll have to see and find out if it's game 5. So stick around after the break. Kevin Dunk and Arrow signing off for a little bit, and we'll be back soon with game 4 of the grand finals. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Risen Esports Winter Team Builder Bombies League Grand Final between Sneaky Calzones, who picked up their first win in the series, and University of Memphis, who are looking strong, still on match point at 2-1. It's Kevin Dunk and Arrow. Thanking everyone who's still watching. It is 10 o'clock now in the West Coast, nearly 12 o'clock for the East Coast viewers. So for North American, we got rough time zones for Worlds, and we got rough timelines for our local leagues too, because
Yeah.
damn, this series is going the distance. But for everyone still watching, thank you for joining us on this late Tuesday night as we're going to jump straight into the draft. Arrow, take us through your initial thoughts here as people jump into the draft.
Initial thoughts. Glad Lucian for the University mentions. Glad Lucian's gone. For you, Kevin, I'm sad Lucian's gone. We don't get to see another one, but yeah, Cyclocust just popping off that game, absolutely carrying his own team to a game number to at least again another game. You know, opting to play. Oh wait, oh no, we have a change. We have a change already. So a collie being banned here. Is that's a big draft adaptation already. So we'll see. I imagine they'll still probably ban out the Jace because I don't think they want to see that, and then they'll likely um maybe I mean it's so one of it's so this is already new. So one of Jace, Vayne, or Vagar are going to be available in this draft because of this new Akali ban. So this is already something a little bit new for the
Mm.
side of University of Memphis and Sneaky Calzone. So they're gonna take away the Vayne. So now it's between the Vagar and the Jace. So, with how that game number 2 or game number 3 went though in the mid lane, and how the rest of the game has been, or the rest of the series has been going though, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they left up the Vagar and they opted to ban the Jace for the side of Zulsa in the mid lane. I mean um they've been kind of going even, honestly, or even behind against against Little Fa. So I would imagine that they want to keep, yeah, I imagine this is just Little Fa saying, hey, I'm willing to kind of throw down the gauntlet if they pick the Vagar up here, and maybe they have some draft adaptation, or they have a pick prepared for this Vagar. I mean, it seemed like in that game number 2, it kind of seemed like that MF and that Leona were kind of their Lucian draft, because they did leave up the Lucian in that draft in game number 2, and they anticipated them taking it, but instead they opted to go for that Kindred and that Rakan in the bot lane. So in that game number 3, where they had the Sivir and Nami, they just got rolled by that Lucian because maybe they just didn't have another option prepared because their option was used up in game number 2. So I'm interested to see if what they have for the rest of this draft in the series. But Shen being picked up here for Sneaky Calzones is going to be for Nova Tyrant. So this Shen has been banned out in round number 2 most of the time because Sneaky Calzones has been opting to keep their top laner pick for the second rotation. But since with this new adaptation, and since they're on the blue side, they pick it up first, and it's going to be answered with the Varus Karma in the bot lane.
Okay. One thing I do want to bring up is that it's possible, not saying it's probable, but it's possible that is a Varus top. I don't know if Jeeves would lock in something like that on match point, but Varus top is a nightmare for any bruisers, especially Shen, who can't get close
Hmm.
enough to play
Hmm.
against. But Varus Karma I do like. It gives the Memphis bot side, assuming that it is Varus Karma bot, a
Hmm.
lot more prio compared to something like the Nami Sivir, right?
Yeah.
Sivir, you're just kind of passenger until you soak up enough farm to
Sure. Sure.
win a
Sure.
team fight. But I think the problem with Memphis's bot lane now is they don't have any good escape tools. It's too squishy immobile
Yeah.
champions. I think if Kutos, I still don't know how to say their name, but if Kutos does get a
Uh oh.
champion that has engaged,
Uh oh.
and I'm seeing the Jarvan being locked in, which was
Uh
banned
oh.
multiple times again. That's a one-way ticket to backline access, right? With the Aurora, that
Yeah.
we got something cooking from the mid jungle of Sneaky Calzones, and I love it.
Yeah. I mean, like you pointed out, Kevin, correctly. It's like Varus Karma are immobile, and Jarvan does have that cataclysm, so it's going to force Varus Karma to flash out of it. And if they don't have that flash the next time around, it's just going to be they're going to be stuck in that cataclysm. And on top of that, usually kind of what happens when Jarvan dives without, someone else with him. He just gets popped like a balloon and dies alongside the Cataclysm and everything. But since they have a Shen and they have an Aurora, as the dive partners there, they have the opportunity to, easily dive onto this Varus, onto this Karma, and pop a balloon, pop them like a balloon. But University of Memphis opting to take this Gwen as the counter into the Shen, so. Or it also could potentially be a flex into the jungle, of course, but not knowing really what Saf likes to play in the jungle, we'll have to toss that back. We'll have to keep that as a maybe or as a potential pick there. But um, yeah, I like that Sneaky Calzone's changing up the draft order here a little bit, opting to kind of help out this top side of the map and like you put some priority onto the Shen, onto little Nova Tyrant, and get them their get even Zulsa their second most played champion in Aurora as well. So um that's already something new in this draft. So unfortunately for Cyclocus, your reward for popping off in game number 3 is to be not picked in the first rotation and get banned out in
Yeah,
game number
target
4.
banned.
Yeah, so
Target banned
um
indeed.
yeah, no Vayne, no I can't remember. No Unara, no Zeri for Cyclocus, but um, I mean something else that I do remember that's in their champion pool is the Yasuo. So I mean,
Yasuo's available,
I
baby.
see Jarvan, I see that knockup, and then potentially with another support that has a knockup like an Alistar or something. This Yasuo could be pretty high value, especially since Karma and Varus have a lot of skill shots to just get wind walled. So, and with how that game number 3 went, I have a lot of confidence for Cyclocus to kind of snowball that lead there. So, we'll have to see if University of Memphis have something prepared for that situation. If not, then I'm excited to see. But again, it's up to what Cyclocus wants. There's other options for themselves. Oh,
Okay.
okay, little file with their pocket Zoe pick. I think we spoke about it very briefly last week, but they have a lot of games and some mastery of this on the Zoe. So this will be, I think, their first time playing it this season. I could be wrong. I know they are a sub, so they might not be. Okay, Draven being covered here. Okay. Throwing down the gauntlet,
Throwing down the
Cyclocus.
gauntlet. I don't actually see any Draven games in Cyclocust's history.
Okay.
That
I
maybe
mean,
it's a hidden tech. Maybe they played on a Smurf. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm
maybe.
looking through their champ history. They've played it a couple times in the past 2 days, but I don't think it's their comfort pick.
Yeah,
Is
but
all
I
I'm gonna
mean,
say.
I think this is just a confidence pick. I mean, with how these last, even just throughout this entire series, I mean, Cycloclist and Kutos have been getting the better of Nameless and Yum, and it's just been the rest of the map kind of bailing out Nameless and Yum. So
Yeah.
for Cycloclist and Kutos, this is them throwing down the gauntlet and be like, hey. If you ignore us like you did in game number 3, we're gonna run over the game again. And with Draven and Lulu on top of it, it's just gonna be such a nightmare. And University of Memphis, I mean, they're going to round out their composition with the Darius, and Darius is, a counter pick into the Shen. But like as a comp together, like they have the it's a little bit of a poke composition with a Gwen and Darius. Like that's it. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna poke at them, but like the thing about what Sneaky Calzones have is like the Jarvan has the ability to close a gap, which is what poke compositions don't want you to do. Like they you want to keep you want to keep them at a distance. You want them to be forced to engage, but like because they have so much follow up and so much ability to follow up, it's gonna be pretty hard for Memphis to execute their composition unless this Darius and this Gwen. So because Darius is also locked in, this is a Gwen in the jungle, I believe. So this Darius and this Gwen are gonna have if they can get ahead and start side laning and putting a lot of pressure, maybe that's their way of winning this game and spreading out the map and making Sneaky Calzones pick which side to play on. But for the side of Sneaky Calzones, I like their composition. It's very well rounded. It's like there's a lot of easy. It's like the ease of execution is a lot is a lot higher than University of Memphis. There's so much more. There's so much more of a line that Memphis have to play on, that if they misstep once, they're gonna lose pretty hard.
I agree with that completely there, Arrow. I mean, the snap engage from Aurora Jarvan is just so much better. I like, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say ahead of time that Nova Tyrant is gonna lose. 2 Jeeves.
Mhm.
But based on the data we've had in the past couple of games, it's been rough, right, for Nova Tire.
Sure,
Well, what
sure.
can you do? There's a big rank disparity. I don't blame them, right? The fact they're
Mhm.
holding their own is impressive in itself. Um, but like even if you set Shen behind a ton, doesn't matter. He can go on that welfare build. He can build support items. He can buy Knight's Vow. He can ult you when you're low HP and taunt who's ever in front, right? He's still a Warden champion that will be useful without gold. And they're setting him up around two powerful carries that have a ton of burst with the Aurora. Draven just runs over team fights if assuming that Cyclocus knows how to pilot this champion, which I'm assuming they do. And then on Memphis' side, like you said, there's no snap engage other than maybe like a flash Darius apprehend, or maybe like
Mhm.
just a lucky Zoe bubble.
Sure, yeah.
They have multiple immobile carries with the Zoe Varus Karma that you can jump on with the Jarvan. Sure, Zoe can jump out for like a second, but she has to jump right back in. And the Lulu here, I think, is such a great pick because not only does Lulu, I think, have the priority to match Karma in lane,
Mhm.
but the fact that you can polymorph Zoe as she jumps in,
Yeah,
Gwen as they jump in, Darius as they jump
yeah,
in, that's like such a key tool to slow down the fight for Sneaky Calzones to get in position,
yeah.
right? It buys time for your Draven to get uptime, for your Shen to back up and get the channel V ulti off, for
Mhm.
the Aurora to go through multiple rotations of spells. I think Sneaky Calzones have a great draft here, but knowing Memphis, they're going to play around their top side. And genuinely, I think Darius is probably one of those top laners that if he gets ahead, you are hopeless in the
Yeah,
fact that he will just run through your entire team and there's nothing that can stop him. Same with Gwen. Like there's some giga carry champions of the top jungle of Memphis, which I'm
yeah,
terrified of if I'm on the other team.
yeah,
So it's I think it's just genuinely up to Sneaky Calzones to weather the storm, make it so that Cyclocus can carry, put the tension on the bot side, don't lose in the other lanes, and let the Draven Lulu win the game for you.
yep. That seems to
Yeah.
be like, their usual game plan, so we'll have to see if
Yeah.
they can execute on it and in game.
That's the game plan. And the game plan for us on the production side is going to be a quick break. So for all of our viewers watching the grand finals of Risen Esports, Winter Team Builder, Bombies Division, Season 16, that's all of them, baby. That's all of the things attached to our tournament. Thank you again for tuning in because it's past midnight now, past 10 o'clock for everybody in North America. And we're so happy that you decided to join us. We appreciate your viewership, and we're going to be right back after this break to bring you to game 4 of Sneaky Calzones versus U of Memphis. We'll be back soon. Hello, hello, fans of the Risen Esports. It's us back, baby. It's Bommy's division returning for Game 4 of the Season 16 Winter Team Builder Grand Finals
Hell yeah.
between Sneaky Calzones on blue side and University of Memphis. Go Tigers on the red side. It's going to be an exciting one as it's a late night for everybody on this wonderful Tuesday. And
Yep.
both, oh my god, this
Oh.
might be a fight already. Suave Rico walking a bit too far. And
No.
yeah, fearing for his life, I think, in this Game 4 as the playoff match point is here for Memphis. One more game and they're the champions, and Sneaky Calzone's looking to return in a, reverse it in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky Mem was on match point last game, and they got soundly slapped in the face. Oh, wait, Jeeves.
Jesus is gonna get caught here, I think.
I think they're
okay,
gonna walk.
taking
They're
some
gonna walk
damage.
out, but they're gonna take a lot of damage here. Or yeah. They're fine. They're fine. I mean, Zulsa can't really chase more, otherwise they're gonna miss mid lane waves, and same thing with Suave. They have to hit their camps, so they will walk out there and be completely fine. But yeah, my eyes are gonna be on the spot lane again. As I was gonna say, in game number 3, Mem got soundly smacked in the face by Cycloclist, and they're back on the warpath with this Draven pick here. It's something that they haven't really picked up in this season, but with with this series,
Zolska in
elongating.
some danger though.
Gosh.
Look at the damage from Little Foz. Zolska already had to flash from that level 2 spike because Little Foz Zoe has the ignite. This is not a great lane. I think this might be a counter pick. I mean, I don't play enough Aurora to know. But this is
neither do
looking
I.
dire. It's looking dire already at the level 2.
I mean, just playing it out in my head. Zulsa had to flash. I don't know when they did. Was that earlier on the?
Yeah, that was
the
just
earlier
now.
show?
I think they
Just
got hit by
now?
a bubble and they had to
Oh,
flash out
man.
because it was the level 2.
Oh man, yeah. So in my head, Zoe with that paddle star is going to be pretty tough to dodge. And eventually, when Aurora does get a few more levels into and has that W, they can dodge a few of these abilities. But for Zoe, when Aurora is channeling that E, they are always going to be going back in a line. So that should be an easy trouble bubble. A sleepy trouble bubble angle there if they really wanted to trade back damage there. So, but so far, I mean, Zulsa kind of weathered the early storm. I mean, they popped their both of their potions, and they are doing just fine right now with the CS. But in this top lane, I like what Nova's doing. They're not down a lot of CS, which is great. Good job. But back in this bot lane, yeah, Nameless and Yum are again under pressure, down already 11 CS in this lane, and Cycloclust is not
Cycloghost looking aggressive, but look at the tether. Walk out of it. Nice kiting from Cycloghost. Gets a big chunk on Yum, onto Nameless. Great plays, backed up by the Lulu. But it is pathing down towards bottom lane. I think they see Saf on the Gwen.
Yeah,
as
Saf
Jarvan's starting to walk towards it. They have bot lane prio. Will they take this fight?
No, I think Saf gets the scuttle crap because they were there almost a full 20 seconds before Suave Rico even showed up. So Suave Rico, I think, is about to get double scuttled here if Saf is going to opt to try and push this wave so that they get some prio here for themselves. But Suave Rico, look, they're backing already right now. So Saf is going to get double the second scuttle of the game, and if they back and go back to
the bubble just barely touched. No, he actually walked into it. I think that's going to be first blood for Little Fa. The bubble missed, but it was actually Zulska that walked into it. But now taunt under turret.
Jeeves is in trouble
from that Spirit's Refuge. Jeeves gets ignited, but he gets the heal from that Decimate. But the level up the right time into the flashback into the auto. They thought it was enough damage, but Nova Tyrant lucks out on that level up, but they still end up dying. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both top laners use both summoners to secure that crazy fight here. Oh my gosh, good dodge on that piercing arrow.
Okay, I'm really scared in this bot lane. Cycloclist and Nameless could flash on each other to kill each other, but they're gonna opt to back off of this wave. So a little bit of a breather here, but yeah, I mean, huge level up there for Nova under tower. Jeeves had the kill, flashes to get it, but with that level up from Shen, they do survive, get the first Zoe Little Fog got the first blood, so they get the kill first, and then get traded back with from the bleed damage, and I think a few minions maybe hitting onto that Shen. But yeah, great play from Little Fog there. They burned that flash earlier on the trade from I think level 2 from onto Zulsa. So Zulsa, unfortunately, you have to pick one or the other. Like you walk into the bubble or you walk around, and you're still going to get guaranteed hit by the sleepy trouble bubble there. So great play there from Little Fa, showing their mastery on this champion, and off to a pretty rare and good start here for Mem. I mean, it seems like every game they have a very strong early game, and they just seem to not be able to translate it into a mid game to a mid game victory. But they're doing pretty good right now so far.
Yeah, I would like to see Suave Rico maybe take his, so to say, take his ass to the offside, but we're a family-friendly channel here.
Yeah.
But like,
you still said it anyways.
Yeah, I said it anyways. It's late, all right, Arrow.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there's a flashless Darius. Your
There
Shen
is.
has damage and an ignite.
Yeah.
Like, go up there and secure a kill, right? Because the rest of your
Yeah.
lanes, you can't really gank that effectively. The Zoe has vision. Jeeves actually losing out on
Yeah.
these trades. Doesn't get the heal. Oh, the Shadow Dash barely missing. I think Nova Tyrant might have been able to force something there. Maybe Jeeves has the ultimate, so
Yeah.
it is
Uh-oh.
scary. But now Jeeves
Zulsa
walking towards
is-
the mid. Oh, look, Between Worlds hits, and out of it gets
What?
the kill. It's Zulska getting a big damage burst with the weirding and the twofold hex to secure it. Nice roam from them to secure it. Gives a lot of breathing room for Nova Tyrant, as it's now Suave Rico securing the dragon. He is low, though. Cycle Kiss gets caught.
Oh, Shen ulti,
Sand
Shen
United on
ulti.
Kutus, and now he's just frontlining. The taunt is ready here. Taunts onto
nice
2.
taunt.
Big Yum taken low, but they don't have the damage as Little Floss fighting the Jarvan on the other side, and I think Suave Rico is gonna die. No, he gets the heal. He gets the shield from Kutus, and now Little Floss
it's a
locked in place.
disaster.
Zolska doesn't have any mana to get the twofold hex, though. I don't think they have the damage to get the kill. They do actually, barely gets enough mana to charge up one last blast from the wand. They get the kill there, and now Nova Tyrant and Cyclo Ghost are looking for more. What a great fight for Sneaky Calzones. They get the dragon. They stall out enough. Kutu's superhero play to keep their Jarvan alive from the burst, and then Little Floss into deep, flashes away but can't get out, and Zolska picks up their second kill. What a huge turn of events for the side of Sneaky Calzones, and Memphis are hurting after that one.
Yeah, I kind of cast or cursed it. I was telling them that they were doing so good in this early game, and then they all lose their minds. I mean, I think what was happening is Jeeves was walking down to try and get that fruit there to heal themselves up and go back to lane, but they end up running into Zolska. Zolska popping them like a balloon with their ultimate and committing everything. But on the flip side, on the bot lane, I mean, they try to contest that first dragon, and they all just walk in one by one, and you know that Shen still has their stand united, so it's such an easy play for Nova to just join and get the two-man taunt onto Nameless and Yum, forcing them to out of the fight. And unfortunately, Saf doesn't have the damage there to carry out the fight at that point. So it was just an easy team fight win for the side of Sneaky Calzones. But oh man, Jeeves is hurting right now.
He tanks 2. Nova Tyrant's just stunting on him.
Suave
Great
Rico's
movement.
here.
Has the tier 2 boots, and
no, he
Jeeves
has
has
to walk out.
nothing. So that just forces out the Darius, I think, who's gonna have to back and walk back to lane without TP. And I'm a business student, Arrow, and that gank, that roam on the Darius from Zolska is the epitome of dividends. You go up top, you get the kill on the Darius to bail out your Shen. Shen has a timer to hit ulti in the team fight, and then you get another one off that. What a beautiful sequence of events.
Yeah, great.
Cycle goes though, caught up by the root. They're just gonna keep fighting this. He's not in range, but they don't actually take a lot of damage because Kutus has a good shield. The piercing arrow hurts a little bit, but not that much. But now Zolska looking for Little Fa. Ooh, it takes a huge chunk from that pop bubble. Paddle Star, sorry.
Paddle
The
Star,
bubble's
yeah,
the other one. Paddle
yeah.
Star. And Suave Rico not able to get any ganks here.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give credit to Zolska for getting themselves back into. Oh, well, okay, sorry, I panicked for a second. Saf just getting the void grubs, but wait, looking for a
dive
top lane
onto
tie.
top side. Jeeves taunted under turret, takes some damage,
No
but now
taunt.
Shen has no cooldowns. He gets dragged back in, and it's Jeeves tanking the turret flashes, but I think he's gonna die to the ignite and the heated up turret. So it's still a 1-for-1. Yes, Shen loses away, but that is both members of Little Fa and Saf trying to roam. Now Between Worlds is used. Zolska clears the way, but I don't think Little Fa's tanking turret just yet, so it does force them off. But it's not a kill. I think if that last minion died, it was a kill. But now Kutus gets caught, has to pop the ultimate, and now Cyclocust is here for the damage. The exhaust use flash over the wall. Yum. Wait, what? Yum doesn't even need to dodge the Cataclysm, but Suave just uses them as an escape rope to get the dunk on a Nameless, and it's going to be 2 kills on the bottom lane. Kutus with the mind control bait secures 2 for their team. Suave Rico picking up 1, and Draven cashing in. What a huge play for that. The gold lead is now back in the favor of Sneaky Calzones, just barely.
You gotta know that the jungler is going to be on the other side of the map there. I mean, you know your team for Nameless and Yum. You know your jungler and your top laner and your mid laner are topside. So your side of the map is not safe. So they actually opt to walk up to try and bait and try and kill this Lulu, who it was, like you said, Kevin, baiting them out, but they just popped their wild growth and wait,
Rico in some danger here,
Rico
takes a huge chunk, but they jump back in with the flag and drag. Do they have enough damage from Zolska, who doesn't have the ulti? Rico takes a huge paddle start, but they've managed to get out because Kutus is keeping them alive. That was such a big chunk, but somehow Jarvan lived, survives to fight another day. Nova Tyrant didn't even burn the ultimate to save them.
Oh wait, I feel like they could have kept chasing there because Draven was in the base, so they had numbers advantage. Varus was there for the fight, so I'm surprised they opt not to keep fighting. But you know, maybe they just trying to be a little more safe there in that situation. But yeah, I mean, yeah, things are looking still pretty good for the side of Sneaky Calzones. Draven has their freaking Bloodthirster already with that huge cash out that they got earlier. So things looking pretty good for this bot lane. Draven's going to be able to sustain and consistently keep the pressure up in this bot lane. They're up already 36, 30. No, sorry, I can't do math. 35 CS.
That's
Gosh.
36. No, good math. Good math.
Yeah. Okay. 36 CS. Yeah.
Look at the damage onto Yum. The knockback from the Santa side into the swirling death. Sorry, whirling, not swirling, but I mean that's a W for them. Oh wait. The sleepy bubble trouble into the big damage from the paddle star. Can Zolska trade this back? There's a lot of damage being tanked by Littleflaw, but he gets it secured even under turret. A solo bolo for the side of Littleflaw, but now Jeeves looking for the turret, taken low by the Shen, gets the heal off the Decimate, and I think we're at a pause actually. I'm not too sure what happened with the stream, but big team fight plays. Sorry, not team fight plays, solo kill plays by Littleflaw to turn back around. The gold is pretty dead even, other than a 1k gold lead for Sneaky Calzones.
Yeah, I mean, so the last thing that I saw was Nameless was disconnected, but it looks like he's back. So okay, just a brief pause there, but yeah, things are looking pretty good here for this bot lane again. I mean, they're doing their thing again, and unfortunately for the side of Mem, their bot lane needs to shore up their weaknesses. Otherwise, these early advantages that they're getting in the top and mid and jungle are going to amount to nothing, and Cyclocus is just going to keep running over the game again. So. And for the side of Sneaky Calzones, again, same game plan as game number 3. You got to play around your AD carry. You got to play with them. You got to keep them alive. So do not make any side lane plays without your AD carry there. And you know,
Nova Tyrant getting caught though. Jeeves was just waiting in the bush, being the hunter they are. They popped the ghost,
flash.
But it's going to be traded for the flash. Good flash from Nova Tyrant to get out of there. But now look at the gank. Oh, the chains of corruption hidden. Cyclocus, I think, is likely dead. They get rooted up by the Karma as well. So it's just going to be a follow-up kill. Means a shutdown over to who was it? I think it was Yum who picked it up, unfortunately. But now Swap Rico looking for the gank here top. Cataclysm to use Jeeves. Doesn't have flash in the taunt forward, but it's no heals, no deals for Jeeves, as it's going to be a nice secure on the top side. They see Gwen, and they immediately jump onto the Darius, and they're going to get the push. Nova Tyrant being bailed out by the J4. But look at the mid lane roam. It might be Littleflaw looking for a play here.
I doubt Littleflaw has the capability to kind of 1v2 in this situation, but yeah, great play, great gank there from Saf there to kind of shut down and slow down this.
Between worlds onto Saf, who does use the hallowed miss, but taking a lot of damage because Zolska's in melee range. They're gonna dash over the wall. I don't think Zolska can keep going because they already used the across the veil. And it doesn't force out much. It is ulti down for Zolska though. That's a long cooldown. They did not go for the Malignance, which as an Aurora sometimes player, I do like that item better than the Ludens.
Yeah, but I think they'll be a-okay for a few minutes, or for a few minutes without their ultimate. The dragon is not coming up for another 3, so they'll be a-okay without it for now. So I think there was a pretty good look there.
Oh wait, gank on mid. Littleflaw gets hit with the flag and drag. Suave Rico does not. Oh,
he also has no ult though.
The Sleepy Bubble Trouble is activated, but the Jarvan just can't get in range for the Cataclysm. So it's going to be Littleflaw escaping, not using much. But the top lane turret goes down. Nova Tyrant now trying to brawl with Jeeves the Hunter. Pops the ignite. Jeeves the Hunter hits a
damage.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say Damashian Justice. That's Noxian Guillotine. That is the wrong damn faction, as it's going to be this.
But you're getting chased right now.
Darius, but now this is the chase down. I think Suave Rico has the ulti, is going to look for it. I think Zolska is in range. Jeeves gets a heal.
Zolska doesn't have R, like you said.
Then they burst him enough. He doesn't have. Oh, okay. They get him with the Dragon Sight. Now Saf trying to 2v1. Oh my god, Suave Rico popping the ultimate for the
this.
damage. They get the knockup with the Flag and Drag, and they're gonna go down, but Zolska, I think, can secure this if they hit the 2 full
Yum's
tag.
here.
They hit the
Oh,
weirding,
Yum
and it's gonna
didn't
be big.
shield.
Yum doesn't actually shield in time. Zolska gets him, and now he's getting chased down. Little Fa is here, but now the ultimate used by the Shen. Wait, flash away? That must have been a miscommunication, but the taunt hits the Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Nova Tyrant, and the rogue from this Lulu. Can Kutus do anything as Zolska gets ignited? He's taking a lot of damage. The wild growth is huge, as it's going to be Nova Tyrant picking that one up. Zolska lives by the skin of their teeth by the help of Kutus on the Lulu, making the cross-map roam. And with that play, it is still Sneaky Calzones at a bit of a gold lead, and it's going to be Cyclokiss getting that solo turret gold in the bot.
What a series of bizarre plays there. I mean, it started with Jeeves the Hunter getting the solo kill onto Nova, and then it ended with Nova stand united and saving his own teammate at the end there. So in the extended trade, I mean, Jeeves does get the top lane turret for the first tower, I think, in the top lane there, and then they get the solo kill, and then Suave and Zolska do roam back up to get the trade kill onto Jeeves, but then it's Saf on this Gwen that's able to, get the kill back onto J4, and Zolska dives a little bit deep to get the kill, and with the help of Yum, I mean, I think Saf thought they could stick around and maybe look for a trade back kill onto Zolska, who stayed around for too long, but Yum doesn't shield Saf, and it just ends up killing, and Saf just ends up going down in that situation. So at the end of the day, I mean, I think the biggest winner is Cyclocus. They get the bot lane tower, and they have so much gold right now, so.
Oh my gosh, Cyclo is just playing in their face.
I know.
Jeeves does have flash for the apprehend, but he's confident because Kutus and Suave Rico are behind him, means that Zolska gets to push in a wave. I think they have priority over this. Oh no, it's a huge root from the flash, but Cyclokits is still alive. Jeeves the Hunter taken low. He gets the heal, he gets the execute from the Noxian Guillotine. They trade back with Suave Rico on the Cataclysm, and Zolska misses the 2-fold health, and now Zaf is here, and it's Kutus going down to the scissors. Zolska gets slowed by the Needlework. He jumps back with the weirding. Saf is just trying to fight this under turret, but Suave Rico chunks him out. I don't think the Shen can make it because he doesn't have the Stand United. What a great flash engage. I didn't actually see who the root was, but I think it was Jeeves into the Chains of Corruption. Means Varus picks up a great supporting kill there. Or sorry, not a support kill, like it's an assist. And that means third drag gets stopped, soul point countered, and Memphis take that. But Sneaky Calzones do trade over that top turret.
I know. I think it was a raw Varus ultimate. Nameless just landed their Chains of Corruption onto Cyclocus, and then it was, I think,
in some danger here, but they get the trouble bubble. Little Fa trading back with some damage, so the Paddle Star does big things, but Cyclocus, this can be so aggressive with the healing from the Bloodthirster. Oh, Zolska looking for this pick here. I think Nameless has to die here. Oh, barrier used. Oh, Zolska maybe not going to secure it. They don't, actually. Surprisingly, Cyclocus taken solo by the Paddle Star. And they get the healing from the Bloodthirster. They get the shields from Kutus. Little Fa's popping off this game.
Yeah, Little Fa's landing on Sleepy Trouble Bow after Sleepy Trouble Bow. I mean, yes, they have died twice, but like they're playing this Zoe out pretty annoying. Like they're being a little mosquito right now, which is really good. This is exactly what you want out of this Zoe pick, and you have to keep the pressure up. But thankfully for Cyclocus, they have that BT and they have that rapid fire cannon, so they're going to be able to.
Gets exhausted by the stolen summoner spell, but they dodge out of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. What great movement from Kutus. Has been playing great this series, but now the rundown attempt onto Little Fa, who gets Well, Zoe is not a fair champion. How'd she get another flash? Oh, Whirling Death just misses, and it's Little Fa actually using the real flash now to dodge the redirection on that. So champion should not have 2 flashes. That is pretty broken. But Zoe's gonna escape from that as they look for more plates mid.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Sneaky Calzones, you'll be okay with Zoe having 2 flashes because they're not going to be able to, save this. Oh, okay, they do save the mid lane tower, never mind. But yeah, they're looking pretty good. Okay, for now. But something else I gotta kind of have to bring up is that Nameless is going for an on-hit build. So what I thought would be a poke composition is solely onto the Zoe. It's just Zoe that's going to be dealing some damage, and I can't say I'm a fan of on hit in this game. I mean, I know you have a Shen and I know you have a J4 that you can hit for a little bit, but by that time that they're kind of on you and autoing you, I think you're kind of dead in that situation. So I would have loved to see more of a lethality build or a poke Varus build, but Jeeves is kind of hunting here, but not going to find anything. But yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye out for Nameless and see how he wants to play. I mean, he did land that huge change of corruptions onto Cyclocus in that previous fight in the mid lane here, but. Right now, I mean, they're still down a huge amount of CS, and I think most of this gold lead likely is on Cyclocus with this Draven getting multiple cash outs. But Jeeves in the side lane is still
monstrous. The whole
still
breaker's
monster.
big. Oh,
yeah.
taunt under turret though. Can Jeeves take down the turret fast enough? I don't think Nova Tyrant has the damage. Jeeves heals up, hits the ghost, and is trying to kite, but they can't get the damage through the Spirit of Refuge. The ignite cuts the healing. Can they get enough damage? Nova Tyrant doesn't have the empowered Q, but he doesn't need it. Shadow dash for the kill. Nova Tyrant finds the solo bolo. Yes, they lose the turret, but it is big for Nova Tyrant, who does have ultimate to join this fight. If they were to take it, this could be a 4v5 as the flag and drag hits. The knockup is big. Saf takes so much damage, but the huge
Gwen is freaking immune. Jesus.
Flash taunt onto the Gwen, who has no passive, has no hallowed mist, as Saf doesn't actually die. Suave Rico jumps in with the Cataclysm and can't get the kill. Wild Growth is used, and they just can't get a damn thing. The Draven takes damage, and oh my god, I thought surely Saf would have died there, but they didn't. I don't know how that happened. Cycle goes looking for more damage. And they, Shen ran in, flash taunted, and they still couldn't secure it. That is so many cute summoners now. Little Fa looking for the bubble as Kutus runs out of there. Zolska gets a big burst into the explosion from that, the Storm Surge. Zolska now looking maybe for a reset. Oh my god, double kill as Little Fa's running over the fight. The weirding is good as Yum tries to look for more. Little Fa taking a solo HP, but Zolska can't finish it. Little Fa's on fire, getting I think that was a double kill there. Almost a triple if they got Zolska as well.
It was the healing from the Needleworks and Saf that kept them alive. I mean, they went down as probably double digits HP there, but then with they're going for Baron at this time. Oh no way!
This could be a Baron attempt. Nova
Tyrant is on the wrong side.
Out, though. J4 is running. They have the TP from Zolska. This is going down pretty slowly because they don't have their Varus, but it's still going fast enough. Saf has big damage. Nova Tyrant has to go in with the taunt. Hits a 3-man taunt. Zolska can blow them up right now. They kill Saf, and it's going to be the Darius following after. Jeeves goes down, as it's going to be Suave Rico looking for the backline, but he can't get it. Between worlds, across the wall, Zolska looking for the kill. He misses the weirding, but he gets it with the autos and the twofold hex. It is a Baron, and it is a Dignitas throw from Memphis. As they look for Baron, they get too hasty, and they lose 3 members, and one of them is the jungler. That is so big for the side of Sneaky Calzones, as this Dragon's about to come up for Soul Point.
I can't tell if they didn't see that ward on the banana bush, but I guess they thought they were on vision so they could maybe sneak away the Baron, but unfortunately for them, I think they got spotted out, or someone hits. I think maybe it was a vision plant or something, so they gave them the idea that Mem was on the Baron, so it was just an easy team fight win. And what a taunt there from Novas to set up the play, and it was just an easy cleanup from that point on. But man, Mem, I mean, you were looking okay from that position. You did. They opt to go for the Baron sneak there, but it just ends up being just a disaster for them. And now Sneaky Calzones are going to be on Soul Point. Maybe they thought that Sneaky Calzones would be running to the Dragon, so they thought they could trade and do the same thing they did from game 1. But I think there's still too much time there. So so Sneaky Calzones had so much time to go over and contest, and they were still able to get the Baron. But a little trouble bubble here lands, but nothing to be coming out of it. But yeah, man, what a play! What a play!
What a crazy turn of events. They don't secure the Dragon, but they get Soul Point. Oh, Nameless.
Suave is over the wall.
Over the wall, a huge Cataclysm, a flash out from Nameless as he pops the Chains of Corruption. Look at the damage from Between Worlds. Yum dodges some damage, though. He actually survives that.
Okay.
Great
Stand United.
The TP from Jeeves. The Stand United invested as Cycloghost gets jumped up, but they're just going to kill Jeeves, I think, who has to flash over the wall. Saf is now here, though. The needlework is huge. The Cycloghost gets slowed, gets sleeped, gets stunned up, and now in the backline, Suave Rico's trying to make a play, but he can't get anything, and it's just 2 down quickly for Sneaky Calzones as, oh my god, look at the poke damage. It's going to be Aurora trying to run out. Jeeves tanking the turret, maybe tanked a bit too long as Kutus picks up a kill. Wild Growth onto 1, keeps him alive as Saf is looking for the turret. It's Little Fa breaking it down after taking a couple shots from the turret, but in the end, it is still tier 2 going down, and 2 kills for just the 1 on the side of Memphis. So aggressive in their fights. I think it was Zolska missing a key Q onto the Karma, means they lose the fight. They burn everything. They get nothing from that, and it just means Memphis turns that around. Crazy team fights all around. One thing I do want to mention, Cycloghost doesn't have enough damage to actually kill the Draven because he went for rapid fire second.
Yeah. So they Cycloclists, I mean, they were ahead so far, but then now they've died 4 times in a row. So unfortunately for this Draven, they're now so far behind, and Zolska is trying to chase down Saf, but I think Saf actually kills him
Yeah,
here.
Saf could kill him here. He doesn't have the ulti between worlds to get away. Jumps away, but Saf
Oh,
is so
man.
fast
Oh,
with
the
the ghost,
meta!
and over the wall is a Kobe. Goes for the
What?
sleepy trouble bubble over the wall and gets him. That is just Zolska dead with no TP for 36 seconds. I mean, I don't think Memphis can get anything off it, but that is just a key overstep, I think. Oh my god, from the
God.
side of Zolska, TP
Oh,
invested by the Shen to stop Saf from pushing.
okay.
Cyclocist, I think, is starting to fall off.
Yeah, they got a huge advantage, but then unfortunately they tried to push it, and then they got punished for their aggression. So then it was initially it was Nameless landing the Chains of Corruption, and then it was a trouble bubble here, and then it's just like in these team fights, it's like Gwen is immune and isn't able to like be hit in those situations. So Cyclocus is not able to dish the damage, and because like you said, Kevin, they go for the rapid fire cannon second, they don't have a lot of that burst damage that they would have from maybe an IE or any other crit damage item in that situation. So now they finish their IE, and now they potentially can get online for that situation, but. Yeah, they're kind of struggling right now. And what's Jeeves doing here?
For Jeeves here, Flag and Drag hits.
Survive.
As they're doing a lot of damage. Jeeves misses the
Survive a little
apprehend,
bit.
gets a
Oh,
big
huge heal.
On the other side, though,
Wait,
Little
Fog.
Fly gets polymorph. I don't think they can actually kill Jeeves here. The TP invested
Zolska's on the
by
way.
Zolska. So it's just going to be a straight-up 5v5 brawl, but look in the jungle. Cyclocus sees the Gwen. Suavrico, I think, wants his blue buff.
Saf is a little caught out here.
Yeah, in a tight
he's
corridor, though. It's
okay.
kind of dangerous. What? Between worlds hits absolutely nothing. They're forcing too hard, and they just waste a TP and an ulti when Zolska could have likely gotten more on the bot side. So a bit of a head scratcher there, I think, from Sneaky Calzone. Zolska, I think, is starting to let the pressure get to them because they're making a bunch of unforced errors, and that's a lot of key tools down.
Yeah, so something else that I wanted to talk about was that in that mid lane play where where Mem finally broke open the mid lane tower, Suavrico, they had that play onto the mid lane to dive onto Nameless and Yum, but I think you called it out where Zolska did land their huge ultimate onto Yum, but then they missed a few abilities, and credit to Yum for dodging and moving pretty well there. But because they used so much on the bot lane of Mem, they didn't have the tools to win the ensuing team fight against Jeeves and Saf in the later fight. So in that situation, what we just saw where Zolska is trying to get a pick onto Saf, they completely whiff because they have no vision and they assume that Saf is in there, but it's just they're getting really desperate right now. So. I mean, but they're getting desperate, but the gold lead's only about 900 gold, so it's not like they're falling too far behind. But I guess to their point,
looking for a play though.
Zolska missed the W over the
jump
wall.
over the wall, and Cyclo Ghost is here. The Ghost invested.
Oh
Did they
my
kill the Jarvan in time? They cannot, as it's going to be Stand United saving him just barely from the Noxian Guillotine. Cyclo Ghost, Cyclo Kissed, trying to fight back, but with the Jarvan forced out and the Flash not available, it's going to be Dragon secured by Memphis, not letting Sneaky Calzones get close enough for an attempt to steal. Yeah, like you said, the desperation is a bit too much from the side of Sneaky Calzones. One thing I do want to mention, too, is finally, Cyclocist has some anti-heal, but nobody else has it.
Yeah.
And it feels like every time they go for Darius, they go for Gwen, they just can't kill them fast enough.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Over the wall, hits the bubble onto the Lulu.
No, but not with Nova around.
For it.
Yeah.
They have Mikhail's as well if they need it, and the heal.
But
yeah, no, fight. I think over with the Draven on 3 items, they have to find a good fight, but not like that.
Yeah, they're hunting right now, which is good, but I mean it's just tough to snap engage onto anybody. Without your Jarvan there, of course, Jarvan was taking their red buff, and right now they're still farming right now. But without their Jarvan there and without Aurora there, it's just hard to start a fight on their own terms. So for the side of Mem though, they have so many tools to keeps Sneaky Calzones at a distance without Jarvan being there. So it's just so hard for Cyclocus to find something that isn't like when they're not on that Lucian that they can dash into their face or and everything. But Draven can run, but you can only run so fast in these situations. So right now for the side of Sneaky Calzones, I mean they've kind of right now it's kind of a lull state. I mean the gold is almost dead even right now, but this Baron is going to be the next thing on both of these teams' minds. I mean Dragon is still not going to be up for another 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So You know, this Baron dance is going to be so crucial. But with Jeeves in the bot lane, you know, you have to send Shen. And oh my God,
Oh my
Kutos, you
gosh.
playing with fire there.
That was pretty close. Little Fall, if they hit the paddle star, I think that might have been like 70% of the HP. It went
Yeah.
back so far. Little Fall's having a great game on the Zoe. I think, I mean, they're still not on a defensive item yet. So if somehow, some way, Sneaky can lock them down, that would be big. Oh, no, the Tyrant looking for the taunt under turret is big. Jeeves getting chunked out, gets a little bit of a heal. The Nova Tyrant is actually winning this 1v1 in the short term, but the heals from the Decimate means that in the long term, Jeeves does win out. And now look at the fight here. Saf looking for Cyclocross, but he's locked in the Cataclysm when they actually get the shutdown on him. And it's going to be a Chains of Corruption not hitting much. Little Skull looking for Nameless. Can they get the burst down fast enough? Look at the damage from Cyclo Ghost as the weirding just barely misses, but stand aside means a $400 cash out. What a great fight from the mid lane. Suave Rico knows Saf doesn't have the dash, jumps on him instantly with that Cataclysm, and they can't get out, so it's just a firing squad onto Saf. Now the jungler's dead. Can the side of Sneaky Calzones get the Baron before Memphis take the fight to them? Nova Tyrant is pushing sides and has the stand united, but they're on vision and multiple members are low. This has to be faster, and they don't have the
but they can just converge on it.
TP's being called in. Jeeves is going for it as they're looking for Suave Rico. Okay, stand united use. Jeeves is now looking for any target, but he gets taunted up, he gets snared up, he gets CC'd up, and he can't get the Noxian Guillotine in time. Oh my God, look at the damage, though, from Little Fa, who gets one with the Paddle Star, gets a sleep onto Nova Tyrant. Kutus burns the McHales, and yes, that was 2 kills, and the trade back onto Jeeves. For Zolska. Oh, wait,
Little Fall, you gotta be careful here. You're gonna get taunted.
Looking for it, but he gets taunted. He gets too greedy for it, and another cash in for Cyclocus. They finally shut down the Zoe. It's so big for them. Yes, the Baron's not, you know, immediately attackable right now that Saf is up. They got another kill into the hands of the Draven. He's starting to hit that hyper-scaling point after those huge shutdowns and the cash-in money from the passive. It's looking like Memphis now are on the other foot. They're a bit too desperate with the force, and they overplayed their hand with Saf dying in that fight.
Yeah, it's like Saf goes in. I think I didn't see how it started, but they somehow they themselves get cataclysmed, and unfortunately they're not in the attack range of Cyclocus, and they can't kill him without their hollowed mist. So then they get burst, they go down, and then the ensuing like chase down is just too easy for the side of Sneaky Calzone. So then in the ensuing Baron, like it looked like that Sneaky Calzones were going to get the Baron, but then, you know, Jeeves TP's into 4 members of the Calzones, and, you know, just goes down there. So I mean, thankfully for the side of Mem, you know, the Calzones don't get the Baron there. So, but I mean, they have to trade like 3 or 4 members for.
Holy moly! Look at the damage from the Paddle Star. Kutus has already taken to about half HP. And I think they're going to try to stick around, but one more.
Oh my God.
Kill them, but look at the crit damage from Cyclocust.
Yeah.
It's a trade back of health bars. Little Fa doesn't have any way to heal either.
Yeah, they're at 90% crit here for this Draven.
I think they're just going to try to run him down as they get damage. They get the slow from the Between Worlds. The chase down onto Jeeves. He's trying to heal back up, but he gets taunted. He gets knocked up. He gets CC'd as Kutus rightfully claims that one from how they've been playing, and now it's a 4v5. Jeeves is dead for 51 seconds. Flash taunt onto the Varus, gets the kill. Cyclocus picks up another one. Now Saf is in the back line. He's trying to 1v4. Is on the other side. It's Jarvan 1v4, but the knockup hits. Saf can't get it as the Wild Growth and the Stand United are good, and now Yum getting chased down. Cyclocus finally has the damage, and that's another kill for the side of Sneaky Calzones. That's the clean ace as well for them. They might be pushing for the end. I don't think they can, but they're gonna wreck the base, and I think afterwards they can collect the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, this is what a team fight there for Sneaky Calzones. They're going to break open the base, like you're saying, Kevin, and get their inhibitor. I don't think they can push for the end with Nameless being up. I mean, and Jeeves being up. So I mean, but at the end of the day, they're going to get the soul. They're going to get the Ocean Soul, and against, you know, a composition like with a Zoe, you know, this Zoe's going to be having a good time poking, but then if you can just heal it up with that Ocean Soul, it's going to be pretty good for themselves. So this Ocean Soul is going to be huge for the side of Sneaky Calzones, and you know, I'm just like baffled by what I'm watching here. I mean, a great play from Suave Rico to, you know, catch out Jeeves and you know, punish this Darius for being alone in the back line, like off of the side, but it's like, man, like, Jeeves, you're getting caught out so much before the fights, and before Saf and Little Fa and Nameless can even catch up, you're dead, and then, you know, the ensuing team fight is just too easy for for the Calzones to follow up. So Nova hits the huge flash taunt onto Nameless, and honestly, he's this game is all about Jeeves and Saf and Littlefaw. Like, Nameless is so far out of the game. I mean, they have this on-hit build, but by the time they're starting to auto-attack people, they're pretty dead. So it's just,
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. Wait, but this fight, Jeeves gets the apprehend.
Uh-oh.
Suave Rico did invest already. The Flag and Dragon, they jump on the back line. Yum has to flash
Okay.
out, but it's a shutdown on the Jarvan.
Solska's
And
here.
Nova Tyrant take this fight. A huge between worlds
Saf's
gets the
dead.
damage, but Saf is going to go down. But in the end, it's also Shen that goes down. It's a double for Cyclocust. He's just the
Zolska's
more
alive.
useful AD carry as it's going to be. Zolsa trying to get the chase down. He has the movement speed from the Spirit Abjuration. Can he catch up to Nameless? Gets one, gets two. The Weirding does big damage, but the twofold Hex does not kill. That fight was without Littlefaw. There was just more members there for Sneaky Calzones. Yes, Suave Rico and Nova Tyrant give up their lives, but in the end, that's a 3-for-2. You'll take that fight because Nameless is just not effective to defend this base, and Cyclocust is effective at killing your entire team. I don't know if they can get more because it's just a lone Draven, but Cyclocus is walking up like he wants more. He's looking for the autos.
Oh, the bubble lands, but
Okay, he has the CC though from the Mikhail. Solsa is here.
Oh
Oh my
my,
god,
Nameless is
die.
dead.
Maybe to the Storm Surge. Okay, it's not enough to get the kill. Oh, Flash
he
auto
autos.
gets him, collecting the kill. Now they're on the
Is that
base.
the game?
Snap is up in 5 seconds. Littlefa has to do something, but it is the turrets going down like paper to
Okay, they're not
Cyclocus's
doing
damage. Oh, Littlefa looking for the flash, looking for the bubble. They don't get it. Cyclocus is kiting their lives out.
Oh,
and now
the
the Stand
Fender
United is here. Zolsa getting big damage on a Yum in the backline. The taunt hits. Jeeves the Hunter looks for the fight, but they get polymorph. And now it's going to be in the backline. Zolsa looking for it. Gets the wild growth for the knockup. Jeeves gets the Noxian Guillotine, but the brother kills another brother as the Cyclocus rows him down with the axes. One more for good measure. And that is what I'm talking about, baby. That is going to be Sneaky Calzones. Trying, attempting, maybe succeeding at a reverse sweep. They're going to 5 games, baby. It is Silver Scrapes here in Bommy's division era. Nobody is going to sleep early.
No, I can't believe it. I mean, it's after how the first 2 games went, I thought it was going to be Mem easy 3-0, but Cyclocus coming alive in these last 2 games. I questioned whether or not he had another Lucian game or that type of carry performance in him, but then in this game number 4, they find another gear. I mean, they were struggling at some point in the game, but then their team came together and they worked together and got this Draven back ahead, and and it was also Zolska on this Aurora popping off as well. So man, what a game number 4 for Sneaky Calzones. They bring it right back, and now we're back to even. It all comes down to 1 game, Kevin.
It all comes down to 1 game. I just appreciate having the pleasure to share my first Game 5 cast in any league I've cast with you, Arrow, and 3 Eyes. To all of our audience here, I don't know if you're still watching because it's been a long night, but holy hell, we got more, baby. We got more because it's not over yet. It's Game 5 in Bommy's Grand Finals. Everybody thought it was going to be a clean 3-0 from you, Memphis, going into Game 3. But Sneaky Calzones are showing that Cyclocust is the man that you have to have, and he's gonna win you the game. Like, yes, he had a slow start on the Draven, but after he got over the kind of terrifying 2-item power trough with the rapid fire,
Oh man,
hits the IE, has enough damage. Shout out to Nova Tyrant on the Shen, the flash taunt, the heals, the stand Uniteds at the right time. Jeez, the Hunter again. Like, that's a master tier player. This guy's in platinum. Nova Tyrant outdid his lane opponent in what should be a really hard matchup, and he got R5 counterpicked as well. Like, it is astounding that the Sneaky Calzones looked so bad in Game 2. We thought it was like, okay, this is gonna be a quick night, 3-0. But they find the fire. They win Game 2 off of Cyclocust on Lucian, and then Game 4, Nova Tyrant on the Shen. Kutus, shout out to Kutus for how many key saves they had. And they kept their teammates alive long enough for them to do damage. And Memphis, they tried their hardest. Littlefa has a crazy game on Zoe, Zaf as well on the Gwen, but the peel, the team fights, somehow, just by the smallest margins, go to Sneaky Calzones to a final point. Sneaky Calzones they just run it. They just run it, baby. They take the fights and they go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what a game there for Sneaky Calzones. They're able to work together and get the when you overcome some of the early some of the early mistakes that they made, and And I'm sorry, I'm getting some messages here from production. It looks like we're gonna try and jump right into game number 5 draft. So I kind of have to keep this a little brief as we start getting ready for that. But yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed with Cheeky Calzones to be able to like weather the storm of Memphis. I mean, Memphis has routinely been able to get some early advantages, but it's just Locust, Cyclocust on any of these champions that just generate so much lead and create so much pressure. I mean, both of these teams have their moments of just like losing their minds, but it's a lot of it is just because of the pressure. I mean, now that we're in game number 5, the pressure is on. I mean, both teams have they have one last draft to go and against each other, and everything's on, their entire season's on the line. So I mean, I can't imagine it ending any other way for both of these teams, both of them having a perfect playoff series. And then it looked like Mem was going to be finishing out their perfect playoff run, but then it's Sneaky Calzone saying, hey, not so fast. I mean, we're still here. So momentum definitely in the favor of Sneaky Calzones, but Mem, I mean, you got one more draft in you, and I mean, you have to find an answer for this bot lane. Otherwise, Nameless and Yum are going to get are just getting run over right now, unfortunately.
Yep. And for everyone still watching, we appreciate you. We're gonna jump, I think, straight into the draft as soon as we can, because it's a late night. We're East Coasters. I think have shared that they have to work soon, which
Yes.
is terrifying. But so everyone still watching, thank you for joining us. Your viewership keeps the lights on, keeps us happy. But it's Silver Scrapes. Like, I'm so excited for this. I'm not sure if the room is ready yet, but a couple folks are saying they are. I'm not too sure. I think we're gonna jump into drafter here. We're gonna get notes from production, so I'll try to again not wax
Yeah.
on too poetic because I know that we're also running out of gas here. Holy moly!
Yeah.
I've
Oh
been
my
up
goodness.
for a while. Arrow, I know you're tired.
I mean, so just speaking from personal experience, the most I've ever gone is 4 games. So this is like you, Kevin. This is my first game 5. So this is already I'm more- I'm I don't know. I'm just watching these games. It's just so mentally draining. There's so much action going on the map, and there's like we have very little time, very little downtime. So I am all for um I'm all for this game 5. I'm all for casting with you, Kevin. But man, it's getting rough.
It is getting rough, but hey, for our viewers,
For the
for the
viewers,
players,
for the
for everybody
fans.
as part of Risen Esports, we got to push through for them because damn, like these teams are putting their all on the Rift today,
Yeah,
taking us to Silver Scrapes. We got to do it.
yeah.
We're just gonna double check here with production to see if I think both teams are ready.
I'm trying to read. I think both teams are finally readying up here.
Okay, both
So,
teams are ready. We're gonna minimize the
um,
break,
yeah,
and then we'll do a break, I believe, here,
yeah.
Arrow, after we finish the draft check-in, and then we'll just break for that 3 minutes.
Sounds
Three
good. But
minutes for
so
what's it called? Spectator delay.
spectator
That's
delay.
the
Yes, yes,
the
yes. Of
words are
course.
leaving my body as
It's
we get
okay.
into game
Yeah,
five.
no, don't worry. I'm gonna short circuit a few times in this game, but okay. So going back into the draft, looking at the sides, so it looks like University of Memphis have selected blue side. Blue side has won all 4 games, so maybe if this is a sign to come, maybe Memphis stop the reverse sweep. But with the momentum that Sneaky Calzones has had, they have. I feel like they have so many options to you know yeah, overcome the curse of the red side, I guess. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on the bans here for University of Memphis. It looks like Jace is still going to be the ban here,
Mhm.
and Talon. Yep, Talon's going to be the ban. So then let's see, are they going to ban out the Akali, or are they going to ban out the Vagar? I mean, I would imagine still going to be Vayne is going to be the ban, unless they have an answer for the Vayne. But I imagine um, the entire series they haven't had it. So, but
Right.
oh, see, I mean, but like with yeah, so we're really diving into each of these players' champion pool because game 5, uh, man, 40 champions banned out or are gone, right? Can I do
Yeah.
math? Is that math? Yes, that's math.
Yeah.
So
No, that's
yeah,
good math. Good math.
yeah, 40 champions are banned out, and then with the additional 5 with the additional 10 from just regular bans. That's 50 champions out of the pool for most of these players. So we'll have to see what each team want to prioritize. It looks like this will be the Akali ban, so the Veigar will be left up, and then Braum still going to be the ban here for the Sneaky Calzone. So let's see what Memphis will want to prioritize here. I imagine they want to probably. Uh, I imagine they want to make sure that their bot lane is in a solid state. But
Wait,
oh
Arrow, this is your champion.
okay. So yes, this is my champion, but I do not wish to see my champion get run over in lane. So please, I like I mean I know it's very okay. Okay, nameless, please.
Okay, it's locked
You
in.
have to survive. You have to survive. I know Jin is my favorite champion right now, so please, you have to survive this lane. I cannot cast a bad game for Jin. Please. But yes, Jin. I love Jin because you can blind this champion, and it's so hard. Like without a few key champions in the pool, it's so hard to punish him. But so just speaking objectively, I mean, looking at okay, Thresh gonna be the pick here for uh Kuto. Gosh, this support I cannot. Um I know somebody in Twitch chat said something about the
Kutos, I
pronunciation.
believe, is what the pronunciation
Kutos.
guy says.
Okay. Sorry. Apologies to everybody if we've been butchering the pronunciation, but Kutos is going to be on Thresh here, which is I'm excited because Kutos has had pretty two standout games in the last two games um with the Yumi and the Lulu here. So I mean, they're going to be on something a little bit different with this Thresh, but I mean, with how they've been playing, last two games, I think they're going to be just a-okay here. So Volibear is going to be the lock-in here for Suave Rico in the jungle here. So ooh, Morgana. I imagine this is going to be a Morgana support. Could be a Morgana jungle. Could be a Morgana mid lane. We'll have to see. But it's a pretty easy flexible. It's a pretty flexible pick here. But Morgana Jin can be a good lane. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan, honestly. But ooh, okay. So University of Memphis, they're gonna avoid the two bans, the
Oh
Garen and
my.
the Camille bans in the second rotation, and they're gonna opt the blind the Camille early here. So I like this adaptation. I mean, this is one of G's most played champions in solo queues. So which is it's typically banned out from him. So they're opting to go for it and circumvent. So this is the draft adaptation that we've been waiting for. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what they want. But like with this Jin and this Morgana, I mean, oh baby,
Okay. Is
oh
that a counter
baby.
pick?
I don't know. I watched one Alawi game last week, and I forgot who the lane matchup was, but this is. I think this is like one of the last champions in Nova Tyrant's like champion pool, apart from Jax. So I imagine Jax. I don't know. I feel like
mean,
Jax would have
I'm
been
looking here. I'm looking here on op.gg. It says Camille's worst matchups are Teemo, Shen, Wukong, Varus, and Alawi. So
okay. So
Alawi's
they
also got
opt.
the most data. It's the third most data, and nobody's
Okay.
playing Teemo, and Shen's been banned out. So the fact that University of Memphis, not the saying they're getting desperate, but the fact that they choose to adjust their draft strategy right now in Game 5
Aha.
means that their jungler gets banned out. They have to perform on Jeeves, but Nova Tyrant gets the matchup that they love. And,
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's scaling, but I might be. Nova
Yeah.
Tyrant, terrible game 2 and 3. They won
Mm-hmm.
game 3, just by having Psych Locust. Oh my god, my brain.
Cyclocust. Oh,
Psych
it's okay.
Locust
It's okay.
pop off
We
on the
got this,
Lucian.
Kevin.
But game 4, the Shen was impeccable. Like he didn't die solo at
Mm-hmm.
all. Right? All of them were ganks, had the ultis at the right time, and now he gets a
Mm-hmm.
matchup he actually likes, and they can put draft resources onto banning the jungler.
Yeah.
So, and now the Veigar, which was completely banned out, I think every single game other than last one, is now in
Mm-hmm.
the hands of Sneaky Calzones for a comfort pick. I think on Zolska.
Yeah.
This
What
this
I'm
is this is crazy draft here, Arrow.
yeah, I mean, what I'm kind of curious right now. I mean, yeah, I love this Galio pick with the Camille. I mean, it's just the standard Camille Galio. But what I'm like looking at right now, it's like um they're opting to R5 their 80 carry, even though Jin has already been showed and Camille has already been showed. So they kind of already know what kind of composition that they want to pick. So they opt to go for but instead they opted, blind pick the Vagar instead. So I mean, this could be um Zulska just wanting to get their comfort, but it's also Cyclocus kind of wanting to see the entire composition and pick a carry from that position. So I mean, right now, I mean, the Vayne's gone, the Yunara's gone, the Jinx is gone. So what's left? I mean, last game the Zarya's banned. I mean, they still have. I mean, I wrote down Yasuo, but I don't think this is a Yasuo game. I think we are very far cry from that. And we do have a missed pick here. Let me see what the pick is. It's going to be Zahen here as the last pick.
Wait, so that does that
Um,
mean it's Vagar a AP carry in the bot lane?
um, no, 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 no.
Oh,
Zahen is
oh,
the
sorry,
for
Zahen's for the other team. I
yeah,
gotcha. Sorry about that.
Zahen's for Memphis. Zahen is for Memphis. So I think that's going to
Wait,
be a Zahen
Zaya
in
is
the
huge here.
yeah, that is okay. So this is something that like I was gonna mention, where it's like, okay, Memphis, you have this dive composition, you want to pick the Galio, so why are you banning out Jinx and Yunara? Like, isn't that exactly who you want to target? Why not ban out the Zaya? Because Zaya, it has so many tools. Like the Featherstorm is the perfect tool to avoid all of this dive, but at the same time, Zaya isn't that hyper carry that is going to take over the game in theory. Like a Jinx could, like a Yunara could. So maybe they're just trying to avoid that, and they could still kill the Zaya. But I mean, man, like this Zaya pick is pretty pivotal, or is pretty big here for the side of sneaky calzone. So I'm excited to see what both of these teams or how both of these teams are going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, both teams having some amazing draft adaptations, but we're going to have it them pick it in the client, and then we're gonna jump to a quick break so the casters cannot die. Shout out to Three Eyes again on production for keeping everything smooth. But for everyone still watching, thank you for joining us. I think this will be about a 5-minute break as they go through the in-client draft, the spectator delay, and then we'll be back with Silver Scrapes Game 5 Grand Finals, Risen Esports, Team Builder Winter 2026 Season 16. Bobby's division, all the words, every word for the 5th game. Both teams, all the players sending their best. We'll be back very soon after this break. Don't miss it. Somebody. Oh, okay, we got to pause here. But welcome back, everybody. And I was gonna say, somebody play Silver Scrapes before we got this pause notification. It's Bommies Division Season 16 Winter Team Builder Season 2026, baby. I mean, the patch is 2026. We got an instant pause here, unfortunately, but it's Kevin Dunk, Aerostion, and Three Eyes, who is on production, taking you to Game 5. Game 5, first 5-game banger for me
Yeah.
between the grand finals of University of Memphis versus Sneaky Calzones. It's Memphis
Yeah.
now back on the red, or sorry, the blue
Blue
side.
side. Yep.
And now Sneaky Calzones on red because blue side has won every game this series so far. What a banger.
Yeah, what a banger indeed. What started off as, Memphis just looking like the dominant team that they have been all playoffs. It started off like looking like they were going to 3-0 the Sneaky Calzones, but the Calzones on the other side decided to swap sides game 3, go on to the blue side, and then um I guess you could say they stopped cooking too much in draft. That game 2 draft was something to behold, of course, but they do lock in that Lucian for Cycloclist, and then the rest was history. They got like I think it was 19 kills or something like that. And then absolutely popped off for Kevin here, and just a very happy moment for them. But they survived for one more game, and then in that one more game, it was that Draven, and then it was the Aurora in the mid lane as well, and then of course Nova on their their coveted Shen as well, kind of just running around the map and getting kills everywhere, stuffing a lot of the plays that that Mem wanted to do, and push themselves to this game number 5. So it's not very often that we get a lot of downtime to just talk about what's been going on, Kevin. So I mean, um, man, here we
Man,
are in game
indeed.
5. Like, what are your thoughts on the series so far? I mean, I've been, even though I sound a little dead, I've been enjoying it.
Genuinely, I should be dead after an entire day of work and casting 4 games, but I'm having so much fun that I think I'm
Yeah,
reinvigorated. The fact that
nice.
first 5-game series, both these teams have shown how much they can do, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody's been firing on full cylinders. Like even in the games they lose, there's players that are just playing out of their minds, right?
Oh yeah.
I think I can't even remember the first 2 games at this point, but I know Cyclocus was playing well. I mean, game 1 was quite close. I think our closest game I'd say so far, other than
Oh
game
yeah.
4.
Yeah.
And
It could have gone either way, I think.
yeah, Little Fa on the Diana, right? Or sorry, not Little Fa, Zolska on the Diana
Yeah.
was
The
having a
Diana.
pop off game, but they still
Yeah.
lost that one. And then the games
Yeah.
where they're not doing so hot on the Ari, their
Uh-huh.
team pulls up for them. Like, and that's what you
Yeah.
want to see. Like, it's a team game, but we're gonna jump back into this, the final game of what has been an exciting series so far
Yeah.
here, Arrow.
Hell yeah. So, uh-oh.
Oh, I see the stream is a little frozen for us, but
I'm not sure if this is a pause or something else, but it will be a-okay for now. But yeah, I mean, in this little downtime that we still do have, I mean, we can talk a little bit about this. We can talk a little bit about this bot lane matchup, at least for me. I mean, as a Jhin player, I mean,
yeah.
Jhin Morgana is a good combination with the Morgana binding, landing, and then you can extend that duration with your deadly flourish in the W here. But they in this lane specifically, Xayah does have a little bit more of that Q poke, but I mean, in theory, you should still be fine. I mean, if you play this lane right, I think they should still be advantaged here. But with how Nameless and Yum have been playing, I'm looking for them to kind of step up and try and not let Cyclocus and I've already forgot the pronunciation, but
Kutos.
Kutos,
Think of
not like
Kudo like the phone
Kudo.
provider.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just like looking for them to kind of try and not let this bot lane of Sneaky Calzones run them over anymore, because it's just been 2 games in a row of Kutos and Cyclocus just running the bot lane and just and winning out from that point on. So I hope this bot lane with this Jhin and this Morgana can win out, but
Blade back.
they
The
don't
feathers
get
actually
leveled.
missed though.
Yeah.
Oh, the blade collar was big. Oh, the
Oh,
thrash
man.
hook doesn't hit as well. The death sentence is whiffed. I was just gonna say, I think Jin should have a pretty good time in this lane, but the fact that Cyclokist and Kutus like permanently have prio just because of their understanding of the matchups means I'm scared for the Jin, right? Because like this guy doesn't get ahead, he's pretty useless. But now we look in the engage, the taunt happens, also locks him in the cage and just gets him trading back. I mean, Littlefog can't have really much kill pressure in this early game.
No.
Suave Rico though, going for this topside crab. Camille is heavily shoved up.
Littlefog
Maybe he's going for a gank
here.
though. Littlefog is in trouble. The cage activated. Oh no, the knockback doesn't actually go through. It's going to be stopped by the Justice Punch, knocked back by Zulsa. He walks into the path, and it means that there's no escape for Littlefog. First blood onto this volley bear is huge. Memphis lose one already, and it's Sneaky Calzones getting first blood.
Yeah, that's not what I like to see out of the mid lane here. I mean, so as much as I'm talking about bot lane here, nice try. Nice try here. So actually looking like Nameless and Yum are able to survive this bot lane a little bit better this game, but they're still down, almost a whole wave here. But yeah, not what you want to see in the mid lane here. I mean, I do play. In my draft league, I do play mid lane, and I do love me some Galio, so I do have two of my favorite champions in this game, but that is not what I like to see out of a Galio. I mean, Galio, yes, you are a melee matchup, melee into a range matchup there, but just like not respecting the Suave Rico with that level 3 gank there in the mid lane, but I mean, I think they'll be just fine. I mean, they'll probably... They're still even in farm, and they didn't lose too much off of that play. But yeah, quite unfortunate there, not angling their Justice Punch at the right way to avoid hitting the Veigar there. So not able to dash out of the way and survive. But at the end of the day, I mean, the gold lead. Oh my goodness, wait, the gold lead is pretty massive with that early first blood, and then some CS advantage down here in the bot lane. So. Yes, Nameless and Yum aren't dying on repeat, but man, the CS difference has been, so noticeable in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every single game we've seen so far between these two teams. Okay, Suave Rico, nice job making sure that Jeeves can't actually freeze, because Suave Rico knows he's going to lose that bot scuttle anyway. Might as well help get the shove out. So great proactive play from the jungler there. I was just about to say before they interrupted me. Well, I mean, I'm interrupting them. It's their game. Oh my, wait, what? How did that binding miss? Okay, play back, but Death Sentence not available, so... Cyclokist is playing with fire here. The Jin 4th shot at this low HP could be a kill if there's any more supplemental damage. But I was just going to say, it's been a story of Jeeves getting such a huge advantage that it spirals into the top side, and Cyclokist and Kutus getting such a huge advantage it spirals on the rest of the map. Like, both teams here are pretty even on both sides, and it's just Zulska with the kill. I feel like if Nova Tyrant doesn't lose lane, the fact that Cyclokist scales better with time than the Camille, and the fact that it's a counter pick into this champion, it is going to be huge, right? Like, if you don't have that massive lead on the Camille, I don't think you're far ahead enough to just one-shot the Xayah before she can ult. And that's, I think playing slow is in the favor of Sneaky Calzones.
I mean, just passively, Cyclokist is going to have...
Oh, wait, Death Sentence hits the flay back, but now it's a gank. Sap is here. The exhaust is used. This Lantern is huge. The flash invested as well. Wow, great Lantern flash. Kutus, I wasn't familiar with your game, man. Yes, I saw you were great on Enchanters, but man, this Thresh looking clean, boy. Oh my god, great play with the flash. I mean, yes, Suave Rico was there for the counter gank, so I'm not sure if it was necessarily needed, but guaranteed Cyclokist gets out, has a decent farm lead. I think this is back with BF. Oh, beautiful back with the BF sword. Yes, they lose first dragon, but that's not big in the grand scheme of things, considering Cyclokist is your win con.
Yeah, I mean... Wait, so I don't think that... Wait, did they lose Dragon? No. I don't... The Dragon is... Oh, I mean, they're about to lose Dragon, I think, now. Yes, you're right, Kevin. I'm losing my mind here. But yeah, I mean...
Okay, we both are.
Yeah, what a play there from Kutos. I mean, it was... I mean, I think if they didn't do that, I mean, it might have just been an easy Saf like walk up and kind of like slow kill there in that situation. Or Cyclokist has to burn both summoners in the flash and the barrier to maybe survive in that situation. So, but because Kutos does get that lantern and flashes out, saves the summoners of Cyclokist on the Xayah, and with Suave Rico coming in, there's no further chase in there in that situation. So great play there from Kutos, and still staying sharp in this game number 5 here for the side of Sneaky Calzones. But yeah, like you said, Kevin, the first dragon of the game does go over to the side of Sneaky of Mem.
Yeah, I think Dragon is just going to be like the win con for both these teams, because I think in game 5 you're playing with so much anxiety. You're like okay
Uh-oh.
with going late
Uh-oh,
and playing
Suave's
less
here.
risky. But now, yeah, Suave Rico is here. Hits the stun with the maul. Can they get the damage? The ultimate is invested, but it doesn't dodge much damage. The Hextech ultimatum is good, but it's not good enough as the
Galio's
ultimate
here?
invested as well. Huge hero's entrance, but it's not fast enough because Jeeves is already out. A Testa Spear chunks out the Galio. Galio wasted ulti to not get anything there. Camille still has to back. Veigar gets free reign of mid lane. I think Memphis just forced that a little too hard. And you know, it's those small mistakes that add up, and Sneaky Calzones get away with murder.
Oh, binding lands here, but I don't think there's much to. Oh, nice,
Ooh,
nice,
great black shield.
nice black shield. Yeah, great black shield there. So good. I mean, a positive trade here in the side for the side of the bot lane here, but. The wave again is still going to be pushed in here, but Saf is on the way. But Summers are up.
Oh, Saf is here. The lantern thrown out. Cyclokiss gets out.
Oh,
Oh, Dread
lands?
return misses. Oh, ulti invested, but the death sentence. It's a huge blade caller. Can they get the kill on Yum? Saf is exhausted as he can't get enough damage, and Suave Rico's running it down. He has the Stormbringer. It's 2 flashes away. Nameless getting caught by the flash stun, and oh, Kutus. I know you're that guy, but you didn't have to steal that. It's going to be second blood. The second kill of this game. But now look at Zolska's roam. Oh my god, the flash cage. Can they kill Saf fast enough? Wow. Yes, they can. Primordial Burst blasts him to pieces. That roam is so damn good because Galio cannot match because he already used the top side, baby. What is going on? Sneaky Calzones is going on right now as they pick up 2 more kills in that bot side.
Kutos on this Thresh saves their AD carry again and again. Cyclocus doesn't need to burn their summoners to get them. Oh, wait, Jeeves.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, boy.
Jeeves got way too aggressive, but Nova Tyrant didn't hit the Test of Spirit, so I mean, he still wins that trade. Nova Tyrant getting locked down, big damage onto him, but Suave Rico went a bit too far. Gets taunted by that Idol Durand, and I think he's going to get executed. It's a shutdown over to this Galio. Big kill for Little Fa to pick that one up.
Yeah, great, good catch out there for the side of Mem there to kind of punish Suave Rico for sticking around a little bit too much, trying to get too much out of that extended play. But yeah, no, I mean in the short play though, dude, Cyclocus and Kutos are just styling on them right now. Saf is trying to spend some time in this bot lane to get their bot lane. Get their bot lane in more of an even state, but it's just Kutos with this Thresh and this Lantern is able to get Cyclocus out of that situation, get him out of the Zahen ultimate. Gosh.
Yes, the Grim Deliverance.
Grim Deliverance. Yeah.
Now.
No, you're good. Yeah. So it's like, and at that point, it's just an easy feather storm for Cyclocus to hit, and almost one shots Yum there with just the BF sword. So they're looking to dive.
Nova Tyrant getting ganked here. Oh, the Dark Binding hits, but Suave Rico is here for the counter. Saf actually has to back off as there's a big damage. Oh, look at the Flay. Oh, sorry, not the Flay, the Death Sentence, but the TP is good from Little Fa, who that's the unupgraded TP. They thought they were going to dive onto the Jhin. That is huge for the Veigar to get time to scale. I mean, great dive attempt on topside for against Nova Tyrant, excuse me, to try to get Jeeves ahead. But Suave Rico sees the play. Bro might be map hacking because I didn't see that one coming. And now Zolska gets more time with the plates to farm. Already on that Rod of Ages. The scaling advantage, I think, for Sneaky Calzones is huge. And, I do see Zahen, big scaling champion, yes. But what beats Drain tanking? It's Burst. Oh, Suave Rico now in the fight. Grim Deliverance used. Nova Tyrant is here, though. Pop the Test of Spirit into the Leap of Faith. Can they get a kill on Saf? They do. The Tentacle Slam down. It's a flash away, but it's a flash follow. Jeeves now in some danger. But oh my god, the hero's entrance doesn't do a damn thing. It's physical damage, baby, as Little Fox shows up a little bit too late. Jeeves gets hunted in his own topside jungles. Nova Tyrant got so much uptime with that Leap of Faith. The Tentacle smash down. Suave Rico donates their life for their top laner to get 2. And Zolska just so happy to farm this mid wave.
Yeah,
Little Fa looking for the plays, but can't get any on either of their ultimate uses.
Yeah, Little Fa's trying to plug the holes in the map right now. I mean, right now they try. Saf tries to go top lane, and they do get the kill onto Suave Rico. But for Rylai, that's exactly what she wants. She wants people to dive into it. This is exactly what I was this is exactly what happened in game number 1 with that Aatrox, where they have multiple members that want to dive on top of Aatrox, but that Aatrox wants that. This is the same thing. Rylai, there's multiple members trying to dive onto Rylai, but Rylai wants people to be there. They want them to.
Time getting run down by the hook shot. He doesn't have an item, and that's a Triforce on Jeeves. Jeeves doesn't have ulti, but I think Nova Tyrant's just going to run down. The red buff and the blue buff aren't good enough to win this. Precision Protocol cuts him in half. Great play from Jeeves to get the hunt down, chase down. But on the other side, it was Dragon secured by Sneaky Calzone, stopping the stacking. It's 1-1 for these Dragons.
Yeah, great play there from Jeeves to recognize that Nova hadn't, back to get full advantage of, the earlier 2 kills, so they hadn't finished their glacial. No, wait, no. Iceborne Gauntlet. They hadn't finished.
Yeah, you got it.
They hadn't finished their Iceborne Gauntlet yet in that situation. So great play there from G's to kind of recognize, hey, I'm still pretty even here, or even ahead with the finished Triforce after that initial play. So gets the kill back, and they're pretty happy with that situation. But I mean, at the end of this all, I mean, still in the bot lane, man, look at Cyclocus with this farm lead. They're almost 11 CS a minute, and they actually opt to go for the Storm Razor, get some extra movement speed for themselves. On some of their auto attacks there, so I kind of like the draft not the draft adaptation, the itemization here for Cyclocus, recognizing that hey, they kind of need some extra movement speed to be more mobile in these team fights against some of these champions on the other sides, and opting to go for the Storm Razor over potentially the Essence Reaver or like a Kraken Slayer maybe. So I love this play, and then Zolska
under some pressure.
I think Zolska's okay.
Yeah, he's backed off. Yeah, he's fine. Oh,
wait,
this
Jeeves,
might be a gank. Wait,
you don't know.
Jeeves actually jumps in, and now it's just going to be death as it's going to be locked into the tentacles. Leap of Faith is used. Now the Stormbringer, the bite down, the Frenzied Maul gets the kill for Suave Rico. And now that's free time on the turret, baby. Jeeves doesn't have a TP. Wait, Saf going into a 1v2. Gets Death Sentence, gets played, gets exhausted.
Nice. Nice.
Thunderstorm is good.
Galio.
The hero's entrance isn't fast enough. It is not. As Cyclocus flashes forward for the kill. And now the Death Sentence into the Vent Horizon. Zolska is here with the TP and has the damage. Kutu's taken low by the 4th shot. Oh my god, flashes out of it actually. Primordial Burst hits the Black Shield. A big cage stops the approach. And I think, yeah, it's just a 1-for-0 as great bot lane plays again from Kutus and Cyclocust. Oh my god, why do you have such a hard name, my man? Great plays from the bot side. Means Saf gets too aggressive and dies for it. Zolska's kind of playing with fire.
Little foul. What are we doing here? Okay, just. Oh man.
Okay, yeah, Zolska didn't have ulti, so he was fine. But I thought that Yum was maybe gonna go for like a flash binding on this Vagar because it's a 3v1, but Zolska just has the balls to walk up for it.
Zolska themselves still has flash, so I mean, it would have been a pretty tough play there for Yum to pull that off. But man, I mean, even in extended play, I mean, it all started with Jeeves going in, not realizing that Suave was there. So I think in the extended play, it was a 2-for-0 for the side of Sneaky Calzones. But man, right now they're looking pretty good in this game number 5. I mean, a lot of these plays are going their way, and unfortunately for the side of Mem, their plays are just not working out, and it's Kutos and Cyclocus just running circles around this bot lane. They've had so much pressure here.
Hit the root. Oh my god, Primordial Burst kills them, but on the top side, Nova Tyrant gets jumped on. Precision Protocol
Two people are coming.
Ignite invested, but the Leap of Faith, and now it's the gank from Kutus. Misses the Death Sentence, but Suave Rico is here. Is he fast enough to get the... he flashes forward for them. Frenzied Maul, and now Stormbringer under turret secures the kill. Shuts it down, but it fires back a little bit more. Saf is here to try to cover the fight, but it's not fast enough. Saf, for the first time I think this series, is on a champion that doesn't really gank that well, and it means that the Suave Rico is just running over the map.
Yeah.
It's 8 kills to 3, a 5K gold lead for the side of Sneaky Cosmos, and this is the best start they've had all series. Cyclocus getting taunted by Little Fa. The Deadly Flourish hits the curtain call used, but Cyclocus I think can just walk out of this. The Lantern here just a stunt on him. Multiple cooldowns used, the ulti invested by the Jhin, and it gets nothing. Wait, look at this TP play though.
Okay, I mean they're looking for. I mean, they have to look for something here, but I mean, I think. Yeah, our camera.
Our camera's to dodge the hook. I think he's surely dead here. The Blade Caller is used, and now the ultimate
still gets stunned.
Featherstorm, but now he's stunned up. Saf
Volibear is here now.
But Volibear is here. Suave Rico trying to maul this Zahen faster. Then Cyclocus will die and dodges the Dark Binding just barely.
Vagar does
and I
go
think
down.
Saf is gonna die, but the hero's entrance is used. Suave Rico doesn't actually have the ulti, and he's gonna get caught by the taunt. Saf is not gonna kill him. No, the Frenzied Maul was just enough to get the kill. Now Suave Rico has the healing from the Frenzied Maul. He just needs one more to heal back up. Little Pop misses the Winds of War. Cyclocus is back with the feathers.
Jeeves is here.
Nice flash hook shot from Jeeves. Gets the kill on 1, gets the kill on 2. It's a huge amount of gold for this Camille as he gets 2 shutdowns on the bottom lane of Sneaky Calzones. And in game 5, It's the same story, baby. Chiefs the Hunter doing everything they can to get their team in a winning position.
But the damage is already done. I mean, the Sui play, like the initial play looked so good for Mem, but then they just couldn't finish off Cyclocus and Kutos. Kutos still, again, keeping their 80 carry alive. Kudos to them for keeping their 80 carry alive and extending the play there. But Suave Rico was able to save the play, and oh man, Jeeves is actually kind of strong right now.
Range. This guy's got balls.
Yeah, Jeeves is going to try their best to bring this game back, but man, it's looking so good for Sneaky Calzones right now. They're in full control of the game, and this third dragon is going to be in their eyes right now. Let's see if both teams want to contest. Saf is already in.
They're already going for it as you see Saf jumping over the wall. The dreaded return hits on the volley bear. This is only second dragon. Both teams, I don't think want to just lose the game over this. Grouped up is the side of Sneaky Calzones, but I think they're going to secure the dragon. The smite is not even used. Suave Rico's a psychopath or trying to contest dragon with no smite. What are these teams doing? Members don't even know that, though, so they just go for it. They don't go for it because they're just going, wait, the root under turret, I think Kutu's got a little too big for their bridges, and Nameless picks up their first kill of the game as Kutu pretty much donates it by walking under that. I think they wanted the turret kill with the auto on the crystalline growth, but that was a bit too hasty, my friend.
I think they threw their hook out and completely whiffed, but as they are animation locked, they got binded under tower and then Jin W under tower, and then So, unfortunate there for Kutos. I mean, overall, they're still having a very fantastic game. I think they're probably the MVP so far. I mean, keeping their 80 carry alive and soaking up so much of this pressure from Saf, and kind of negating what they wanted, what Mem wanted to do in these situations. But Jeeves, I don't know. Did you mean
Jeeves dodges that test of spirit and is just trying to run down Nova Tyrant, who pops the ultimate, misses the tentacle. The slams are getting dodged. Look at the movement from Jeeves, but he has to back up the hook shot back in. And what a beautiful 1v1. Jeeves the Hunter again hunts an octopus for dinner. What a great solo bolo. That is the 2-item power spike into the stunting on the movement. Great stuff from Jeeves to run it back, get some more gold in their pocket. But on the other side, it was Suave Rico getting that Rift Herald.
Wow, I mean, Jeeves had to remind us who's the master tier top laner here. So wow, what a play there from Jeeves to get just a style on Nova Tyrant, and they're going to earn themselves this bot lane tower. So yeah, a little bit of life here for the side of Mem if they can keep. Wait, Saf, wait.
Saf,
who's in trouble here?
Gets hooked, but he buffers it with that ultimate. It's a fly-in from the death sentence. But now on the other side, Zulz just blows him up with the primordial burst. Cyclokist was actually there for the damage, and it's a 2-item. Xayah with IE completed, just ripping through them with the feathers. Look at the damage, he's just walking up. Little for half health by 2 feathers and a couple of autos. Monstrous damage on this Xayah. Saf, yes, gets... I think they got the scuttle, but they do go down in the process. They didn't even get the scuttle.
I don't even think they get the scuttle. That is just that's a mind-boggling play for me. I don't know exactly what Saf wanted to achieve there, especially with the weaker members of their team in that situation.
Wait, Jeeves is here.
If they can land a binding here.
Okay, wait, the Lantern gets canceled by the precision, by the ultimate. The Hextech Ultimatum is good. I don't think Suave Rico can live this. No, he does.
Jeeves is dead.
Stormbringer keeps him alive a little bit more, but they get the shutdown on Jeeves the Hunter. Yes, the bear goes down, but look at the allow. He tests the spirit into the jump. The leap of faith gets a huge tentacle slam, and now, oh my gosh, this Vagar is looking for more. He's locked under turret by the binding, but the Lantern is good enough to get Zulska out. Saf couldn't get in because they don't have the ultimate from that previous play. They try to use it to buffer and survive. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, that's the Jeeves factor against Cyclokist, and Cyclokist wins that because he has his team behind him. It's just one, and they have the whole team. Now Cyclokist looking for the flash forward. Can they get the kill? They do.
So easy.
Solo bolo onto Saf from Cyclokist. What a crazy play, and what the hell is... Kutus just might be dying here. Okay, he's not in turret range.
He's fine, he's fine.
But yeah, went up to walk up and hit the turret with no minions. This guy's playing a little crazier for Game 5 than I'd like, but damn, both teams are looking for blood.
I mean, with how far... wait.
Okay, the binding hits into the deadly flourish. I think this is surely a kill as Jeeves is going to likely just clean this one up. Yeah, shut down over to Jeeves again, who did die in the last fight, giving over a lot of gold to the Xayah. I just looked at Xayah items. That's 3 fully completed items. But on the other side, in contrast, right, the Jin did get a huge shutdown on the volley bear, means he's almost on 2 items. But so far, the gold lead is still in the favor. 6K for the Sneaky Calzones. They're going for the Baron.
Now they're on Baron. It's going to be rough for the side of Sneaky, for the side of Mem here. Do they even know? I mean, they're not even walking up to see. Oh man,
it's going down quickly. I don't know. Yeah, no, they just
They
can't
don't know.
contest this.
They don't
Jeeves
know.
has TP, but they don't know. So it's just going to go down.
Now they figured it out.
Oh
Oh
my gosh,
no.
in a
What a
mirror of game one, that's the Baron steal. That's the sneaky calzones play that they learned, adapted from game one in this game 5.
Yeah.
The Baron pushes here, but Jeeves is solo pushing on this bot side, almost clearing the turret by themselves. I think this is, yeah, surely this has gone with that Triforce and the Precision Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, so something that I wanted to to say again. I mean, from game number 3, when Sneaky Calzones were making plays without their fed. Without their fed member, and it just like it looked exactly what Saf did, it looked exactly like what Saf did in that random jungle or random river death where they just kind of try and go in and do something on their own. But like, you got to make plays around Jeeves, your strongest member. So the only way back for Mem here is just by playing around Jeeves, playing with this with the Hextech ultimatum, and trying to find picks in a side lane here. But right now, I mean, they're being forced to walk in, and Jeeves has to flash out
of the Eclipse, or sorry, the Event Horizon. Swab Rico slowed up by the tactical sweep, but doesn't get hit with the Deadly Flourish, and now they're going for the soul point. This is dangerous, though. If you're grouped up against Camille Galio, this could be a big wombo combo.
Camille's going for mid tower.
Camille goes for
Camille's just pushing mid.
For the mid tier 2. They just want the gold. They're not going to try to contest this. It gets smited. Soul point now secured for Sneaky Calzones, but more gold again goes over to the Camille, who's just wrecking these turrets with that damage. Can they get out fast enough? Oh, they can't get up. The flash came. Oh, man. Huge hook shot from Jeeves means that the Veigar flash is down. Jeeves is Jeeves is doing what Psycho Ghost in that last game, trying to 1v9.
Yeah, Jeeves is trying their best to 1v9, and I mean, they're doing an okay job so far right now. I mean, they have just picked up like 3 towers on their own in the last 2 minutes or so. So doing their best to get some
danger. The Sky Splitter into the stun hits, but now on the middle lane, look at Jeeves, look at the damage. Feathered Storm already used, but the collapse is good. The dreaded return into the Grim Deliverance gets the kill. Now Nova Tyrant in the middle of multiple members, and they get 2 kills. Yum doesn't even go down. They chase the Galio, who gets out with the hero's entrance. That is such a massive shutdown. Maybe this is Memphis's opportunity to strike. They get the tier 2 mid, but there's no more objectives other than the turret, so I don't think they can get more.
Okay, man, that's exactly what I was saying. You have to play around Jeeves and play with this Hextech ultimatum and try and pick off members of Sneaky Calzones. That's your avenue back in the game. So they get a huge shutdown onto Cycle, because I don't know exactly who got it, but getting gold into your pocket at this point in the game is so crucial. I mean, it's only 24 minutes and they're already at soul point. So in another 3 minutes or so, the soul. The Mountain Soul is going to be the next fight that these teams are going to have to skirmish over. So, getting any gold that you can in your pocket before that point is going to be crucial for Mem. And looking at the items right now, Jin finishes their IE, Galio finishes their Riftmaker, and then Jeeves is already working on their 4th item, and unfortunately Saf is just still working on their 2nd item, which is kind of rough, unfortunately. But they're looking for a pick on Zolska here.
Hextech ultimatum used. Zolska is getting chunked out. Jeeves is just ripping through him. Zolska has health, but not anything else, and it's just an easy pick on the sideline. Jeeves is legitimately 1v9 this game because all the gold is on this one player. Now Kuto's in some danger. Gets the death sentence. Can they get the kill on Jeeves fast enough? There's no Hextech ultimatum. Cyclocus now has to try to kite Little Fa. Little Fa gets ripped apart by the feathers. Kutu gets another death sentence, and Jeeves, the Hunter's taken low. The flash out from Kutu's, but Jeeves picks that one up. Cyclocus spaces out the tactical sweep perfectly, and now the flash in. The Stormbringer into the stun gets a double kill. That's a kill on Jeeves.
Saf is chasing, though.
Amount of money, but Saf is chasing. The flash forward. The Grim Deliverance is countered by the Featherstorm. Can Cyclocus get out of here? He's taken so low, but flashes the wall to get the kill. And now Rico is in a 1v1 against the Jin and goes down. He killed the Morgana, but Nameless takes out the bear gun and shoots him in the poacher with the poacher's gun. But Nova Tyrant was in top the entire time. That is a tier 2 turret gone, likely tier 3 turret gone. So in a 4v5. Sorry, it was a 3v5 ultimately, right? Because Veigar was dead the entire time.
Yeah.
Sneaky Calzones win that because everything that Camille had was invested on the Veigar.
Yeah, I mean, the extended play was a little ambitious there, but the initial play I love. They get the pick onto Zolska, and they try to go for more there. And, I mean, they do end up getting the kill onto Thresh and Volibear at the extended play, but crucially, Cyclocus was untouched that entire time, was able to free fire, and by the time Saf goes in and tries to dive, they still have the Featherstorm for the Zahen. So unfortunately, the Zahen is so far behind and doesn't have enough damage to survive or to kill the Xayah in that situation. So Xayah just still gets to pop up. Luke Cyclocus is still super strong, and I mean overall, I mean I still think these trades are still in favor of Mem, but I mean, in favor of Sneaky Calzones. But in these situations, I think Mem are still kind of have to be a little happy with getting some gold in their pockets. I mean, they still got the kill onto Veigar, they still got a few kills onto Thresh and Volibear, but I mean, at what cost though is the real thing. Oh my God, look at the gold difference in this bot lane.
6K gold lead in bot and a 5K gold lead in top. This I think characterizes the entire series here, Arrow.
Yeah.
It's Sneaky Calzones putting everything in their bot side and Memphis putting everything in their top side, and that's taking us to a banger game 5.
Yeah, but crucially though, there's a 2K gold lead in the jungle and the mid lane, so so Saf and Littlefall unfortunately not having the best of games. But especially Saf, but you know, Rylai, I mean, wait,
the pick onto Jeeves. Jeeves Hextech ultimatums and flashes out. The hero's entrance is here, but it's a bit late. The Stormbringer in the backside. Rico's going for the fight, but he's actually losing it. Can they kill the Galio? They do. They trade one for one, but Saf caught by the cage. Is stunned up, has to invest.
Wait, what do we want?
And oh my God, the curtain call is just put in front of their faces. The flash forward. Zolska now locks Yum into the cage, and Yum gets ripped apart by the feathers. That was a questionable ulti from the Jhin, and Jeeves the Hunter actually outplays Rico, who goes too far, but that time that they use, Littlefall goes down instantly to the Blade Caller, and then the fight goes in the favor again to Sneaky Calzones. Can they get the pick on Saf? Saf is here.
You have to be careful here.
They have Smite, but the Sneaky Calzones don't. I think it's worth to go for a Suicide Smite here.
No, I don't think they can. I mean, so Zolska is guarding right now. Oh, no.
Okay. He heard me too late, you know. But to be fair, it was a pretty slim chance, and now Jeeves looking for something. They're trying to back up. Death sentence hits, and that is the death sentence for Jeeves. For Memphis, maybe this series, because that's Dragon Soul, and that's straight into the Baron as Saf and Jeeves look for a miracle play, and they get nothing off of it. Sneaky Calzones might be here to take the Baron, possibly the last one of the series.
Yeah, it's a disaster of a play there. I mean, it looked like Jeeves had found a pick onto Cyclocus, but there were so many members of Sneaky Calzones there to defend the play, and Galio does ult on top, but Jeeves had to flash out, so then the rest of the damage onto Cyclocus was not there, and I don't even think they can kill an Alawi here. I think this is exactly what Alawi wants.
Dangerous. Nova Tyrant does have ulti. Hit with that Jhin Deadly Flourish, and I think is going to go down. No, the Lantern is perfect, and the Sterix blocks the 4th shot damage. So yes, Alawi burns the cooldown, but they get out scot-free. And it was buying enough time for the Baron, right? That is now I can't do math anymore, but I think that's still a 6K gold lead for the favor of Sneaky Calzones. They have Baron, but they have a Dragon Soul.
8K gold lead. Yeah,
is that 8? Okay, I can't do math. Yeah.
All good. I
made us cook here, Arrow.
Okay,
but I mean, that is almost a full build on Xayah.
Yeah.
That is 8K gold lead. 4 items on the volley, 3.5 on the Veigar. 2.5 on the Alawi. It is the gold difference is looking grim. It's really up to Jeeves and maybe Saf to turn this fight around with their bruiser champions.
Yeah. Oh God.
Jeeves looks for Zolska and pops the Hextech ultimatum, but Rico's here to heal for his boy. Zolska pops the ultimate, and they get the kill on Jeeves as Littlefall picks that one up, but I think Rico's gonna bite down on the Camille. Yep, they kill him with the Maul, and Cyclocus is here with the feathers. Just 3 taps and boom, boom, boom. The 4th shot from Jhin.
Why are we still okay?
Bear. As now Saf is in a 1v1 against Nova Tyrant and has to back off. The Leap of Faith was used, and Saf just gets bullied by the Alawi. The Tentacles just doing too much damage, and the Baron buff minions on the top side. On the bot side, it's a 1-for-2 in favor of Sneaky Calzones, and they're using that advantage to break open the base.
Yeah, it's happening slowly, but I think Sneaky Calzones have done it. They're gonna. This looks like it's gonna be the reverse sweep in what was what looked like a super one-sided affair in the first 2 games has completely flipped the script with Cyclecus absolutely popping off right now. So they have the Bloodthirster, they have the Shield Bow, and they're going to be untouched right now.
Okay, Grim Deliverance is here. The Thresh is taken low. They're trying to get on Cyclocus, but Saf can't stack up the passive. He does, just barely gets the revive. Suavrico tanking turret, and now the TP is in from the Veigar. Little Fi is back. Jeeves is back. The peel, maybe they overplayed their hand, as it's going to be just a crazy team fight. Nova Tyrant is here. Does now use all these Cyclocus. Finally taken out, but Jeeves gets out. Oh my god, he's alive! The shutdown goes over, and it's just Nova Tyrant in a 1v5. And he just lives. Yes, the entire base is wrecked, but somehow, some way, Memphis make the base defense happen. Suavrico could not attend that fight, and that means Memphis live to see another day.
It's not a stream with me if I don't cast or curse somebody. You know, I might have jumped the gun a little bit there. My bad, sneaky cousins. But great play there for Memphis. I mean, they defend their base. I mean, their 2 Nexus towers will respawn in a few minutes. So, so right now all they have to do is just all they have to do, and it's a tall order, but they just have to weather the double super minions for a few minutes as well. But for now, I mean, they're gonna have to deal with this and try and push out some ways and try and contest this Elder fight. Otherwise, this next fight might not go as fortunate for them. But yeah, the way to defend your base for now. But you need a few more miracle fights just like that one.
Yeah, that indeed. Both Nova Tyrant and Zolska have TP likely around the same time that Elder is going to spawn. So it's going to be Mem have to be very careful to protect their base. One thing I do want to say, though, I mean, Elder Flip is probably the best scenario you can get as Memphis, because other than that, right, they just walk in with the double super minions and end the game.
Right.
If Sneaky Calzones don't try to end here, I'm worried that the Elder Flip, like, it's a 50-50 at that point, right? You're giving more time over to scale. Little Fa is a bit too far in the side lane and gets hooked. Can they get the kill onto this Galio? I think they're looking for an ult target. The cage misses. They don't have the CC. Oh, wait, now caught here, though, is the Alawi. Nova Tyrant is looking for a 1v3 as Cyclocus is here, but he gets ulted by the Hextech Ultimatum. As we see Cyclocus taking so much damage, but he's living just barely. They have the GA. They finally kill Little Fa, and Cyclocus just turns it around for the kill. They kill 2 in a 2v4. It's Cyclocus being the player of the damn series, the damn game right now. It's game 5, and Jeeves gets a big kill with that flash hook shot. Jeeves walks out of the cage with the black shield, but I think the super minions, I think the volley bear, I think the damage is just too much. She's jumping again. Cyclo Ghost goes down, but it doesn't really matter. And in the end, in the craziest reverse sweep here, Arrow is Sneaky Calzones winning in game 5 of the Risen Esports Bombies League. What a banger series. They win. The first 2 Nexuses mean nothing if you win the last 3. Congratulations to your series finalists and your championship winners of the Winter Team Builder League.
Oh my god, what a series here for the side of Sneaky Calzones. It looks so dire in the first 2 games, but the game number 3 is what really changed it all. It was Cyclocus getting their Lucian and Capsule popping off, and it just completely shifted the whole tone of the series. It became, oh man, with this top side of the map is so hard to deal with, and they have to find answers. Well, the answer was Cyclocus on the bot side, and Cyclo just absolutely carrying both game 3, all 3 games of game 4, game 3, game 4, and game 5. So what a team win here for Sneaky Calzones, and congratulations for winning this arduous series and winning out the winter team builder split and everything. So congratulations to Sneaky Calzones and Kevin. My brain is so fried right now.
My brain is fried. My voice is gone. My workday is gonna suck tomorrow, but it doesn't damn matter here, Arrow, because we are celebrating the reverse sweep win, the series finale, the series closeout for a banger, I think, for this season. Winter Team Builder, Bombies Division. It's your Bombies Division champions, baby. It is going to be Sneaky Calzones. That's Nova Tyrant, Suavrico, Zulska, Cyclocust, and Kutos being your champions. Those 5 players bring it all on the Rift to win in game 5. And I think we're going to have them here for a post-game interview. We'll keep it short because I know everybody's tired as hell. It's almost 2 a.m. in the East Coast. Shout outs to everybody still watching on this late Tuesday night.
Oh man.
And I think we're gonna do a quick interview. I know everyone's suffering, but we got to hear from the winners here. We got to give them their props.
Yeah, we do because I mean it's just a complete carry performance that I saw from Cyclocus. I mean, and I mean honestly, yes, Cyclocus was the main character in that game, but Kuto's, Kuto,
Kutos, yeah. Holy
Kuto's
moly, what a
Kuto's
mega player.
what a thresh game that I saw. I mean, the amount of ganks that came out in that in that in that last game number 5 from Saf and the pressure that Saf was putting on was just completely negated from Kutos, and a few crucial lantern plays that really save the game for them, because if Cyclocus does go down in some of those games, it just ends up it might be a different tone and Saf wouldn't be as far behind, but because this Thresh was able to save their 80 carries, make them allow them to save their summoners and allow them to save their Featherstorm, it just ended up being such a turning point for them in this game, and it was just an easy carry performance from that point on.
Oh, carry performance indeed. I mean, wow. I think everybody though on the side of so I can't even remember the team names anymore, but for Sneaky Calzones,
Yeah.
we're firing on full cylinders. Like Zolska on the Vanguard probably had the quietest game of the series, but they were doing their job, right? They're throwing out cages, they're looking for plays, they're zoning out, they're getting the burst on the burst champion. Like that's what you need to do. Suave Rico covered every single gank, it felt like. I don't think Saf had a successful one ever. Thanks to Suave Rico countering the dives, countering the plays. Great series on them from the Volley Bear. Cyclocus, we don't need to talk about how good they did in the last 3 games. And then Kutos. Man, sleeper OP, player of the series maybe, along with bot lane. Man, those thresh hooks were hitting. The plays on the game 4. The game 4 champion, what were they playing? They were playing the Lulu. I didn't think you could make a Lulu look so good. But damn, they made it look good.
Yeah, they made him look hella good. So I mean, it looks like we'll get 4 members of Sneaky Calzones. It looks like their top laner had to. It looks like Nova had to step away, but I think we are gonna be ready here for an interview with the Sneaky Calzones, our champions of Bomby's division team builder. So whenever you're ready, Kevin, I'm ready to start hearing from them.
Yeah, of course. I think we're having a couple people fly in. But Errol, I'll just start off with the opener, and then maybe you can ask them the first real question. Can I count correctly? That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
4,
That
yeah.
is our and shout out to our top laner who couldn't make it, Nova Tyrant. But congratulations is in order for your Bombies division champions. It's going to be Sneaky Calzones. All the players are here outside of Nova Tyrant. Suave Rico, Zolska, Cyclocus, and Kutos. Congratulations on your win and getting the championship. I'd like to pass it over to the first person who says something. How do you feel after that banger 5-game series?
A little tired, but it's great. Can't be a little hype. None of us can be hype because we'd wake up our whole houses. But
Oops.
it was good.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you, Zolska. I was just gonna pass it over to if anybody else wants to share, and then Arrow, you can ask the first question.
Yeah, I mean, so something that I kind of wanted to talk about, of course, is like, so for you guys is the series was looked pretty bad for the first 2 games, but then in that game number 3, you guys turned it around. So talk to me. I mean, we can start with the support here, and we can work our way through the rest of the team here. But talk to me about what it took for you guys to kind of mentally reset and start that reverse sweep from game number 3.
Yeah, I think first 2 games we focus a lot on drafts that were to steal champs or to counter champs that they do play. Spent a lot of time doing some preemptive research on that. I think kind of got in our heads a little bit, and we just tried to pivot to winning lanes. And I think we did that with Lucian Yumi that game 3. And we're like, we will just stomp bot lane. Like I think we had the strongest bot lane duo in the entire division. It was pretty clear. So we just we'll just play Lucian Yumi and just hard win. And then we kind of like carried that along. Like our top laner set it up crazy too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just helped a lot.
Yeah,
Insane.
Cyclocus, do you have any other things that you want to add on to what your support said?
I gotta apologize for to my team for playing like a bum those first 2 games. Very winnable. I just played very bad. If we had huge leads at a lane and I was just getting caught constantly mid game, or like the Aphelios game, I just try to take a 1v1 against the Ashe with barrier and I had cleanse, never winning.
I see. And
But
if we as we keep going up, Zolska, do you have any thoughts on you turning it around with your team?
I was literally just it started with everyone just picking their best champs because you don't want to leave your best champ on the table if you lose.
For sure.
So ball lane picked the best lane that they've had this year. I picked my the only mid laner I have a fucking positive win rate in solo queue in, and and then my top against them held it down against the master player. So it was actually crazy. He played so well today.
And finally, Suave Rico, any final thoughts before we move on to the next question?
No, I think they kind of touched on it. Our carry wasn't carrying the first 2 games, so we were at a disadvantage. We kind of just pulled it back and played comfort picks.
Gotcha. And I'll pass it off to Kevin here to go on with the next question here.
Yeah, thank you here, Arrow, for the wonderful questions. I mean, speaking of plays, I'll do the same thing and kind of go bottom up. But my favorite play, I think, Cyclocus, from you was the Aphelios flash into the Taric ulti with into the 1v4. That was really fun to watch in the first game.
I don't even remember that. Did I kill someone?
That's all good. That's all good. I was just going to pass it over to Kutus. We'll just go bottom up again if that's okay. Shout out to Nova Tyrant, like you said, for matching against a master player and actually winning lane a couple times. But Kutus, out of your kind of 5-game banger of a series, it could be the wins, could be the losses. I just pass to you first. Do you have any like notable plays that you're like, man, you did that, and you're like, man, I can win this series after that?
I think that I remember that Aphelios play. That was pretty reverse for me, but I think my mental has been better the last couple of months than typically, and I think I just held it together. But yeah, I think like game 3 when we started playing around our jungler, try to get some scuttles. We had better vision control bottom side as well, I think, and that helped as well to get pressure. And we had really good wards with the jungler. Like every early game, I think we did. Like we always knew his path. We always had like high times on his first gank. But I think we just like actually acted on it better. So the first like 5 minutes of each game was from 3, 4, and 5 were really big.
Right. Yeah, the vision that you got to play the vision game. That's why you did the support gap. Great answer. I'll pass to Cyclocus. Avoiding the Aphelios play. What was your favorite play? I think from let's say from you in this or any of your team members in this series.
Gonna be a bad play.
Sure. If you want to use your time for that, sure.
In
I'll
that
give it to
Kindred
you.
game, I think there's like 3 times where I said I'm good, I have R here, and then did not R.
Whoops.
That is
a good play. I don't know. Like I didn't really see what was happening, but my top was trading kills constantly against the master player as a gold
Nice.
player.
That's huge. That's
So
huge, man.
probably
I mean, yeah.
it's a little hype for you in the bot side, but
That
it's
is
like
extremely
okay.
hype. I'll pass it over to Zolska. Like any plays that you or your teammates made that really impressed you and helped you win the series.
Yeah, my favorite play was my Draven walking in their base 1v3, getting hit by a Zoe bubble, and then into him actually fucking getting some kills. So
We had no kills.
Oh man, that is. I mean, hey, I was flaming the rapid fire cannon second item, but it didn't matter because you win the game. Okay, we
Yeah, I
can
don't usually
build
go
anything
in. I
if we
just
win.
thought they were like so far ranged. I was like, I need to auto them sometimes.
Fair enough. And then I'll pass it over lastly to Suave Rico just to share your favorite play from yourself or a teammate in the series so far. Or I'm not so far. It's over now, baby. In the series overall.
On that last game, we had a 2v2 top where I think I ended up dying, and then our top laner just cleaned up the other 2. I think that kind of set the tone for the remainder of the game. So that was pretty neat.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. I'm impressed with every single one of you, and Nova Tyrant, even though they couldn't be here. Yeah. I'm gonna pass it over to Arrow to ask another question. We're gonna try to keep it short, but we'll get one more good one out of us.
Sorry, yeah. One last question for me. I mean, we've been talking about your favorite like moments from this series, but overall, as as a whole split, as a whole season, do you guys have any memorable moments? I mean, any one of you can answer this. I mean, we don't have to go in order, but any one of you, if there's any notable moments that you guys had throughout the series, whether it be something like it was a hardship and then you guys overcame it, or it's like, hey, we we had this one great play over in this series or whatever. But if he has any moments, I'd love to hear about it.
There was one game. This is my favorite moment. We were hard stomping one of their series early on, and then my Xin Zhao was clearing bot lane while the rest of our team wanted to do Baron. He was clearing the enemy Raptor's bot lane while we're taking top tower, and then we got into such a heated argument in that game. He deafened mid game, and then we were
while we won, while we were winning.
while we were winning. He deafened mid win. Like we were like taking their base, and he just deafened. And we're all just like, so, like, even though we were winning, it was just like the most heated argument we've had like the whole season. Like as we were taking the Nexus.
Yeah, she's a classic.
That is hilarious. Arrow, is there any more questions that you'd like to ask the winning team?
Unless anybody else has a memorable moment, I'm good to go. Congratulations to you guys for the victory. I mean, it was an amazing series to watch on our ends. I know it's pretty late, so yeah, I'm off to you, Kevin. If nobody else has anything.
No, it was fun.
No, thank you for hosting all the games too. It was great watching the other games and seeing our own games sometimes when they popped up on stream. So I appreciate it.
Only
Thank
thing
you
you guys gave us
on
some.
the back end.
You guys gave us some motivation 2 weeks ago. You guys streamed the Memphis, and then when they won, you said the real finals was going to be Memphis versus Dragoons. You gave us some motivation, and we were all kind of cheesed because we had literally only lost one game, and we beat Memphis in the.
We didn't know.
Just like professional esports, we don't actually know anything. Okay, we just. We're
kind of like, and then someone called us a fraud. They did like a write up, and they called us a fraud.
Whoa, that wasn't us. That wasn't us.
No, that wasn't us.
We promised that wasn't us.
So we felt like we were getting huge disrespected. So it gave us some extra motivation.
I love that. I love that the fire lit under you guys from the incorrect opinions from the cast and the audience is making it so that you guys, if anything, you have us to thank for helping you guys win finals.
Exactly, actually.
Yeah.
But really, honestly, really big congratulations on your series, your season, your championship title now for Bombies Division. I think we're just gonna really quickly pass it over to. We'll start from the top this time, Suave, Rico, and then going down. We'll go Suave, Zolska, Cyclo, and Kutu's. Just a quick 10-second shout out for anybody watching or anybody who is on your team.
Shout out our coach, Melting Mask. I don't know if he actually ever did anything, but he was our official coach. Go down the list. Yo, the mid laner.
Relax. Shout out my AD carry. I think he finally passed Jeeves in this last series to go back on top of DPM in the league.
No shot at him to 2 games. Shout out you guys. The whole league was fun. This is the first time we've ever done a whole league, but it was a good time. Hopefully we can do it again next season. It's a little unfortunate we didn't get to face Mem's full lineup. I don't know what was happening there, but it was fun nonetheless. It was a good 5-game series.
Yeah, shout out to my team, of course. Shout out to my wife who watched some games too. And shout out to Want Marriage on the leaderboard who always topped me on the support queue because he played DPS supports and I don't have any.
Yeah, he's very salty about that. If Want Marriage is still in the chat, he's very salty that you've been above him the whole year.
Playing Swain and Zyra. Tisk tisk.
Tisk tisk. You can save that maybe for next season, but with that, just one last congratulations from the casters, and I hope for the rest of the audience. I'm sure you're getting your flowers from them, and I'm not in the chat, so I wouldn't know. But appreciate all of you guys for joining after a very late night. Congratulations on completing the reverse sweep. Seeing my first 5-game series was a blast to cast. So once again, Nova Tyrant, Suave Rico, Zolska, Cyclokist, and Kutos are your season champions for Bombies Division. Send them all the love. They deserve it. And yeah, last just thank you for participating in our league, and we hope to see you maybe one day again soon.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers. Good night.
Take care.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, and that's our winner's interview here, Arrow.
Yeah.
I'll give you any final thoughts on our banger series before we sign off here, and then I'll do a little close and we'll call it.
Oh man, I mean, final thoughts of the series.
Or maybe the season.
The season. I mean, I just as a whole, man. Like Kevin, I gotta say thank you for joining me on this journey. I did this a little spiel in the Doran's stream as well, but I mean, this was my first full season of casting, being a color caster. So it's been an honor working with you. It's been an honor working with you, Three Eyes, as well. Thank you guys for making this first experience so memorable. I've had so much fun just casting with alongside you guys, working with you guys. Through the fun series, some of the boring series. With my first try cast being my second cast ever with you. We got the bird box combo and everything, and it's just been so much fun. And I do have to thank you for making it that much fun, especially Three Eyes as well. And shout out to all the fans that have been watching since the start of the season. I mean, I know I've seen a lot of names that's been there since day one, and they've all been passionate fans, and I love to see them every week. And I hope I made some sense, and I hope I was able to provide some content for everybody as I was working through some of my um, early casting career days and everything. I still am in my early stages, but I mean, I've had so much fun, and I hope I can keep going in the future.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for those heartfelt words, Arrow. I gotta admit, for your first season, I think you did an amazing job, and it was an honor
Thank you.
to cast alongside you as well. From day one of doing the silly try cast on a stream to all the way
Yeah.
here, Silver Scrape season finals,
Yeah.
taking us through it. Shout out Three Eyes, who's just been the most wonderful producer, keeping us on task, keeping us looking good, sounding good, and keeping things under control on terms of like the game. What's the word? Game organization, yeah, from the players. So shout out to them. Shout out to Mayo and Friday for running the league. I
Yeah.
think they've been awesome. They've been
100%.
fantastic. So responsive on all the messages, on keeping things organized. They run it. I wouldn't say a tight ship, but it's a giant ship. So they do an amazing job. For how many things they got to manage, they do fantastic. So
Yeah.
and then yeah, like you said, shout out to all the viewers who stick around and watch the Risen Esports League. To all the fans, to all the players. We'd love to have all the players back. And if you're in the audience and you want to join, this looked fun. This sounded fun to you. You want to have Arrow and I cast your games. Join Risen Esports. Join the Discord for Risen Esports. Tune into the streams. We'll have more content coming. We'll have announcements of like the next seasons of Teambuilder. But for now, I mean, it's been a pleasure. I had so much fun casting my first
yeah.
game 5, Silver Scrapes, the reverse sweep, the whole 9 yards for everything. So appreciate Risen Esports and the viewers for having me. As even though I've been casting for a while, I still find the fun and enjoyment in the casts every single time. I'm so lucky to get to do this. Just sometimes for pay, sometimes for fun, but I take it as a blessing to be able to share this passion with so many wonderful fans and viewers and players. So with that, I think that's all. Appreciate everyone for sticking around on a very late Tuesday night. That was the season finale of Risen Teambuilder Winter League for Bomby's division. Your season champions again are Sneaky Calzones, sneaking away a 3-game reverse sweep, baby. So with that, I bid everybody good night, and we will see you back here someday soon. Maybe you'll be back as a viewer or a player at Risen Esports Teambuilder. Thank you again for watching, and have a great night.